Chapter 234. Congratulations, during a regular attack, you have played the first gold intermediate great chapter.
Control the weather.
Dai Tian lowered his head to look at his dragon claw covered in black scales, which were now receding like a rapidly receding tide, turning back into a normal human hand. He then looked up at the sky. The sky was bright with sunshine, and not a cloud could be seen. It was a clear day right now.
This weather.
Dai Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, for even after successfully advancing to a million-year soul beast, he still harbored fear for the gods deep within. However, Lin Yi looked at him unflinchingly and said deliberately,
If they come looking for trouble, I'll just send them packing. Just use your abilities without worry.
Dai Tian was startled at first, but then his face broke into a gratified grin. Heh, that's right. With the golden dragon lord shielding him, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't touch him. Gu Yuina heard this and snorted with disdain.
Pa.
Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere into Dai Tian's hands. After fusing the abilities, Lin Yi pointed at the sky and signaled to him.
If you have an idea, now is the time to try.
Dai Tian looked up at the sky again. Could this cloudless sunny day really become overcast instantly according to his will? Most importantly, the weather he conjured would cover the entire continent. Even though Dai Tian usually stayed within the Aquapea forest, he knew that one type of weather couldn't possibly cover the whole continent. If he really wanted the whole continent to experience the same weather.
How will you know what's possible if you don't try?
Lin Yi seemed to have glimpsed Dai Tian's inner thoughts and watched him with a smile that was not quite a smile.
All right.
Dai Tian pointed to the sky, saying somewhat nervously. A soul beast controlling the weather was definitely a provocation to the inhabitants of the divine realm, but since Senior Lin Yi was here, it was totally safe. Whoosh whoosh. A refreshing breeze blew through the air. Everyone's clothing fluttered, and as they lifted their heads, they saw that the previously sunny sky had suddenly darkened, with massive clouds covering the sky, leaving no trace of sunlight. This happened in just a moment. It really had become cloudy.
How did a perfectly sunny day turn cloudy just like that?
The weather has been capricious lately. It looks like it's just cloudy. It probably won't rain. Let's continue training.
Dai Mubai responded, engaging in a one-on-one spar with Tang San, who felt it necessary to hone his personal combat skills with the Soul Master competition approaching.
Really, it won't rain.
Ning Rongrong glanced curiously at the edge of the sky, which was completely covered with dark clouds. Just then, rustle. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky, quickly creating a layer of mist on the ground. Ning Rongrong looked up in surprise at the raindrops in the air and shouted.
Dai boss, it's really raining. You just said it wouldn't.
Tang San put away his martial soul, perplexed as he looked at the sky. Indeed, it had been clear moments ago. But in the blink of an eye.
All right, that's enough for today. Don't get soaked out here. Hurry back to the dormitory.
Dai Mubai quickly suggested, looking a bit embarrassed, since it really did start raining out of nowhere. No sooner had they run a few steps towards the dormitory than a blinding sunlight broke through, glittering on the wet ground. Tang San looked up shocked. The clouds that had blanketed the entire sky disappeared as if fleeing for their lives, instantly leaving without a trace. The sunlight returned to engulf the land, with the clear blue sky looking clean and fresh. The Shrek 7 monsters looked at each other, not understanding what had just happened.
So are we.
Ma Hongjun asked tentatively.
Let's continue.
Tang San glanced at him and replied. Although his expression was puzzled, he didn't think too much of it. Ma Hongjun nodded and returned to his original position. He shouted out as he released his martial soul.
Evil Fire Phoenix.
Splash, splash. The rain suddenly descended again, drenching the evil fire phoenix into a wet hen.
Damn it, what's happening?
Tang San looked up, and this time it started raining without even a cloud in the sky. He furrowed his brow tightly.
Why is it sunny one moment and raining the next? Could the entire continent be experiencing this? It's definitely not just Shrek Academy.
Dai Mubai walked over and said, The distinct sound of passersby seeking shelter from the rain outside the academy clearly showed that the anomaly wasn't limited to Shrek Academy.
It's good that it's only raining and not patter patter.
Chapter 234, Part 2. Congratulations, during a regular attack, you have played the first Gold Intermediate Great Chapter.
What the hell is happening?
Member 3, the Sisters of Soul City. Could it be Lin Yi causing trouble again? Have you ever seen it snow in the middle of summer? There was even hail just now. I was totally dazed by it. Number 5, there's also a typhoon, and a tsunami has arisen at sea. What on earth is going on? Member 3, right. That typhoon nearly blew me head over heels. Lin Yi glanced at the chat in his mind without paying much attention and looked ahead. At this moment, Seoul City was also in chaos. Dai Tian, having realized he could actually control the weather, went ahead and performed a weather forecast right on the spot, manipulating the weather for fun. Everyone was not only drenched by rain but also covered in snow, hail, and even dust whipped up by the typhoon. It was an utter mess. Yes, Dai Tian had incurred the wrath of the crowd. Gu Yuina, to show that the ferocious beast group would never abuse their skills like Ning Fengzhai, was now beating up Dai Tian in front of everyone. Rain pattered down. Bai Jai stood to one side, her little face anxious.
Please stop hitting him. My lord, I beg you stop hitting him.
Gu Yuina lifted her fair petite hand.
Buzzed.
And the raindrops floating in the air instantly turned into suspended diamond dust spikes. Her slender fingers pointed forward, and all the diamond dust spikes briskly surged towards Dai Tian, who immediately let out a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered.
Stop this rain and apologize to everyone.
Gu Yuina coldly demanded.
Yes.
Dai Tian nodded frantically. Though his defense was astounding, leaving him unharmed, he immediately stood up to apologize to everyone. The rain swiftly ceased, and the weather turned sunny again. At this moment, Gu Yuina glanced at Ning Fengzhai, snorted coldly, her expression seeming to say, "See, if we soul beasts were to misuse our skills, we'd be strictly disciplined, unlike you humans with your thick faces." Ning Fengzhai indeed looked sheepish. Dai Tian returned to the stage, dejectedly bowed to Lin Yi, and only then did he notice that within a 2-meter radius around Lin Yi, there was no effect of any kind. Whether it was rain, snow, or hail, they neatly formed a circle around him, giving Lin Yi inside an untouchable, holy aura. Upon seeing this, Dai Tian's expression became even more respectful.
Report to the Golden Dragon Lord, the abilities have indeed been verified and are astonishing. I will proceed with the second attack. Ahem.
Lin Yi nodded. When Dai Tian was creating the hailstorm earlier, Lin Yi, with an itching hand, couldn't resist using the advanced weather control he had gained for 1 second. Suddenly, amidst the multitude of tiny diamond dust, a hailstone with a diameter of a foot mixed in, hitting right in front of Gu Yuina. This startled Lin Yi, who immediately withdrew his divine powers while Gu Yuina took out her fury on Dai Tian. Dai Tian used the Dragon God Claw again. Through the reward he had received earlier, he had mastered the use of the 7 elements, and this time he purposefully added the darkness element to his Dragon God Claw. As the attack fell, Lin Yi's aura shook violently, and Dai Tian recondensed the scattered darkness element around his right claw. With a resounding dragon's roar, bolstered by the Dragon God's might, he launched another strike forward. Boom! Damage rebound shattered, but Dai Tian was also shaken back a few steps. The rebounded damage had escalated so quickly that Dai Tian looked shocked, clearly surprised. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 687,498. Remaining health, 899,140,624,748. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, Gourd Seed 1 non-fusible. Host reward, Gourd Seed 1, can be fused into Diamond Gourd Child plus Snake Spirit. Gourd Seed Calabash Brothers. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, so Dai Tian got a gourd seed that would grow 7 Calabash Brothers. Looking at the note, it was indeed so. Diamond Gourd Child was the fusion of the 7 Calabash Brothers, Lin Yi knew this, but system, it's fine to give me a gourd seed, why the crit with a snake spirit? What do I need a snake spirit for? To pry open a durian with the snake spirit's pointed face. Lin Yi was somewhat dumbfounded. Just wondering if those old animation figures would undergo any changes when rendered in Douluo world. After all, the images from memory are overly flat. But it doesn't matter. If anything, I will just have a few more characters to display in the system space, as there's plenty of space. Lin Yi turned to Dai Tian and said,
Damage 687,498. Golden Junior, your reward is a gourd seed.
Just a gourd seed.
Dai Tian was a bit perplexed. But he didn't rush to question it. A golden junior gourd seed certainly must be extraordinary. Lin Yi nodded.
The gourd seed isn't the most direct reward. Plant it, and from the vine will grow gourds of 7 colors. Each gourd will turn into a calabash brother. Each calabash brother will possess a special skill.
Lin Yi said with a smile yet not a smile, as he watched Dai Tian.
The 7 calabash brothers will also see you as family and will be your children, being extremely filial to you.
As Lin Yi said this, in his mind echoed the endearing calls of
Grandpa, Grandpa.
Now though, when thinking back, he inevitably substituted some of the images with ones that were made fun of. Dai Tian was initially happy with the content, but his expression suddenly drooped at the end.
I don't like taking care of children.
Chapter 234 Part 3. Congratulations, during a regular attack, you have played the first gold intermediate great chapter. Lin Yi raised the golden light sphere in his hand and gestured toward him.
The reward is for you. How you deal with it is entirely up to you.
The golden light sphere bounced toward Dai Tian and transformed into a gourd seed that sparkled with 7-colored radiance in midair. Dai Tian, holding the gourd seed and wearing a peculiar expression, walked down from the stands. Seeing Zai Jai and Bai Jai both looking at the gourd seed curiously, Dai Tian suddenly came up with a plan, and with a smile, he handed the gourd seed to Zai Jai.
You've got one of your rewards, why don't you take this as well? This is a gold-level reward.
Zai Jai was somewhat surprised. She couldn't deal nearly 700,000 damage. Therefore, this reward could be said to be extremely precious.
Getting a gold-level reward isn't difficult for us. Later on, both I and our Lord will help you.
Under the watchful eye of Gu Yuina, Dai Tian quickly placed the gourd seed into Zai Jai's palm.
Yes, with the help of our Lord, even Goose Goose can get a gold-level reward, so you can rest assured, Sister Zai Jai.
Bai Jai echoed with a smile from the side. But I don't know how to take care of children either.
Sister Bai Jai, do you like children?
Without hesitation, Bai Jai responded with a smile.
I love them. Then this is for you.
Bai Jai stared blankly at the gourd seed in her own palm, then somewhat helplessly looked toward Gu Yuina. She decisively handed the gourd seed over to Gu Yuina, even though her eyes revealed her fondness.
For our Lord,
Said Gu Yuina softly.
Okay then.
Bai Jai was startled, then happily accepted it. While Goose Goose was innocent, she wasn't at all pretentious. She knew to accept the good things given to her.
Next.
Lin Yi's voice came from the platform. Gu Yuina passed by several people in front of her and stepped onto the stage. The gold sunlight shone from the side, allowing onlookers to see the noble contours and delicate down on her face. Every inch of Gu Yuina's skin seemed like a perfect gift from nature. In this respect, she was not inferior to Snow Emperor. But in terms of facial features, Gu Yuina was much superior to Snow Emperor. Her features were extremely noble and beautiful. Even the curves of their outlines seemed to be meticulously designed. This silver dragon princess was always the most beautiful one at the scene. It's just too bad that her irritable temperament made many overlook this fact. Coming to the stage, Gu Yuina looked at Lin Yi with a cool expression, still upset over the reward Lin Yi had given to Zai Jai earlier. This man, appearing so serious on the surface, must be utterly bad to the core in his heart.
Attack. Okay.
Their conversation was extremely brief. Gu Yuina only had one more chance to attack today. Just as she was about to strike, she was suddenly stunned and asked.
What was my damage last time?
Lin Yi remained silent and glanced sideways at the wooden plaque next to him, which clearly had the record of the highest damage she had set written on it.
710,000.
Gu Yuina murmured, altering her attack method on the spot. She continued to gather the Ice Lotus fire pistol, only this time adding a new element, the wind element. A high-quality Ice Lotus fire pistol can only condense a maximum of 3 lotuses at once, so the combination of 2 elements results in a maximum damage of 710,000. It was time for her to add another element. Whirr! 2 Ice Lotus fire pistols bloomed in the palm of her fair hand. Soon after, a layer of larger green wind leaves slowly unfurled around the exterior of those pearly white petals. These were leaves formed from the green wind element. The 2 flowers looked more complete, and their damage was even higher. Just before releasing them, Gu Yuina's crisp and cold voice suddenly rang out from the stage.
Humans, fall back. Don't blame me for not warning you.
Hearing this from the big shot herself, Thousand Waves and others dared not slack off. He and Bidong immediately directed the Soul Masters to retreat to a safe distance to avoid being accidentally hit by the collateral damage of this attack. Whoosh! 2 complete element flowers drifted towards Lin Yi. The addition of the wind element neither made their flight erratic but rather exceptionally steady and serene. But Lin Yi knew this was the calm before the storm. The 2 element flowers collided with Lin Yi.
Crack!
The inner petals and fire pistol shattered first, blowing up like a scalding steam nuke. As the green wind churned within it, the terrifying force of the wind mixed with the searing steam let out a buzz as it rapidly spread to the surroundings. Of course, the core area was precisely where Lin Yi was located, where a mini tornado had even formed, with the boiling steam rampaging through Lin Yi's body over and over within the tornado as the shield's health dropped like crazy. White and green surged atop the platform. Gu Yuina's graceful figure stood still, unimpeded by the waves of elements. Her slender silhouette and her dancing silver hair even left endless imaginations in the minds of the onlookers. With a
Buzz!
silvery glow suddenly lit up on one side of the platform, the remaining white steam in the air was instantly sucked into a space rift. Gu Yuina lowered her casting hand, and the scene finally cleared up. Lin Yi's calm face uneventfully appeared in everyone's sight. Below 1 million, no matter how high the damage, he seemed to always survive.
How does it feel?
Gu Yuina raised one eyebrow at Lin Yi, revealing a smile, her red lips and white teeth captivating in their curve, but she had no idea how stunning that smile was. Lin Yi spoke emotionlessly.
So.
He looked towards the panel, but he couldn't help responding with a smile. Congratulations, in regular attacks, you've achieved the first golden mid-level damage on sight. Chapter 235, Hey dude, do you want the Black Swan to kiss you again? Big chapter. Golden mid-level damage. The range for golden mid-level damage was between 800,000 and 900,000. Excluding Gu Yuina's special attack that one time, the highest damage in a regular attack had already come out. Blood loss, 801,437. Remaining health, 899,940,823,974. Damage level, gold intermediate. Random reward, complete set of forward battle armor silver dragon Yi Lin. Host reward, complete set of forward battle armor *3, random. Lin Yi silently squinted his eyes into slits. Forward battle armor, silver dragon Yi Lin. Why did he remember that in the third part of Soul Land, the name of the forward battle armor was clearly Silver Dragon Dance Killin? What the hell was this?
Yi Lin!
At the end. System, don't think I don't know that it's Lin Yi backwards that damns my name. Lin Yi didn't quite understand the system's meaning, whether it was the system's sense of humor, or if this set of forward battle armor really was different from the original.
Damage 801,437, gold intermediate, your reward is a complete set of forward battle armor. The battle armor's name is...
A complete set of forward battle armor.
Gu Yuina's beautiful eyes immediately lit up, her tone revealing a hint of subtle anticipation and excitement. While watching others attack, Gu Yuina might have scorned this so-called soul technology on the surface. But after witnessing the battle armor-assisted attack process so many times, she was gradually attracted by this technology. First was the armor's appearance. Bidong's full set of purple two-word battle armor particularly caught her eye with its streamlined casing and the dazzling halo on the body surface, not to mention the wings. Then there was the bonus. Thousand Waves, even with only two forward battle armor parts, could still achieve 100% damage increase on some attacks. Gu Yuina, with somewhat old-fashioned ideas, couldn't help starting to like this high-tech stuff.
Damn, I'm jealous.
Thousand Waves, visibly excited, couldn't help but curse. Even with only two parts of his battle armor, he was still doing well, and now Gu Yuina got the complete set. High damage really did allow one to do whatever they wanted.
All right, then hand over the reward to me.
Sure enough, the Silver Dragon Princess even demanded her reward with a tone of command. Lin Yi snorted internally but decided not to haggle over this with her. But the next moment, Gu Yuina suddenly interjected.
Wait. You just said, what's my forward battle armor called?
Gu Yuina repeated these four words softly, then suddenly furrowed her brows and looked at Lin Yi strangely.
Lin Yi. I understand the first two words, Silver Dragon, have to do with me, but why are the last two words related to you?
Facing her query, Lin Yi replied unfazed.
Because it's the reward I gave out, that's the name. You just decide if you want it or not.
I'll take it.
Gu Yuina, expressing opposite feelings with her words and actions, stretched out her fair little hand. Lin Yi flicked the golden orb of light toward her. The orb landed in the palm of Gu Yuina's hand and suddenly transformed into a layer of silver armor that adhered to her. She watched in amazement as the silver armor gradually spread over her body from her arm, simultaneously producing a very strange sensation. The armor seemed to have its own consciousness, communicating with her skin. After a shimmering moment, click, 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 the silver armor fully adhered to every inch of her skin. As the silver-purple helmet appeared, blending the two colors, the entire set of armor entirely merged into her body. Gu Yuina looked at Lin Yi in surprise.
Why did it suddenly disappear? What you just experienced was the ownership ceremony. Now you can summon it anytime with your thoughts.
Gu Yuina nodded and instinctively called out.
Silver Dragon Yi.
She blushed momentarily, hurriedly correcting herself. Damn, that name. Wouldn't that mean every time she used the armor, the image of that annoying guy Lin Yi would pop up in her mind? Twinkling star-like lights burst forth around Gu Yuina, and the silver armor instantly manifested. The streamlined look was designed for agility, with even a cutout shape at the waist area, revealing a hint of Gu Yuina's subtly beautiful midriff.
Wow.
The wings on the forward battle armor unfolded behind her, instantly dazzling onlookers with a breathtaking scene. Each part of the battle armor seemed to speak for itself with continually twinkling foggy luster, the overall impact definitely exceeding that of a two-word battle armor. Bidong, watching this scene from below, was slightly pursing her red lips, feeling envious. Appearance was actually secondary. What mattered most was the damage bonus. A complete set of forward battle armor was reputed to be equivalent to reaching a demigod level upon wearing it.
Withdraw.
Gu Yuina, floating above the ground, touched down and the armor smoothly receded, merging back into her skin. Gu Yuina showed a pleased smile. She was very satisfied with the reward. It was just that the name of the battle armor included that guy's name, which was quite annoying.
HMPH.
Gu Yuina turned her head and walked towards the stage below.
Not helping Bai Jai attack anymore.
The voice of Lin Yi came from behind. Gu Yuina stopped with an embarrassed expression on her face. Her mind had been so preoccupied with the annoying guy that she had forgotten about that.
Bai Jai, come up. Oh.
Bai Jai immediately came running up with her gourd seed, her expression dim-witted.
Why haven't you put away the gourd seed?
Chapter 235 Part 2. Hey dude, do you want the black swan to kiss you again? Big chapter. Bai Jai shook her head and said earnestly,
There are 7 little lives inside. This will suffocate them.
They haven't even grown yet. How could they suffocate?
Gu Yuina frowned as she took the gourd seed into her own possession. She knew that if she continued to keep the seed on Bai Jai's end, Bai Jai would be distracted by it throughout the entire attack process, which would result in her wandering around with her hand covering the pocket.
Are you sure you want to give it to her? She seems to me like she can't even take care of herself, knows how to fertilize and water. Aren't you afraid she will kill those 7 Calabash brothers?
Lin Yi asked Gu Yuina with an impassive face. Bai Jai felt somewhat wronged and lowered her head. She knew that she was much dumber than others.
How we allocate our rewards is none of your business now.
Gu Yuina gave Lin Yi a disdainful glance and then comforted Bai Jai.
Don't listen to him, I believe in you. Get ready for the attack.
Okay.
Bai Jai immediately nodded, taking a cautious glance at Lin Yi before quietly standing behind Gu Yuina. After being reprimanded by Lin Yi, Bai Jai became scared of him again. Just to remind you, your last combined attack damage was 587,964.
With a base damage of 580,000, can't I play around as much as I want?
Gu Yuina revealed a confident smile. She raised her fair little hand, and 2 ice lotus fire pistols spun into the air. At that moment, a jade-colored light enveloped them, and Gu Yuina turned her head to see Bai Jai smiling at her from behind. Enhanced by the jade light, the 2 ice lotus fire pistols flew towards Lin Yi.
Bang!
Scalding steam exploded and spread towards Gu Yuina's side. Of course, the rebound of damage wasn't the main event. After the attack, the surge of damage rebound roared through the superheated steam in the air, assailing Gu Yuina's side. But after a silver radiance diffused, the damage rebound disappeared without a trace. No matter how formidable the damage rebound, it was always futile against space elements. Damage rebound so powerless.
The Lord is amazing.
Listening to Bai Jai's praise, Gu Yuina placed her delicate hands on her hips, showing a confident smile. Though Silly Goose was clumsy, she wasn't stingy with compliments. Lin Yi looked towards the panel. Blood loss, 627,894. Remaining health, 899,940,193,764. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, 1% of the life goddess's divine power, permanently obtained. Host reward, 100% of the life goddess's divine power, time limited to 1 month. The life goddess, one of the 5 supreme gods of the divine realm.
Damage 627,894. Golden Junior. The reward is 1% of the life goddess's divine power attached, obtained permanently.
The divine power of the life goddess.
Gu Yuina was somewhat surprised. She knew that this was a supreme god, and even if this goddess wasn't known for any impressive offensive skills, she was still a supreme god. Any supreme god is very powerful. Even 1% is strong. Bai Jai stood next to Gu Yuina with a puzzled face. Lin Yi picked up the golden light sphere and said,
This 1% of divine power won't bring you the skills of the life goddess, but it will permanently enhance all of your own skills by 50% of their original foundation, and will also grant you a layer of the life goddess's aura boost.
Speaking of which, the abilities of the life goddess actually match quite well with your inherent emerald swan abilities.
Bai Jai pursed her lips, nodding with every sentence Lin Yi said, and as soon as he finished, she immediately knelt down, performing a kowtow of thanks.
Thank you, Golden Dragon Lord.
She knelt so quickly that Gu Yuina couldn't even stop her, so she let Bai Jai be. Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere onto Bai Jai. After merging with the reward, Bai Jai got up from kneeling, and a small golden life ancient tree pattern appeared on her fair forehead. At the same time, a green halo lingered around her body, just like the dragon spirit of Dai Tian's dragon god claw. Now the aura of the life goddess also emanated from Bai Jai. Gu Yuina felt it most clearly. Standing next to Bai Jai, everything around seemed to have become more vibrant, and the air also seemed fresher. Such a Bai Jai really makes one want to hug her, and probably many little animals feel the same way.
Look behind you.
Bai Jai turned around in confusion, and instead of feeling afraid at the sight of the ants, she smiled and touched the ground with her pale fingertips. The ants crawled up her fingers and into her palm, circling around gently and eagerly. Little animals are like that, always wanting to cuddle with anyone or anything that has a strong life force.
Do you guys like me?
Crouched on the ground, Baijai happily talked to the ants, though sadly, the ants couldn't respond. At this moment, Gu Yuina turned to Lin Yi and asked.
Can the aura of the life goddess be hidden normally?
Lin Yi nodded.
Yes, she can control it as she wishes. Hide your aura, Bai Jai. Oh!
Baijai didn't ask why and obediently did as told. As the aura disappeared, the ants in her palm lined up and crawled back down. Baijai waved goodbye to them with a smile. Gu Yuina then looked up at the sky, seemingly deep in thought.
Second attack. Begin!
During the attack, the aura of the life goddess on Baijai uncontrollably spread outwards. Gu Yuina hadn't even used her skill when she immediately felt a strong boost coming from Baijai's side. Given that, she didn't change the element setup and continued to use the same attack as before. Red and white bursts of color exploded on the platform, and the steam again erupted around Lin Yi. Damage rebound roared like a wild beast charging at them. However, Gu Yuina simply waved her hand, opening a rift in space and absorbing all the damage rebound, leaving no residue behind.
My lord is so amazing.
Bai Jai clapped her hands quickly, giving Gu Yuina the gaze of an adoring fan.
Humph, that's nothing.
Gu Yuina also laughed, reaching out to pinch Bai Jai's soft cheek, enjoying the feel. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly wanted to cuddle with Po Sissy, missing her after not seeing her for half a day. He too wanted to pinch soft spots on a girl's body. Focus, look at the damage. Health dropped, 684,768. Remaining health, 899,939,517,463. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, 1% of the Destruction God's divine power, permanently obtained. Host reward, 100% of the Destruction God's divine power, 1 month duration. Lin Yi was shocked. This kind of luck could be said to be against the heavens. 2 attacks, and both times he obtained a part of a supreme god's divine power. Today's silly goose was insanely lucky. But giving the powers of the destruction god to Bai Jai didn't seem quite right.
Damage 684,768. Golden Jr. Your reward for this attack is 1% of the destruction god's divine power in a permanent possession.
Exactly as expected. The scene exploded. Gu Yuina was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Another supreme god. There are only 5 supreme gods in the divine realm, and the powers of 2 of them were now focused on Bai Jai alone.
But isn't the power of destruction not suitable for me?
Bai Jai frowned slightly and asked cautiously. Lin Yi nodded.
The ability of the destruction god naturally doesn't suit you, but it suits your second form, the Black Swan, whose power is of the destruction attribute. There's no doubt about that.
But at this moment, Gu Yuina couldn't help but step forward and ask angrily.
Do you want that Black Swan lady to come out and kiss you again?
Lin Yi. Chapter 236. Screen first kiss Little Sugar, calm down. Lin Yi looked at her quizzically.
The Black Swan's ability is inherently that of the destruction attribute, and this reward is the divine power of the destruction god. Can't you see how well suited these two are?
Gu Yuina said anxiously.
But every time she comes out, she tries to kiss you.
Do you have a problem with that?
Lin Yi challenged her. Taken aback, Gu Yuina turned her head away in annoyance.
None of your damn business.
Lin Yi. Could it be that Gu Yuina likes me? Why such a big reaction? Lin Yi was somewhat baffled. There was no reason for her to like him. With his half-dead attitude, she should hate him, right? But Gu Yuina did have a point. The Black Swan trying to kiss him every time she appeared was indeed quite peculiar, considering they had barely met a few times, yet she insisted on using her mouth as a greeting.
I don't want the reward.
Wait a second.
Gu Yuina walked over and poked Bai Jai's head with her slender finger.
You fool, I was just.
Bai Jai tilted her head, looking at her.
Of course you should.
Gu Yuina flicked on Bai Jai's forehead, as if flipping the switch to activate her second form. Bai Jai took a step back, her emerald green dress rapidly changing into a pitch-black color. The moment the black swan appeared, Bai Jai's entire demeanor changed instantly.
Being able to come out once a day, the black swan is already very satisfied. Thank you, my lord, for making this happen, Tilda.
Black Swan bowed respectfully to Gu Yuina with a voice soft and seductive, melting into the bones of men.
Now that you're out, behave yourself. You're not representing yourself, but Bai Jai. Regulate your behavior properly and don't just kiss anyone.
Gu Yuina glanced at Lin Yi as she spoke.
Since my lord has commanded, the black swan will certainly comply. Even if the golden dragon lord threatens me to kiss him, I would rather die than submit, Tilda.
Black Swan's smile revealed a tinge of grievance. Lin Yi.
Don't you think the black swan is more obedient and sensible than Bai Jai? She seems very gentle too.
Dai Tian said to Zai Jai with a giggly smile. He quite liked this form of Bai Jai. Zai Jai shook her head.
That's too insincere.
Dai Tian. Gu Yuina watched the woman before her with a calm expression, finding it hard to pick any faults with the black swan. There was respect when it was needed, obedience when it was called for, though it's not certain if the woman was really that compliant. Thus, the black swan gave off a vibe of deception, reflecting carefully crafted lies rather than the truth in her words.
Go integrate the reward. Yes.
Black Swan moved gracefully toward Lin Yi, a faint smile always playing on her lips, her eyes twinkling with an indelible mischief.
Golden Dragon Lord, would you please pass on the reward to me, Tilda?
Black Swan requested respectfully. Lin Yi nodded and flicked the golden orb of light toward her. After integrating the reward, the smile on Black Swan's face faded. She closed her eyes, and a purple aura enveloped her whole being.
The effect brought by 1% of the destruction god's divine power is the same as that of the life goddess, so I won't elaborate further.
Black Swan did not respond to Lin Yi, but instead earnestly felt the changes within her. The purple glow flickered on her body for a moment before completely blending into her flesh. Black Swan opened her eyes, her pupils suffused with a hint of purple. She raised her pale hand, her fingertips glowing with a pitch-black lightning orb, crackling powerfully as if full of destructive force. Moreover, the space around her body began to distort, seemingly unable to withstand the aura of destruction emanating from her. At that moment, even Gu Yuina felt a slight sting on her skin. Even as the Silver Dragon King, the divine power of the Supreme God was an overwhelming force for her, despite being only 1%. Just as Gu Yuina was about to remind her, Black Swan guessed her intention and said with a smile.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll hide the aura of the destruction god on a normal basis.
Gu Yuina nodded in slight surprise. Black Swan smiled. The next moment, she suddenly exclaimed.
Oh my god.
She looked anxiously at Lin Yi, a tense expression appearing on her pale face.
Golden Dragon Lord, why do I feel like there's something wrong with my body after integrating the reward?
Lin Yi looked at her curiously.
What's the problem?
Black Swan trotted over with a serious look, pointing at her chest.
I suddenly.
Lin Yi was puzzled.
Isn't your heart in your own chest?
My heart is with you, Tilda.
Chapter 236, Part 2. Screen first, kiss little sugar, calm down. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he looked at her. The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly became tense. Gu Yuina was stunned and failed to react. Black Swan curled her lips in triumph. Leaning her upper body toward Lin Yi, she rapidly pressed a kiss onto his lips. The moment the kiss landed, the Black Swan's jet-black skirt faded like a retreating tide, turning back to green. Black Swan transformed back into Bai Jai. Bai Jai kissed Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi was also taken aback as he stared intently and closely into Bai Jai's eyes. The softness and sweetness of her lips momentarily dazed him, and that feeling of floating among the clouds appeared again. It was very comfortable.
Ah,
Bai Jai scrambled backward in fear, falling onto her seat. When she recovered, she immediately performed a bowing ritual to Lin Yi.
sorry, 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 sorry.
Lin Yi was bewildered at that moment. It was then that Gu Yuina came over, helping Bai Jai to her feet, but her expression suddenly became puzzled. This silly goose had actually been scared to tears. Bai Jai said through tears, glancing timidly at Lin Yi before quickly moving to Gu Yuina's side and curling up next to her. She was afraid that Lin Yi would punish her. Such spontaneous kissing surely must be annoying. Lin Yi might even kill her in anger. But Lin Yi said unexpectedly,
All right, I won't hold it against you. The black swan was a reward I gave away, and it's my oversight if her character is such.
Bai Jai heard this and quickly wiped her tears, kneeling again.
Thank you, Golden Dragon Lord, for sparing my life.
Lin Yi was amused by her.
Heh, why should I kill you? Get up, it's all right, I don't mind that.
Bai Jai stood up and bowed to Gu Yuina. Then with her head down, she ran off the stage, her face a mix of shame and fear. After she ran down, she quickly opened her arms and hugged Zai Jai, burying her head in Zai Jai's bosom.
It's okay, sister.
On the stage, Gu Yuina took a deep breath. She gave Lin Yi a complex look.
Happy now. So.
I hope you die soon.
Thank you.
You humph.
Gu Yuina walked away, her liver aching with anger, gritting her teeth and holding her stomach. Today, Lin Yi intentionally controlled the speed of his attack and found that at this time of day, they were making much faster progress. After all, it would have already been dark at this time in the previous days. He looked toward Jing Hongchen and asked,
How about you? Who are the 4 attackers you've chosen to go first on your side?
The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor sisters peeked over, feeling somewhat frustrated. It wasn't their turn yet, and to their surprise, there was another group of people ahead of them.
So slow, so slow, so slow.
The impatient Ice Emperor jumped on the spot, her lowly figure lacking any curves, and when she bounced, that area didn't even jiggle.
Quiet down and wait a bit, they'll get to us next round. Don't just talk about you, even I'm getting a little impatient.
Said Snow Emperor, touching her forehead.
Sister, do you think Lin Yi likes being kissed by pretty girls? If somebody of the opposite sex kissed me, I'd definitely pluck their head off, but Lin Yi doesn't seem to care at all. Why don't you try kissing him when we go up later? You're so pretty, sister. Maybe he'll give each of us one extra attacking chance.
Ice Emperor spoke casually and heartlessly. Snow Emperor blushed at the words and quickly covered Ice Emperor's mouth.
What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up.
Lin Yi, with his strong spiritual power, could not possibly have missed those words. He coughed twice and said helplessly,
Don't engage in baseless gossip. Everyone only has 2 chances to win a prize each day.
Hearing this, the Snow Emperor's pretty face turned even redder, and she almost smothered the little scorpion Ice Emperor into suffocation, flailing her limbs.
Telling you to spout nonsense. Telling you to spout nonsense.
Woo woo woo.
In response to Senior Lin Yi, the 4 representatives chosen from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy are myself, along with the other 3 students who are widely acknowledged as outstanding within the academy.
Jing Hongchen was the first to stand up respectfully, followed by the 3 students he referred to. Lin Yi looked over at them. These 3 students were exactly as he had predicted. His 2 grandsons Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, and a girl named Ju Zai, Orange.
All right, you 4 decide the order you'll go on stage yourselves.
However, Jing Hongchen's next response caught him by surprise.
May I ask, Senior? I saw that the previous attacks were carried out in pairs, so I'd like to inquire.
As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. A 4-person team attack. This was unprecedented. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually nodded in agreement.
Yes, that's great.
Jing Hongchen was overjoyed, and so were the 3 students. Seeing the intensity of the damage inflicted by these seniors, Jing Hongchen really panicked. Their soul power was built up from various elixirs, so soul skills were not of much use. They could only place their hopes in soul tools. But after what happened yesterday, Jing Hongchen realized that the damage of their soul tools was negligible here. If quality was not enough, then they had to resort to quantity. Unlike these seniors, they could only stay here for a month, so within this limited time, they had to obtain the best rewards with the most extreme damage possible. Otherwise, the trip wouldn't be worth it. Bai Jai stood up and bowed to Gu Yuina, then with her head down, she ran off the stage, her face a mix of shame and fear. After she ran down, she quickly opened her arms and hugged Zai Jai, burying her head in Zai Jai's bosom. "It's okay, sister."
Senior Lin Yi, we will start with Zio Hongchen's first attack. Ahem.
At the command, 3 barrels heated up and turned red as the central magic array lit up with a blinding white light. Soul power flowed into it, and with a
Boom!
3 cannon shots simultaneously hit Lin Yi. It seemed that their first attack consisted of 3 cannon shots, while the second would consist of 4, aiming to increase the damage inflicted. Lin Yi immediately discerned the intentions of the Royal Academy. Right, how would they handle damage rebound? Damage rebound had special characteristics, and Lin Yi didn't think these soul guidance devices could withstand the impact of damage rebound with their defense. Just then, the linked soul guidance cannon platform buzzed again, and when soul power was infused and the magic array's light came alive, Jing Hongchen pressed a switch and a semi-transparent light blue protective shield enveloped the cannon platform. Meanwhile, the 4 barrels heated up and turned red as they all simultaneously fired at the damage rebound.
Bang!
The damage rebound was successfully shattered, and the protective shield that covered the cannon platform successfully blocked the aftershocks of damage rebound.
Yay, we did it.
Chapter 237, Meng Hongchen, Senior Lin Yi actually likes me, that's why he secretly investigated me, big chapter. Blood loss 300,000. Remaining blood 899,939,214,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward Mark V. Host reward Mark V asterisk 3. Mark V.
Damage 300,000.
Only then did Lin Yi notice that the damage dealt by these 3 cannons was set so neatly. A solid 100,000 damage per shot. It turned out that Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy did not just replicate the silver moonlight shield last night, but also studied the blood loss mechanism of Lin Yi's shield, and even managed to create this cleanly damaging cannon overnight.
It's really 300,000. Xuan Ziwen, you little guy got something right.
Hearing the damage Lin Yi mentioned, Jing Hongchen turned and shouted smilingly at a soul engineer teacher in the academy. Xuan Ziwen adjusted his glasses and humbly replied,
It's nothing much, just used yesterday's soul tool damage data to calculate it. I just happen to like observing and compiling statistics.
Lin Yi curiously asked.
You specifically researched my blood loss mechanism.
Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen respectfully answered.
To Lin Yi the Elder, it was a teacher in the academy who used yesterday's soul tool damage to deduce it, and then we worked overnight to produce this neatly damaging linked cannon.
This cannon with a damage of 100,000 per shot is already close to a level 10 soul tool, and it can only be used about 10 times before it's scrapped. We nearly exhausted all our available resources in the academy last night to make these 4 units.
Lin Yi nodded indeed. 100,000 damage was equivalent to the damage inflicted by the normal use of the first soul skill by Thousand Waves, who possesses a divine spirit and is an ultimate Douluo. That they were able to research and produce 4 such advanced soul tools overnight was already quite impressive. Lin Yi looked at Xuan Ziwen. He remembered this person as well. In the latter period of Soul Land II, it seemed he had been lured to the Tang sect by Hu Yuhao and helped the sect in soul tool production. Damage 300,000, red intermediate level, reward Mark V.
Mark V.
Zio Hongchen asked with a concerned expression, as it was his reward after all. Lin Yi nodded and tossed the red light orb in his hand to the ground, where it turned into a red and white briefcase. Indeed, it was that version from the memories. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. The Mark V first appeared in Iron Man 2, designed as a portable model with thinner armor, capable of folding into a briefcase, and not requiring robotic assistance for donning. It matched the fact that it was being given out as a reward. If it had been the Mark III, you'd need robots to help you with parts and screws, which Lin Yi couldn't provide, neither the fitting area nor the robots.
Just a briefcase.
Xiao Hongchen hopped off the cannon and came up to the briefcase to inspect it.
This suit of armor comes with capabilities such as attack, surveillance, strength enhancement, smart butler analysis, supersonic flight, and more. However, this particular armor is the thin version, so its defense is somewhat weak and its types of attack are relatively limited.
Xiao Hongchen looked surprised.
So many abilities. Then, is it stronger than the two-word battle armor?
Not exactly, it's mainly about the model. This is the Mark V. In terms of quick donning, defense, aesthetic, and attack capabilities, it can't compare with the two-word battle armor. However, in other respects, it will definitely provide you with an extremely novel experience.
Just the armor's smart analysis butler, Jarvis, was far beyond what two-word battle armor could compete with. Having Jarvis assist in sole tool production might just completely outperform these academy teachers. It seems the reward level isn't high enough, only the Mark V can be drawn. If it were a later model, one with nanotechnology, that would be amazing. After watching so many movies, Lin Yi still doesn't know exactly how many attack methods and special abilities are contained in an Iron Man suit. It even has the function of purifying urine.
Elder Lin Yi.
Looking at the briefcase-shaped armor, Xiao Hongchen asked somewhat awkwardly.
Put your hand on it, and you will receive instructions for donning and usage in your mind. Okay, will do.
Xiao Hongchen immediately did so, crouching down and touching the retractable metal surface of the briefcase. In that instant, information about the Iron Man armor flooded into his mind. Xiao Hongchen's expression immediately changed.
Indeed, it feels different from Soul technology.
He grinned at Lin Yi in fascination and then set his foot onto the briefcase, with a flurry of motion.
What?
Chapter 237 Part 2, Meng Hongchen, Senior Lin Yi actually likes me, that's why he secretly investigated me. Big chapter. Xiao Hongchen bent down, his arms grabbed the mechanical device, and he hugged the entire briefcase to his chest as his arms spread apart, with the battle armor's metallic parts attaching one by one to his arms. A buzzing sound emanated continuously, the palm pulse cannons lit up with white light, the chest armor fitted itself in place, and the chest pulse cannon also lit up. Once his entire suit of battle armor was worn, the metal face mask descended from Xiao Hongchen's head, and the eyes on the mask shone with white light. Everyone was stunned. Accustomed to the scene of two-word battle armor instantly appearing from beneath the skin, it was their first time witnessing semi-automatic armor being worn, and the whole process was a novel experience both visually and orally.
Good evening, sir. I am Jarvis, and I will be guiding you through the Mark V armor experience. Who is speaking?
Xiao Hongchen exclaimed in surprise inside the battle armor. Although he knew how to use it, the moment Jarvis spoke, he couldn't help but voice his amazement.
Respected Mr. Xiao Hongchen, since it's your first time wearing the Mark V armor, why not have a free supersonic flying experience first? Oh!
Xiao Hongchen was taken aback. The battle armor's legs rapidly fitted together, palms parallel to the ground, pulse cannons firing, dust flying, and in an instant, Xiao Hongchen soared to the sky.
Whoosh!
This was much faster than the two-word battle armor's winged flight. Jing Hongchen stared upward, dumbfounded.
Hey, he's gone. There's a second attack coming, you sneaky kid.
Jing Hongchen jumped out of the cannon tower and yelled up to the sky. But Xiao Hongchen had already disappeared from view, leaving only two long white trails behind. Lin Yi lowered his gaze and said,
Everyone else, continue the attack.
Meng Hongchen raised her hand high and said with a smile. She had been very interested in Lin Yi since yesterday, but Lin Yi always seemed cold, giving off an approachable vibe. In the academy, Meng Hongchen, with her sweet image, had a group of young admirers. This was the first time she felt a sense of defeat with Lin Yi, and what's more, he was someone of unremarkable appearance. It was the first time Meng Hongchen found herself interested in someone of unremarkable appearance, yet also the time she received the least response, no, almost no response at all. Lin Yi nodded and said,
All right, begin your attack.
the linked cannon turret now only had 3 controlled barrel mouths left, but the damage from 3 cannonballs was enough to serve as data for Meng Hongchen's first attack. Soul power was infused, the barrels glowed red and hot, the central array emitted light. Boom! 3 cannonballs fired at once. After the attack, Jing Hongchen repeated the previous operation as usual. A pale blue soul barrier lit up, and the cannon turret started another round of attack. The damage rebound shattered, but this time the impact on the barrier was stronger, causing the barrier to flicker momentarily, flickering on and off. As after all, the damage rebound cannonballs had been reduced from 4 to 3, weakening the countering force considerably. Jing Hongchen, somewhat worried, shouted backwards,
Xuan Ziwen, come up here temporarily to take Xiao Hongchen's place. Yes, headmaster.
Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss 300,000. Remaining health 899,938,914,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward octagon frozen grass plus fiery apricot jiao sashuo, both 10,000 years. Host reward octagon frozen grass *3 plus fiery apricot jiao sashuo *3, both 10,000 years. The rewards for a newcomer's attack are usually based on something, but Meng Hongchen's rewards were neither soul technology nor blue planet technology, but 2 types of immortal herbs that appear around the ice-sphere polarized eyes, so.
You caused 30,000 damage, red intermediate level. Your reward is 2 10,000-year-old immortal herbs, the octagon frozen grass and the fiery apricot jiao sashuo.
10,000-year-old immortal herbs.
As the granddaughter of the headmaster, Meng Hongchen had consumed many immortal herb medicines, but she hadn't heard much about these 2 types. Wait, Meng Hongchen suddenly remembered she had perused relevant texts. Weren't these 2 widely renowned immortal herbs that had gone extinct 10,000 years ago?
Grandpa, I remember these immortal herbs. They're really famous. Great-grandpa even circled them in the book.
Meng Hongchen said happily to Jing Hongchen.
Ahem, in front of outsiders, address me as the dean. Okay, grandpa.
Jing Hongchen. Lin Yi flicked the red light orb in his hand toward Meng Hongchen, and the orb turned into 2 immortal herbs, 1 blue and 1 red, floating in front of Meng Hongchen. To my knowledge, the Zhu Qing Bing Chan is a soul beast that lives on the periphery of the far northern lands, with extremely few in number, elusive, and exceedingly rare.
That's right. I actually went to catch one for fun last time. It's a pity I played it to death.
The Ice Emperor suddenly chimed in with a laugh, but was promptly muffled by the Snow Emperor's hand. The Snow Emperor smiled awkwardly.
Please carry on, carry on.
This Scorpio is asking for a social death. Why did she have to butt in? The Snow Emperor decisively shut her own mouth. Meng Hongchen's eyes trembled. Lin Yi continued.
Although the Zhu Qing Bing Chan is an ice attribute soul beast, its pair of eyes are fire attribute, so it relies on the cold poison generated by the alternating ice and fire attributes to protect itself. The same principle applies to your martial soul skill, so these 2 millennium immortal herbs will be very beneficial to your martial soul. How do you know my martial soul is the Zhu Qing Bing Chan? I haven't used my martial soul since yesterday.
Meng Hongchen said, puzzled. Lin Yi was stunned. How did I know? Of course, I knew from reading the original story.
Meng Hongchen, address your elders properly. No you.
Jing Hongchen said sternly. Meng Hongchen pursed her lips, her beautiful water blue eyes turned to Lin Yi again, and she couldn't help but mutter.
The senior has never seen me yet knows my soul skill, and understands the Zhu Qing Bing Chan's attributes so well. Could it be?
Meng Hongchen suddenly looked up, her silver ponytail trembling.
Senior Lin Yi likes me. That's why he secretly investigated my identity last night.
Lin Yi. Juzai Orange on the side couldn't help but smile.
Smack! Ow!
Jing Hongchen immediately knocked on the top of Meng Hongchen's head.
Silly girl, who wouldn't like you? Senior Lin Yi is a godlike figure. Is it so strange that he knows your martial soul?
Thankful for the voice of reason, Lin Yi silently thanked Jing Hongchen in his heart. Meng Hongchen covered her head, pouted her lips, and rolled her eyes at her grandfather. Lin Yi acted as if he hadn't heard and continued.
You can consume these 2 millennium immortal herbs right now. Others wouldn't dare to consume them so carelessly for fear of burning or freezing to death, but these 2 won't harm you.
As a reward sent by the system, any side effects must have been avoided, and still, as a product of the system, the effects are bound to be powerful.
Why is it safe for me alone to eat these? Does Senior Lin Yi only treat me well? If so, thank you, Senior, for your favor.
Lin Yi flicked the red light orb in his hand toward Meng Hongchen, and the orb turned into 2 immortal herbs, one blue and one red, floating in front of Meng Hongchen. To my knowledge, the Zhu Qing Bing Chan is a soul beast that lives on the periphery of the far northern lands, with extremely few in number, elusive, and exceedingly rare. That's right, I actually went to catch one for fun last time. It's a pity I played it to death. The Ice Emperor suddenly chimed in with a laugh, but was promptly muffled by the Snow Emperor's hand. The Snow Emperor smiled awkwardly. Please carry on, carry on.
Smack!
Ow! Jing Hongchen immediately knocked on the top of Meng Hongchen's head. Silly girl, who wouldn't like you? Senior Lin Yi is a godlike figure. Is it so strange that he knows your martial soul? Thankful for the voice of reason, Lin Yi silently thanked Jing Hongchen in his heart. Meng Hongchen covered her head, pouted her lips, and rolled her eyes at her grandfather. Lin Yi acted as if he hadn't heard and continued. You can consume these 2 millennium immortal herbs right now. Others wouldn't dare to consume them so carelessly for fear of burning or freezing to death, but these 2 won't harm you. As a reward sent by the system, any side effects must have been avoided, and still, as a product of the system, the effects are bound to be powerful. Why is it safe for me alone to eat these? Does Senior Lin Yi only treat me well? If so, thank you, Senior, for your favor. Meng Hongchen said seriously. Lin Yi.
Ouch.
Meng Hongchen cringed, closing her eyes in pain.
Hurry up and eat, stop the noise, so much talk for just eating an immortal herb.
Jing Hongchen directly stuffed the 2 immortal herbs floating in midair into his granddaughter's mouth.
Grandpa, you old bachelor.
Chapter 238, Female Fans Gift Wall, full of tokens of affection. A big chapter. Meng Hongchen chewed on the 2 immortal herbs for a while before swallowing them. The moment she did, her body suddenly became alternately hot and cold, but both temperatures were within a bearable range. Of course, if these weren't rewards from the system, and instead found around the icefire polarized eyes, eating them rashly would definitely lead to death. Meng Hongchen started to sit cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes. Jing Hongchen watched from the side, not daring to step forward and disturb her. Gradually, red and blue halos began to flicker alternately on Meng Hongchen's body, followed closely by a peculiar croaking sound. Just as Jing Hongchen thought of approaching his granddaughter, a frosty blue toad materialized behind her, but the toad's eyes were red. Its body was as cold as ice, and yet its eyes were as fiery hot as flames. Ruby-eyed frost toad. At this moment, red and blue lights continuously surged towards the frost toad's phantom from Meng Hongchen's body. However, the phantom of the frost toad didn't become more substantial, but rather, its blue and red colors became more solid and its patterns clearer. Lin Yi knew that these 2 immortal herbs not only replenished the emptiness in Meng Hongchen caused by the use of medicinal pills in her cultivation, but also enhanced the ruby-eyed frost toad's ability to condense its poisonous cold. Sounds of something shattering emanated from Meng Hongchen's body as she opened her eyes, shock in her gaze.
My soul power has also increased by 3 levels.
Really?
Jing Hongchen, seeing that his granddaughter had finished merging, walked up to her, feeling reassured.
Yes, grandfather, it's true.
Meng Hongchen nodded with a smile. She thought for a moment and then swiftly got up, leaping lightly over the linked soul guidance cannon platform and running towards Lin Yi.
The senior has been so kind to me. I want to give Lin Yi Senior a gift too.
Lin Yi looked at her calmly.
No need, these are what you gained through injury. We're all exchanging fairly through injury, no one is special.
Meng Hongchen frowned upon hearing this.
Is Lin Yi Senior a straight man? When a pretty girl gives you a gift, you should graciously accept it. Otherwise, you'll surely never find a wife.
Lin Yi. Damn it, Meng Hongchen, are you cursing me? No other woman has this many issues. Why are you so troublesome?
Then you can give it.
Lin Yi still opted to compromise, too lazy to listen to her ongoing complaints. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongchen giggled, taking out a beautiful amethyst pendant from her person.
Wow, it's an amethyst pendant. Sister Meng said that she would give it to the man she fancies in the future.
An exclamation immediately came from the students of the Royal Academy. Listening to this, Lin Yi's extended hand stiffened midair, but Meng Hongchen proactively stepped forward, draping the pendant around Lin Yi's neck. She carried the unique fragrance of a young girl on her. Indeed, at the age of 15 or 16, even the scent of hormones can overpower the smell of the body. And Jing Hongchen, who usually thought Meng Hongchen was acting rashly, surprisingly, did not stop his granddaughter's actions but instead chuckled secretly at the side. This scene was just captured by Juzai Orange. This future empress with meticulous thoughts glanced in Lin Yi's direction, seemingly lost in thought as well. Bai Bidong couldn't stand it anymore, and her beautiful eyes narrowed at the spectacle.
Why does she get to give gifts and not me?
She raised her slender hand to search her person, but realized she had nothing suitable to give as a gift on her.
Yue Guan, give me your elder's token. Ah, what does your majesty intend to?
Chrysanthemum Douluo nervously handed over his elder's token. With the elder's token in hand, Bai Bidong glanced at the pendant around Lin Yi's neck, her lips curving into a light smile as an idea came to her. Placing the token upright, Bai Bidong swiftly poked a hole in the metal token with her delicate index finger, causing Chrysanthemum Douluo to wince. Damn such strong finger strength. Bai Bidong then reached behind her head and took off the purple hair tie she used to tie her hair, letting her hair cascade down like a waterfall, making her look breathtakingly beautiful at that moment. She threaded the hair tie through the hole at the top of the token, creating a
Spirit Hall Elder's token pendant.
Bai Bidong looked at it satisfied and was about to approach him when Cayenne Rengsu suddenly nudged her from behind.
Please give this to the senior for me.
Cayenne Rengsu whispered, showing a gold chain in her pale palm. Each part forming the necklace was a golden feather. It was a birthday gift from Thousand Waves to Cayenne Rengsu when she was 3 years old. Bai Bidong looked at her, hesitated for a moment and took the necklace. Cayenne Rengsu blushed and immediately withdrew her hand.
Senior, if descendants from 10,000 years later can give you gifts, and I have received so much grace from you.
Bai Bidong said earnestly. In fact, she had given Lin Yi many things in silence, but Meng Hongchen's gesture made Bai Bidong feel the need to give Lin Yi something memorable in front of him. An elder's token by the Pope of the Spirit Hall tied by a hair tie should leave a lasting impression on Lin Yi, right? It should, right? Lin Yi, seeing Bai Bidong's determined face, felt somewhat helpless. His principle was to never accept even a needle or thread from the masses, which put him in a tough spot.
If Senior doesn't agree, then I will not allow the members of Martial Soul Hall to attack.
Chapter 238 Part 2 Female Fan Gift Wall Full of Tokens of Love, a Big Chapter.
Fine, let it be a gift then, but…
Lin Yi said, his gaze fixed intently on the crowd below, eager to give their presents. Wow, so many people really are just waiting for my agreement.
I only allow females to give gifts. No need for the men.
Lin Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, fearing the men might bring some odd items, and moreover, there were fewer women present, so it wouldn't take too long. That's so cold. When will men ever stand up? Ning Fengjai's face grew cold. He had almost stuck his head into a storage device to pick out a gift for Senior Lin Yi. At this moment, Bai Bidong came forward eagerly, intending to place the Pope's command around Lin Yi's neck.
I can put it on myself. No, you can't.
Bai Bidong frowned, pulled back her hand, and wouldn't let Lin Yi touch it.
All right then.
Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. Bai Bidong then smiled and put the Pope's command around Lin Yi's neck, her hairband brushing against his nose and leaving a trace of fragrance.
Sorry, I couldn't find a string, so I used my hairband temporarily. I hope the senior won't mind.
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he looked down at the fragrant purple cord and said sincerely,
Thank you, I really like it.
"Wow, she's good at this." Bai Bidong was equally stunned. The alluring woman's face flushed with color as she quickly handed a golden necklace to Lin Yi, saying,
It's from Prince Zhu Kenghai.
After speaking, Bai Bidong hurriedly walked back. Lin Yi said he likes it. Bai Bidong was overjoyed indeed, taking the initiative as key. By now, Lin Yi turned to look at Cayenne Rengsu, who blushed and averted her gaze. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi chuckled to himself and also put the necklace around his neck. Seeing this, Cayenne Rengsu became excited and smiled with delight. She playfully punched Thousand Waves several times by her side, like a young girl in love.
Hee, this overflowing youthful aura is enough to choke an old man.
Thousand Waves twisted his mouth in an amused expression. As one woman after another went on stage to give gifts, Gu Yuina bit her finger anxiously. Suddenly, she looked at Bai Jai with a strange expression.
Goose Goose doesn't have a gift for your golden dragon lord.
Bai Jai shook her head.
Goose Goose has nothing to give.
Dai Tian looked at Gu Yuina.
The Lord doesn't have something to give.
No.
Gu Yuina's gaze darted away, answering very swiftly. Dai Tian laughed.
If you really have nothing, you could always give Bai Jai to the Golden Dragon Lord, hee.
Bai Jai's face turned red in an instant, and she frowned at Dai Tian, flailing her arms and stomping her foot. Dai Tian. Screams like Dai Tian being butchered echoed from Aquapea Forest shortly after. Lin Yi looked over and saw Gu Yuina beating up Dai Tian again. Bai Jai unusually turned her back, pouting sulkily, not speaking up for Dai Tian. Lin Yi looked at the numerous small gifts on him, genuinely surprised that there were so many women present who felt grateful towards him. The females of Aquapea Forest showed no such gesture, and the Ice and Snow Emperors also did nothing, as they hadn't made any moves yet. Only the female soul masters from Soul City seemed overtly, warmly affectionate towards Lin Yi.
We have to attack soon. I'll keep the gifts to prevent any damage.
Lin Yi's body flashed blue, and he put everything around his neck and in his hands into the system space. He also carved out a separate area named
Female Fans Gift Wall.
I hope the senior will categorize the gifts. After all, the thought behind each gift is different.
Bai Bidong suddenly reminded him with a serious expression. Lin Yi nodded at her, and Bai Bidong responded with a polite smile. He placed the elder token, given by Bai Bidong, at the very top of the gift wall.
Yes, the sentiment behind each gift is indeed different.
Cayenne Rengsu added with a smile, chiming in on the conversation. Lin Yi silently hung her golden feather necklace at an equal height to Bai Bidong's gift. The competitive nature of women.
All right, it's time to start your second attack.
Yes.
The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had just recovered from the recent surge of women. Wow, so many women rushed up to give gifts. Lin Yi's words were like opening the floodgates. Meng Hongchen hadn't expected such a simple action of hers to invoke the jealousy of so many female predecessors from 10,000 years ago. It seemed everyone was quite fond of Senior Lin Yi, yet they were unusually reserved. The 3 artillery batteries readjusted their angles, aiming at Lin Yi. Lin Yi then realized that the arena's 4th artillery battery wasn't to augment the damage of a second onslaught, but was specifically targeting damage rebound. As for the augmentation of the second attack,
Boom!
Lin Yi's body gathered the fire of the cannon, absorbed it, and extinguished it. The damage rebound coalesced around him, spreading rapidly. Jing Hongchen looked on edge, his expression tense. He immediately set down the soul cannonball he was shouldering and poured soul power into the soul artillery battery in front of him. Only then did all 4 barrels glow red-hot and fire again. Boom! The damage rebound shattered, And this time, the residual damage that fell on the protective shield was noticeably lesser. The necessity for the 4 barrels to counterattack became evident, and Jing Hongchen breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if the linked soul guidance cannon platform couldn't withstand today's assault. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health loss 320,000. Remaining health 899,938,594,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward the big wheel's fixed trajectory permanent. Host reward the big wheel's fixed trajectory permanent no critical hit. This reward.
The damage amounts to 320,000 red intermediate. Your reward is the big wheel's fixed trajectory.
Lin Yi mentioned.
As everyone knows, attacks drop a lot of the big wheel rewards, regardless of the damage level, including the gold level prizes. But the big wheel rewards are full of uncertainties. They can cause a significant loss or a huge gain, and no one can guarantee luck. The fixed trajectory you've drawn ensures that you'll receive rewards of medium quality or higher from all series of the big wheel.
Lin Yi continued earnestly.
Don't underestimate this medium. Since the big wheel is random, defining the rewards in the medium or above range means your random selections will be concentrated within that range, greatly increasing the likelihood of drawing the highest quality rewards.
After Lin Yi's detailed description, Meng Hongchen wasn't excited, but Thousand Waves couldn't contain his excitement. If he had this reward, he wouldn't always draw the lowest level prizes. He lamented the number of lost opportunities without knowing, a painful thought. Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light to Meng Hongchen, as if bestowing the favor of the goddess of luck. Just then, a figure rapidly descended from the sky.
Buzz bang! Iron Man!
Landed with fiery jets under his feet, his steel armor reflecting the sun's metallic sheen. Zhao Hongchen raised his arms high. Click! The faceplate of the armor opened, and the metal plates on the limbs and chest unfolded as Zhao Hongchen emerged from the armor, like a butterfly from a chrysalis.
Jarvis, fold the armor. Right away, sir.
Standing on the platform, the steel battle armor folded itself piece by piece, transforming back into the briefcase it was before, neat and orderly. Zhao Hongchen, full of swagger, enjoyed the attention from everyone on the scene as if he were a big star.
I'm back, Dean, ready for my second attack today.
He boasted, clearly pleased with the battle armor experience.
Snap!
To his surprise, the next second, Zhao Hongchen's head was forcefully smacked by Jing Hongchen.
So you remember to come back. Get to your place now. Right away, right away.
Chapter 239, The Future Emperor and Empress's 3 Life Script Templates. Which kind of life do you want to choose? Major chapter. Like Zhu Zai, Xuan Ziwen was extremely curious about this technological product from Blue Planet. After all, these things seemed to have a low technological level, yet the damage was absurdly high. This piqued the curiosity of soul masters like Xuan Ziwen, who were devoted to the research of soul tools. He really wanted to disassemble one to study it, but unfortunately, he didn't have one of his own yet.
Boom!
Lin Yi's body shone with the light of gunshots, and in the next moment, as the light converged, a more vigorous golden light exploded, with the damage rebound coming at him like a nightmare. But the linked soul guidance cannon platform had already figured out the attributes of damage rebound, and with 4 barrels firing at once, it was successfully resolved. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss 320,000. Remaining health 899,938,274,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward pleasant goat 1 time. Host reward happy goat 1 time. The rewards on the panel left Lin Yi stunned. Pleasant goat and 1 time. Could it be that the rewards from the pleasant goat and gray wolf dimension have joined the reward pool? But what does this 1 time mean? Could it be, Yi, the system is so disgusting, what crap XP? With this doubt in mind, Lin Yi looked at the system's notes. After reading, he was left with a huge question mark over his head. What kind of thought process could link these 2 things together? Lin Yi didn't understand. The rewards given by the system were getting weirder and weirder. He looked at Xiao Hongchen and said,
Damage is 320,000 red intermediate, and the reward is a control skill affecting 1,000 people. Control spell, Pleasant Goat.
boom! Lin Yi's body shone with the light of gunshots, and in the next moment, as the light converged, a more vigorous golden light exploded, with the damage rebound coming at him like a nightmare. But the linked soul guidance cannon platform had already figured out the attributes of damage rebound, and with 4 barrels firing at once, it was successfully resolved. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss 320,000. Remaining health 899,938,274,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward Pleasant Goat 1 time. Host reward Happy Goat 1 time. The rewards on the panel left Lin Yi stunned. Pleasant Goat and 1 time. Could it be that the rewards from the Pleasant Goat and Grey Wolf dimension have joined the reward pool? But what does this 1 time mean? Could it be, Yi, the system is so disgusting, what crap XP? With this doubt in mind, Lin Yi looked at the system's notes. After reading, he was left with a huge question mark over his head. What kind of thought process could link these two things together? Lin Yi didn't understand. The rewards given by the system were getting weirder and weirder. He looked at Xiao Hongchen and said, Damage is 320,000, red intermediate, and the reward is a control skill affecting 1,000 people. Control spell Pleasant Goat. Control range, within 1,000 people around you. Casting effect, those hit will feel weak, similar to having a severe cold, bedridden for 3 days before recovering automatically.
Be warned, those affected can still use soul skills, though they will be weakened to varying degrees.
Having said this, Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light towards Xiao Hongchen. Lin Yi's reward was Happy Goat, which perhaps due to being the protagonist, had a casting area 3 times larger. But Lin Yi wouldn't use this reward, it was too boring and not fun, he would just let it rot in the system space. Lin Yi continued to remind.
Just uttering the 3 words Pleasant Goat will activate it, so remember not to recite the spell lightly, unless the affected have a cure for the annoyance.
After finishing, Lin Yi paused. A cure for annoyance? Was there a typo in the notes on the system panel? Ah, so the spell is Pleasant Goat, then it's okay. It looks like the system also can play with memes. Xiao Hongchen looked at the reward merging into his body, somewhat dazed. He was incredibly surprised. He never expected to receive such a bizarre reward from Lin Yi.
All right, I'll remember that. Thanks, Senior Lin Yi.
Jing Hongchen, standing on the open spot at the cannon platform, immediately turned his head and warned.
You little brat, watch your mouth and don't accidentally say it out loud, got it? If you do, our Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy will suffer, and missing out on 3 days of attack opportunities would be a huge loss.
I know, Grandpa.
Xiao Hongchen responded without enthusiasm. He was 15 years old after all and knew what was at stake. During the brief flight earlier, he had more or less understood the role of Jarvis, the smart housekeeper. The thing he was most eager to do now was to have Jarvis analyze the operation principle of the soul tool tonight to see if Jarvis could possibly develop something that exceeded that of a 10th grade soul master. If that were the case, then the quality of this reward wouldn't just be red intermediate, it would be limitless. The more Xiao Hongchen thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more he liked his steel battle armor reward.
Senior Lin Yi, this is my first attack of today.
Jing Hongchen said to Lin Yi. Their positions on the linked soul guidance cannon platform from left to right were Xiao Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, Jing Hongchen, Zai, Orange. The attack sequence was also in this order. The whole attack process concluded. Jing Hongchen pressed the switch in front of him, deactivating the protective barrier on the cannon platform. He looked at Lin Yi expectantly, wondering what reward he would receive today. Blood loss 300,000. Remaining health 899,937,974,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward, 18 kinds of rare metals, 1 ton of each, with a bonus 50 cubic meter storage ring. Host reward, 36 kinds of rare metals, 1 ton of each, with a bonus 100 cubic meter storage ring. Lin Yi looked at the notes, and the system had even provided the names of these rare metals, which were so extensive that it almost made Lin Yi's head spin. The key was that there was 1 ton of each metal. Where was the system getting all these from? It hadn't emptied some place on Soul Land, had it? Lin Yi turned to Jing Hongchen and said,
Damage is exactly 300,000 red intermediate, and your reward is 18 kinds of rare metals, 1 ton of each rare metal, and I will also give you a 50 cubic meter storage ring.
Jing Hongchen heard this and took a while to snap out of it. After a moment, he slapped the cannon platform in shock.
18 kinds of rare metals?
Lin Yi nodded.
May I ask Senior Lin Yi, what are these 18 kinds of rare metals?
Lin Yi glanced at the panel and began to explain.
Heavy silver, mithril, gold crystal stone, polyhedron magic crystal, diamond gold crystal, solar iron, crystal steel, tungsten steel, meteoric iron, essence gold, refined iron.
Chapter 239 Part 2. The Future Emperor and Empress's 3 Life Script Templates. Which kind of life do you want to choose? Major Chapter. So many rare metals, I've struck it rich indeed. These rare metals, even the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Academy wouldn't be able to gather a complete collection, let alone find any. Adding up all the stock from an entire year wouldn't total 1 ton. And now there were 18 kinds, moreover there was 1 ton of each kind. Lin Yi, the senior, was really too generous. Jing Hongchen was so moved that he almost fainted.
Rewards for you.
Lin Yi's slender fingers clutched a red light sphere and shook it, transforming it into a storage ring, which he flicked towards Jing Hongchen. However, the throw was a little weak, and as the ring was about to hit the ground, Jing Hongchen's eyes widened, and he lunged forward like a feral dog going for food, precariously catching the ring in his hand as he lay on the ground. The fact that the headmaster of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was so excited over a reward to this extent showed just how precious this reward was to him. Jing Hongchen quickly put the ring on his finger as if it were a cherished treasure. He stood up and looked at Lin Yi with a smile.
Senior, the next attack is about to begin today.
Lin Yi nodded. The 3 interconnected cannon muzzles, along with a standard soul cannonball Jing Hongchen shouldered, all aimed at Lin Yi. Boom! The golden light, signifying damage rebound, rapidly spread outwards as the 4 cannon muzzles of the interconnected batteries fired once more. The assault from the Sun Moon Royal Academy, along with their treasure-dropping process, was conducted swiftly and methodically. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health lost 320,000. Remaining health, 899,937,654,678. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, the big wheel *1. Host reward, the big wheel *3. A new reward for the big wheel appeared. Lin Yi looked through the system's notes. He said to Jing Hongchen,
Damage of 320,000, red intermediate level, your reward is a big wheel, known as the Soul Guidance Device Roulette.
Jing Hongchen exchanged a look with his granddaughter Meng Hongchen. Finally, the legendary reward from the big wheel had appeared. Lin Yi continued.
The Soul Guidance Device Roulette includes all soul tools from the last 20,000 years in Soul Land, ranging from ungraded soul tools to the devastating level 12 soul guidance device, all included. What you draw depends on your luck.
Level 12 soul guidance device. Are there really such levels for soul tools?
Jing Hongchen asked hurriedly. Zhu Zai's eyes shone bright as she too looked over. Lin Yi nodded.
In the timeline 1,000 years beyond yours, level 12 soul guidance devices will be invented.
That is the legend of the 3 Dragon Kings in Soul Land. Jing Hongchen's breathing grew rapid. He could initially doubt the weapons from Blue Planet, having never seen or been familiar with them. But he would never question the grading of soul tools. Who would have thought that in 10,000 years, level 12 soul guidance devices would already have been developed?
Menger, come quickly and help Grandpa draw. Don't you have that ability to fix the big wheel?
Jing Hongchen motioned to Meng Hongchen with a smile on his face. He was absolutely determined to get the level 12 soul guidance device. Meng Hongchen's big wheel fixing ability only applies to the big wheel rewards she gets personally. It can't be applied to someone else's. Lin Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water dumped on Jing Hongchen's head.
So, I can only rely on my luck to draw.
Jing Hongchen's voice became weak as he asked. Thousand Waves watched from a distance with a chuckle. He loved watching others draw junk from the big wheel. Lin Yi nodded.
Theoretically, yes.
After speaking, he flicked the red light sphere into midair, where it turned into a gigantic roulette wheel. Jing Hongchen took deep breaths as he approached the big wheel. This is my first time, big wheel, you have to be gentle.
Clang, clang, clang.
1 minute later, the big wheel stopped. Lin Yi, sitting in the distance, remotely opened the pointer switchboard.
24 bridges on a moonlit night.
Jing Hongchen read out the name with some surprise. With such a profound and poetic name, and having never heard of it, it must at least be a level 11 soul tool, right? Yet, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Indeed, everyone's first experience is never smooth, like trying to find the hole without success, always missing out on luck in the beginning. Lin Yi shook his arm, and a golden light sphere immediately flew from the big wheel into Jing Hongchen's hand. The light sphere transformed into a belt-shaped soul tool, the very 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Jing Hongchen excitedly held the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and walked toward Lin Yi.
Senior, what level is this soul tool?
Lin Yi shook his head.
This soul tool is for storage. Belonging to the ungraded soul tools, 1 gem represents 1 cubic meter of space. This one has a total of 24 cubic meters.
Jing Hongchen's eyes went wide, and the belt fell from his hands. In the world of Douluo Level 1, storage soul tools also had some value, but in Douluo Level 2, these things were as common as cabbage on the streets, basically one for every person.
What bad luck!
Jing Hongchen looked toward the audience with a pained expression. At this moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo scampered up.
I want, give it to me.
In the face of a senior, Jing Hongchen, filled with respect, maintained proper decorum and handed over the belt with both hands. He. Chrysanthemum Douluo happily tied the 24 bridges on a moonlit night around his waist. Bidong had seized his elder token, so why couldn't he freeload something from someone else? Lin Yi glanced over, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the Soul Master competition, Chrysanthemum Douluo was bound to meet with Tang San, and by then explaining the 224 bridges on a moonlit night would be difficult. But that's none of his business, he. With Jing Hongchen's attack over, the vanguard team of Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had only Ju Zai, Orange, left. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward this woman. This woman had quite the background, the future empress of the Sun Moon Empire, the Sun Moon Empire's power holder, and also the thief of Hu Yuhao's essence. Having conceived a child for Hu Yuhao in this unique manner was akin to indirectly cuckolding Tang San's daughter Tang Wudong. However, these were all things to come, not yet having occurred, at least for now. Ju Zai was still a good girl within the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Academy.
It's my turn.
Ju Zai said with a light chuckle, her expression becoming somewhat awkward as everyone's gaze suddenly focused on her. Jing Hongchen nodded and stood in his spot. The golden light, signifying damage rebound, rapidly spread outwards as the 4 cannon muzzles of the interconnected batteries fired once more. The assault from the Sun Moon Royal Academy, along with their treasure-dropping process, was conducted swiftly and methodically. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health lost 320,000. Remaining health 899,937,654,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward the big wheel *1. Host reward the big wheel *3. A new reward for the big wheel appeared. Lin Yi looked through the system's notes. He said to Jing Hongchen, damage of 320,000, red intermediate level, your reward is a big wheel, known as the Soul Guidance Device Roulette. Jing Hongchen exchanged a look with his granddaughter Meng Hongchen. Finally, the legendary reward from the big wheel had appeared. Lin Yi continued, "The Soul Guidance Device Roulette includes all soul tools from the last 20,000 years in Soul Land, ranging from ungraded soul tools to the devastating level 12 soul guidance device, all included. What you draw depends on your luck. Level 12 soul guidance device, are there really such levels for soul tools?" Jing Hongchen asked hurriedly. Zhu Zai's eyes shone bright as she too looked over. Lin Yi nodded. "In the timeline 1,000 years beyond yours, level 12 soul guidance devices will be invented. That is the legend of the 3 Dragon Kings in Soul Land." Jing Hongchen's breathing grew rapid. He could initially doubt the weapons from Blue Planet, having never seen or been familiar with them. But he would never question the grading of soul tools. Who would have thought that in 10,000 years, level 12 soul guidance devices would already have been developed? "Menger, come quickly and help Grandpa draw. Don't you have that ability to fix the big wheel?" Jing Hongchen motioned to Meng Hongchen with a smile on his face. He was absolutely determined to get the level 12 soul guidance device. Meng Hongchen's big wheel fixing ability only applies to the big wheel rewards she gets personally. It can't be applied to someone else's. Lin Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water dumped on Jing Hongchen's head. "So I can only rely on my luck to draw." Jing Hongchen's voice became weak as he asked. Thousand Waves watched from a distance with a chuckle. He loved watching others draw junk from the big wheel. Lin Yi nodded, theoretically yes. After speaking, he flicked the red light sphere into midair, where it turned into a gigantic roulette wheel. Jing Hongchen took deep breaths as he approached the big wheel. "This is my first time. Big wheel, you have to be gentle."
Damage of 300,000 exactly, red intermediate level. Your reward is 3 life script templates. This is a choice-based reward which will give you 3 life script templates. Based on the information provided by the templates, you weigh the pros and cons and select the life you want. After making a selection, it will go into effect after 29 days.
The sudden reward caught Zhu Zai off guard. Why did she get such a reward, so different from the others?
My 3 life paths.
Zhu Zai murmured to herself. Lin Yi nodded, then waved his right hand, and a red light sphere entered Zhu Zai's mind. You will see 3 options in your mind, each representing 3 different paths of life, visible only to you. Make your choice. Chapter 240, The Sun Moon Imperial ends. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor enter the stage major chapter. Lin Yi was right. Zhu Zai now had 3 options in her mind, representing 3 different life paths. But the content of these 3 options shocked Zhu Zai to the point of covering her mouth immediately. She stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes filled with astonishment, so shocked that she almost fell off the linked soul guidance cannon platform.
"Hey kid, what's got you so worked up?"
Jing Hongchen hurried over and supported her from behind when he saw her reaction.
I'm fine.
Zhu Zai forced a smile onto her face and gently shook her head. She had always been low-key. While she was extremely beautiful, she usually didn't dress up, pay much attention to her clothes, chose to wear glasses to hide her beauty, and although her talent for soul tools was strong, she typically pretended to be lazy and naive. If it hadn't been for tutor Xuan Ziwen strongly recommending Zhu Zai to join the 4-person assault team, Jing Hongchen might have chosen another talented student from within the academy. Therefore, the low-key Zhu Zai had never shared her true feelings with anyone. She buried her secrets deep in her heart. But today,
You should have received 3 options in your mind by now, right?
Lin Yi asked calmly, as if inquiring about a very ordinary matter. Zhu Zai gazed at him in disbelief for a long while before finally nodding.
Then go ahead, make your choice.
1. You return to the academy and follow Su Tianren. Marry this man who you feel nothing for and is incapable of having children. Become the Empress of the Sun Moon Empire. Conceive through another man. Become the Empress Dowager of the Sun Moon Empire with immense power. Send troops to Xingluo and take your revenge. But you will lose happiness in life, and your eventual revenge will be thwarted by an irresistible force. 2. You gain a divine spirit and exceptionally strong soul master talent. Continue living in the academy as a normal student. Conceal your martial soul's talent with your talent for soul tools. Step by step becoming Soul King, Soul Sage, Soul Douluo, titled Douluo, Ultimate Douluo, and ultimately gain the rights to a first-level god's inheritance, becoming a god that stands above mortals. But you must let go of your hatred, give up on revenge, and starting from the age of 25 live in the divine realm under the control of the Council of the Divine Realm. 3. In 29 days, when the temporal passage closes, you ignore the advice of the Academy's elder and teachers. Stay in Soul Land 10,000 years in the past, and serve Lin Yi with all your heart for 10 years, after which your father who died in the battlefield of Xingluo will be revived, and your mother who died of depression will come back to life, and you will happily live in the Soul Land 10,000 years in the past. But you will be an ordinary person for your entire life. Your talent for soul tools will be of no use in the world 10,000 years ago, and you will lose 10 years of freedom. The first option was actually Zhu Zai's original life path template, and the irresistible force mentioned was Tang San, who had ascended to godhood. But at this moment, she was unaware that this was to be her future life. Overwhelmed by emotions and unable to restrain herself any longer after seeing the 3 options in her mind, Zhu Zai cried out to Lin Yi.
The third one, I choose the third one. I want the third one.
To her, a question whose answer was clear at a glance, needed no second thought. Everything she had done up to this point was for her loved ones, as long as they could be revived.
The third one, are you sure? You still have a chance to change your decision.
Lin Yi asked her again, but Zhu Zai immediately shook her head, urgently saying,
No change. I want the third one, please.
Lin Yi paused for a moment. Having read the original story, he only knew that Zhu Zai harbored deep hatred, but had not realized her longing for her loved ones was deeper.
All right, as you wish.
Chapter 240 Part 2. The Sun Moon Imperial ends, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor enter the stage major chapter. After making her choice, there really was no need for Orange to continue staying at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. But she was a smart girl, and since she had 29 more days to benefit from attacking, she might as well keep freeloading. Or rather, lay some foundations for the future happiness of a family of 3. Even earning some golden soul coins would be good.
Senior, the second attack.
Orange said excitedly, reaching behind her head to tie her hair into a neat ponytail. With her ponytail tied and her glasses removed, Orange's beautiful appearance and fair, delicate skin were fully exposed to everyone's view, and even Xiao Hongchen was momentarily stunned by her slender, fair neck.
Cough, cough, brother, stay focused.
Meng Hongchen suddenly spoke up. Xiao Hongchen gave an awkward smile and turned his head away.
Senior Lin Yi, next is our Academy student Orange's second attack. Ahem.
Lin Yi glanced at Orange, who was smiling, his gaze slightly complicated. Orange was probably immersed in the joy of her parents' revival, completely oblivious to the condition of serving him for 10 years. 10 years, just thinking about it is exhausting, right? Of course, it's not himself but this girl who will be tired.
Whoosh!
An orange-yellow protective shield rose instantaneously. The damage rebound, like a fierce beast, slammed into the orange-yellow shield, and the rebound was greatly weakened by the shield, which then shattered completely. Orange calculated the damage, and left the remaining damage rebound for Jing Hongchen to handle.
Duck!
Jing Hongchen shouted, pointing the barrel of his cannon towards the direction of the damage rebound's remnants. But at that moment, another damn accident occurred. Jing Hongchen was sweating profusely, as his cannon also malfunctioned. By then, the damage rebound had already reached Orange. Even the small remnants were enough to take her life. But in the next moment, the scene everyone imagined didn't happen. Crouching on the ground, hugging her head, Orange lowered her fair hands and looked dazedly toward Lin Yi's direction. There, the senior, who seemed godlike, stretched out his 5 fingers and made a grabbing motion in midair, his palm emitting a faint rainbow glow. Under his control, the damage rebound was suspended in midair, motionless. The next second, the damage rebound shattered. Lin Yi calmly withdrew his hand and, looking at his palm, said in a calm tone,
Shouldn't you?
How can you meet someone if you're dead?
Lin Yi raised his tranquil eyes to look at the girl standing before him, her face in shock. Orange stood up silently, her hair fluttering in the wind as she looked at Lin Yi with a dazed expression. After a moment, she pursed her lips, smiled with teary eyes, and gave Lin Yi a deep bow.
Thank you, Senior.
Orange returned to her place, and Jing Hongchen, curious, approached her.
Orange, that device of yours, I've never seen it before. Did you develop it yourself?
Yes.
Blood loss 320,000. Remaining health 899,937,034,678. Damage level red intermediate. Random reward modified instant camera, unlimited film, luck in taking photos. Host reward modified instant camera, unlimited film, luck in taking photos. A camera. As far as I remember, despite soul tools being advanced in Douluo II, there wasn't a camera. Blue Planet's technology really does like to visit the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Academy unexpectedly. Lin Yi looked at Orange and said,
The damage is 320,000, red intermediate level. Your reward is a Polaroid camera. Let me demonstrate for you.
Lin Yi turned the red light orb in his hand into Orange's camera and held the small, box-like object in front of him. Aiming at Orange, he pressed the shutter button.
Click go.
A photo quickly emerged from the top of the camera.
Come over here.
Lin Yi said. Zhu Zai nodded and immediately trotted over. Being so close to a person like Lin Yi for the first time, she felt a faint blush creep over her delicate face.
Do you recognize this person?
Oh my gosh, it's me.
Zhu Zai looked at the girl in the photo with surprise, her expression and pose at that moment frozen on the card. Lin Yi handed her the camera, saying,
This camera can preserve images, keeping them as souvenirs or for other purposes. The camera has no limit to the number of times it can be used, and each time a photo is taken, the person in the photo will gain a 0.1% increase in luck, with a personal luck enhancement cap of 50%.
Zhu Zai listened in astonishment, sizing up the small square object. She'd seen many soul tools but had never encountered something like this.
Don't take it apart. Even if you could put it back together, the unlimited usage and luck enhancement attributes would be lost.
Lin Yi reminded her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zai nodded solemnly.
All right, thank you, Senior.
With that, the vanguard attack by the four from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had come to an end. Just as Lin Yi was about to call the next person, Zhu Zai, who was walking back with the camera, suddenly turned around, her pretty ponytail swinging out in a perfect curve.
Senior Lin Yi, look here.
Zhu Zai held the camera in front of her right eye, closing her left, smiling as she pressed the shutter. Click, click, click. A new photo appeared on the camera, capturing Lin Yi's somewhat bewildered expression. Zhu Zai looked down at the photo, smiled at Lin Yi, and said,
Let me add 0.1% to your luck, Senior.
Seeing her radiant smile, Lin Yi responded with a smile of his own.
Thank you.
Well, you could at least leave me the photo.
If we can't carry the whole thing, then just take it apart.
Jing Hongchen said in exasperation.
No need, I'll handle it.
A voice came from the back. Everyone turned their heads to see Lin Yi with a wave of his finger.
Boom!
The massive soul artillery battery was uprooted in an instant, not a single part falling apart, all swooping into the spatio-temporal gate. Wowzers! Jing Hongchen was freaking flabbergasted. That entire linked soul guidance cannon platform weighed at least half a ton. How did he do it? Lin Yi smiled slightly. The ability of Magneto was indeed convenient.
Senior sister, can you please take a photo of me? Zhu Zai, senior sister, me too. Zhu Zai, I'm your teacher, you can't leave me out.
Sudden noises of excitement erupted from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and Lin Yi looked over to see everyone there bustling around for a shot with the Polaroid camera. They wanted to have images of themselves in Soul City as souvenirs and to gain a bit of luck enhancement. No pushing one at a time, everyone will get a chance. Zhu Zai carefully tucked away Lin Yi's photo, then turned to the crowd with a smile. In 10 years, she was determined to use the camera to take a photo of her parents every single day to max out their luck. Over at Marshall's Soul Hall, Thousand Waves swallowed nervously, straightening out his clothes, ready to throw caution to the wind and beg the junior for his crappy luck.
Great priest, wait for me. Next.
Lin Yi's voice came from the stands.
Sister, let me go first. Please, please.
The Ice Emperor eagerly tiptoed to give the Snow Emperor several kisses on the cheek.
Pretty please, sister.
The Snow Emperor covered her cheek and looked at her.
Why the kisses, if you're just going to go anyway? Hee, because I love you.
Chapter 241, Yearly Draw from the Big Wheel, got the Skydream Ice Silkworm. The Ice Emperor stepped onto the stage. With her hands clasped behind her back, the little lowly held her fair chin up, her expression feigning seriousness. In her mind, she should have been an aloof and cool older sister figure, but unfortunately, her appearance severely contradicted her inner thoughts.
Hi, Lin Yi.
Lin Yi looked up. Every time this sister duo appeared, it would be accompanied by wind and snow, and the area beneath the Ice Emperor had already formed a layer of white frost. The air around this guy must be close to below zero. Any soul master standing nearby would shiver uncontrollably, and a normal person definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. So when the sisters were standing below the stage, there were no soul masters within a 10-meter radius, which made the sisters, who were new to this place, think that the human soul masters disliked them.
Begin with your first attack.
Lin Yi said calmly. The Ice Emperor was slightly dissatisfied with Lin Yi's indifference. She pouted, but the thought of receiving rewards just like others soon excited her, and her expectant smile returned. Below the stage, the Snow Emperor was also paying 120% attention. The existence of Lin Yi was extremely novel to the sisters who had spent years in the far northern lands.
Ice Emperor's pincer.
A clear voice emanated from the Ice Emperor. Her slender, fair arms and hands instantly became incredibly hard. Her skin was covered with diamond-like granules that glittered under the sunlight, looking extremely beautiful. The Ice Emperor charged towards Lin Yi. Her green twin ponytails waved in the air, and the ground where her feet touched rapidly formed frost, quickly cracking the surface of the platform underneath. Upon reaching Lin Yi, the two exchanged a
Deep and affectionate.
gaze for a moment before the Ice Emperor immediately raised her diamond-bright fist and punched heavily into Lin Yi. It was unimaginable how this little lowly's body could exert such mountain-shaking strength, and there was a surge of bone-chilling coldness assaulting him.
Boom!
At that moment, a virtual shadow of a scorpion that seemed to be a blend of ice and emerald appeared behind the Ice Emperor. It looked like a totem, with halos swirling around it, majestic and solemn. The Icy Jade Emperor Scorpion. After the attack finished, the Ice Emperor immediately crossed her arms in front of her, and a layer of fine ice crystals quickly formed on her fair skin. A golden light in the form of damage rebound exploded on Lin Yi, sending the Ice Emperor's body hurtling backward.
This is the moment when you should chain the attacks.
Dai Tian murmured, but his expression quickly changed.
She actually...
The Ice Emperor, covered in a layer of ice crystals, was blasted backwards, but frost quickly formed under her feet, anchoring her body to the platform and stopping her momentum. Lin Yi nodded.
The Ice Emperor's body protection, a powerful defensive skill from the Icy Jade Emperor Scorpion. It seems it does work quite well.
The little scorpion immediately halted and asked in surprise.
You actually know the name of my skill.
After she spoke, her mind paused for a moment. If he knew her sister's skills, it wouldn't be strange for him to know hers as well. What a mysterious man. How did he come to know all this information? Little Scorpion was puzzled. Lin Yi looked towards the panel. Blood loss, 364,678. Remaining health, 899,936,671,764. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, cultivation extract the big wheel, 1 month time limit. Host reward, cultivation extract the big wheel, 1 month time limit 3. A time limited the big wheel hasn't appeared before, right? Lin Yi checked the system's specific notes. He then said to the Ice Emperor,
Damage 364,678, red intermediate level, and you've earned a big wheel reward.
it was Ice Emperor's first time and she stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. I really was looking forward to encountering this kind of reward, but I didn't expect it to appear first.
What big wheel? The cultivation extraction big wheel.
After saying this, Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light in his hand into the air, where it transformed into a wheel, and then he continued to explain.
The cultivation extraction big wheel requires you to draw a designated soul beast from it, and then bind with it to share cultivation. In future assaults, you can extract cultivation from it in increments of any number of years. One thing to note is that you're only extracting the years, not the abilities or skills, and this is a limited time wheel. The binding time is only 1 month.
The Ice Emperor thought for a moment, then suddenly asked in confusion.
All on it are soul beasts.
Lin Yi smiled and nodded.
You catch on quick. That's the uncertainty of the big wheel's rewards.
The Ice Emperor took a step back in shock, simultaneously raising her little hands to grab her 2 ponytails.
Then
Her face showed difficulty, and she hesitated. At this moment, the Ice Emperor immediately turned around and hurriedly jumped down from the stand and ran towards Zai, Orange.
Human girl, quickly take advantage of this moment and use that little square for me.
Even someone as proud as the Ice Emperor was now pleading with hands clasped together, speaking to Zai in a low and begging voice. Lin Yi's cool voice came from behind.
You only have 10 seconds.
Hearing this, little scorpion yelped with a jump, her pupils shrinking in fright. She immediately made a pitiful face at Zai.
Okay.
Zai immediately took up the camera and snapped several photos of the Ice Emperor, pressing the shutter 15 times in 10 seconds, although all 15 photos captured the Ice Emperor's sorrowful expression.
Done.
After finishing the photos, Zai handed them to the Ice Emperor, only to find she had already disappeared. Zai looked at the photos and smiled, putting them away for herself. The Ice Emperor stood on the stage, looking towards Lin Yi with a look of melancholy.
Not bad. My luck has increased by 1.5%.
Lin Yi looked at her with a half-smile.
Damn it.
The Ice Emperor clenched her fist and stomped over to the cultivation extraction big wheel angrily. She grabbed the edge of the wheel, took a deep breath, and gave it a hard pull. Clang, clang, clang. 1 minute later, the wheel stopped. The Ice Emperor bounced on the spot, raising her hands high, her ponytails swinging. But after a few jumps, she found her figure was too petite and she couldn't reach the pointer at all. She stomped around the wheel angrily and looked at Lin Yi.
Hey.
Lin Yi remotely controlled the pointer shutter to open, and the Ice Emperor, with her head held high and a slight frown, read out the 4 characters inside.
Skydream Ice Silkworm.
Below the name
Skydream Ice Silkworm.
was its lifespan 1 million years.
Why is it this trash?
The Ice Emperor said discontentedly. However, Lin Yi shook his head at this.
Don't forget, during an assault, you're extracting its years of cultivation, not its abilities or skills. 1 million years may not seem strong on it, but on you, it will be different.
Chapter 242, whose attribute panel still has a breeding option. Big chapter.
So you're saying I can freely draw upon his million-year lifespan, temporarily adding 1 million years to my own.
Ice Emperor asked excitedly, feeling for the first time that the worm-like creature seemed rather agreeable to the eye. Lin Yi nodded. Extract during the attack, the specifics of the years drawn are at your discretion. After extraction, the other party loses the corresponding years of cultivation, which will be returned to them after the attack is over. In other words, the Skydream Ice Silkworm was fast asleep underground, and its cultivation could suddenly drop by half. But once the battle over here in Seoul City with Little Scorpion was over, the cultivation would return to the Skydream Ice Silkworm. The Skydream Ice Silkworm wouldn't feel a thing throughout the whole process. Of course, there was another scenario.
If you were extracting lifespan cultivation, while the other party was in a dangerous situation, and they accidentally died due to the disappearance of their cultivation, you would no longer be able to extract later on.
The Ice Emperor's pretty face changed color, and she took a step back upon hearing this.
Then
She silently lowered her head, her expression of unease suddenly turning into excitement and elation.
then I'm just so happy. If he dies, what's it to me?
The little lowly danced excitedly on stage. Lin Yi.
Since that's the case, the reward is yours.
Lin Yi flicked a red orb of light onto the Ice Emperor. After merging with the reward, the Ice Emperor felt as if she had established a connection with the Skydream Ice Silkworm in that moment, like an invisible
Thread.
She could now use this thread to draw upon the cultivation whenever she wanted.
Connection established. You can test the effects during the second attack.
Lin Yi retracted his hand and said to her.
It's truly magical.
Ice Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. As the person involved, she could totally feel that her body had changed. First and foremost, her tolerance had greatly increased. Even if 1,000,000 years of cultivation were to be funneled into her in an instant, she wouldn't explode and die. This must be the bonus to her physical body that came with the reward. Most importantly, this method of cultivation increase seemed to have no need to fear heavenly tribulations.
Begin the second attack.
Lin Yi reminded her. This little scorpion was still not out of the novelty of her first reward and had yet to regain her senses.
Oh, okay.
The Ice Emperor walked forward, closed her eyes, and sensed the connection Lin Yi had just established for her. But in the next second, the Ice Emperor's eyes snapped open, her expression full of helplessness.
This guy really is useless without his cultivation. Better not end up dead for real.
After determining her intention, the Ice Emperor murmured.
50,000 years.
In that instant, a white orb of light flew over from the direction of the Aquapea forest, quickly merging into the Ice Emperor's body. The silhouette of the icy Jade Emperor Scorpion appeared behind the Ice Emperor for a moment, her aura suddenly intensified. An increase of 50,000 years of cultivation in 1 second. Before this, no one would dare to even think of such good fortune. Dai Tian, however, was looking toward the Aquapea forest with a puzzled expression.
Since when is there a 1,000,000-year soul beast in the forest? How did I not know about this?
Bai Jai stood there stupefied. So there was a 1,000,000-year soul beast hidden in the Aquapea forest.
Kako!
The surface of the stands cracked under the chill of the Ice Emperor's breath. The Ice Emperor approached Lin Yi and leaped up. The imposing true form of the icy Jade Emperor Scorpion reflected in Lin Yi's pitch-black eyes. The shimmering Ice Emperor's pincer fell, and as it made contact with Lin Yi's body, a dazzling flash of gold sparked. In this moment, the soaring golden light shattered and reconverged, quickly forming a powerful damage rebound. Ice Emperor's pretty face was stern, the ground beneath her turned into a slick sheet of ice as she slid backward to create distance, while releasing her skill.
Ice Emperor's body protection.
Her two fair and delicate arms crossed in front of her. The silhouette of the icy Jade Emperor Scorpion reappeared, not only casting a greenish glow over her entire body, but also granting her an immensely strong defense.
Boom!
The damage rebound hit Ice Emperor without causing her the slightest injury and quickly dissipated into the surroundings and vanished. The Ice Emperor lowered her arms and took a deep breath. Lin Yi watched the scene before him, thinking to himself that the icy Jade Emperor Scorpion was more a soul beast of strength and defense, and ultimate ice was just one of her secondary attributes. And the proud and reserved Snow Emperor below was the true child of ice and snow. Ice Emperor could feel that the 50,000 years of cultivation that had been added to her had slipped away, presumably returning to that Skydream Ice Silkworm guy. How magical, just as Lin Yi had said.
What's my second reward?
Chapter 242 Part 2, whose attribute panel still has a breeding option, big chapter. After reading the comments, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. It really was that kind of traditional system panel, but there were also differences. With a wave of his right hand, a transparent blue panel appeared above the platform. The content displayed was An ordinary adult human on Seoul land, attributes average, 100. Character, Ice Emperor. Strength, 31,477. Agility, 9764. Defense, 24,679. Spirit, 17,648. Intelligence, 110. Charm, 316. Reproduction desire, 1346. Luck, 101.5. Spell, 6789. The Ice Emperor's petite figure leaned forward, her pretty face filled with disbelief as she stared at the data. Then she looked at Lin Yi behind her with utter shock.
Is this for real?
Lin Yi nodded.
It's real. The average attributes for an adult human on Seoul land is 100. You can make a comparison.
The Ice Emperor swept over the panel again quickly and grumbled with dissatisfaction.
Why is my intelligence only 10 points higher than theirs? I'm very smart, okay?
Lin Yi watched her calmly, not saying a word, but his expression seemed to say, "Look at yourself. Do you really think being 10 points above a normal human is still flattering?" The Ice Emperor then realized that her intelligence might not be as exaggerated as she thought and refrained from commenting further on this issue.
Why is my charm so low, just 300? This attribute is mostly based on appearance. The extra 200 points you have over humans are from the ferocious beast aura of the icy jade Emperor Scorpion. And what about reproduction desire? What the hell is this? Why am I so much higher than humans?
The Ice Emperor's face turned slightly red as she crossed her arms, finding this particular attribute especially dissatisfying, feeling utterly embarrassed to have it displayed in front of so many people. Lin Yi looked at her calmly.
For the continuation of the species, soul beasts' mating and reproduction needs are naturally greater than humans. There's nothing strange about it. What is spell? The combined data of soul power, soul skill, and other special abilities.
Seeing that little scorpion seemed to have asked enough questions, Lin Yi said,
Your red intermediate reward is that you may add 5,000 to any of your attribute values, except for luck. Once you've decided, just press down on that category on the panel with your hand.
5,000. The Ice Emperor looked at Lin Yi, somewhat shocked. But she quickly started thinking, realizing that for attributes that were already in the tens of thousands, adding 5,000 wouldn't make much of an increase. Therefore, the 5,000 should be added to an attribute with a smaller value. Like agility, intelligence, charm, reproduction desire.
So I'm adding it to charm, haha.
She said cheerfully. Snow Emperor, standing below, held her forehead with a speechless expression. Ice child, do you even have a brain? You might as well add it to intelligence. What's the use of having charm? The Ice Emperor bounced over to the blue panel, stood on tiptoe, and slammed down very decisively on the category of reproduction desire. At that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes widened, including Lin Yi's. The Ice Emperor's eyes trembled as she looked down at the toes she was standing on. It turned out, she couldn't actually reach the charm category even on tiptoes.
Why? Ice child, your body. It's actually getting warm.
The Snow Emperor, shocked, cradled the Ice Emperor's rosy cheeks and asked with concern.
How do you feel? Is your body comfortable?
The Ice Emperor's gaze was hazy, and she giggled in a confused manner.
Sister, I feel like there are so few of the icy jade Emperor Scorpion clan. I suddenly really want to have a bunch of little scorpions. Hee hee, a ba.
The Snow Emperor.
Ice child, that thought is very dangerous. Snap out of it.
The Snow Emperor shook the Ice Emperor's shoulders in shock, but the Ice Emperor continued to murmur the same sentence with a flushed face, and her two fair hands became increasingly restless on her own body. Seeing this, the Snow Emperor immediately erected her fingers on her forehead, and at that moment, a piercing cold enveloped the vicinity instantaneously. Chen Xin watched as his sleeve instantly froze and shattered, turning into ice crystals, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Back off, retreat if you don't want to die.
The surrounding crowd quickly retreated. The Snow Emperor drew a streak of icy blue light from her forehead with her fingers and attached it to the Ice Emperor's forehead. This action had an immediate effect, and the Ice Emperor promptly regained consciousness. The rosiness on her cheeks faded, and the abnormal warmth of her body vanished instantly.
Sister, woo-woo.
The Ice Emperor, having regained her senses, clung to the Snow Emperor, looking extremely wronged.
You, I'm at a loss for words with you.
The Snow Emperor jabbed hard on the Ice Emperor's forehead, then said sternly,
The heart of the extreme north is an object of extreme cold, capable of suppressing the heat within your body. But I only have a fraction of its essence, barely enough to maintain your normal state for 30 days. Also, I'm not sure how stable it will be, so we must return to the far northern lands immediately after 30 days. Oh, woo-woo.
The Ice Emperor's mental state collapsed. At that moment, the Snow Emperor, with her hands on the Ice Emperor's shoulders, said gravely,
Moreover, during these 30 days, you must keep a clear mind, stay away from men. If you harbor thoughts about the opposite sex, I cannot be sure whether this essence will still be able to restrain it.
Got it.
The Ice Emperor's shocked face. Due to the chill just now, the Soul Masters had all retreated far away and did not hear the two's conversation. However, Lin Yi on the stage heard everything loud and clear. He had indeed been rendered speechless by the Ice Emperor's brainless behavior just now. A good red intermediate reward had somehow turned into what seemed like a punishment. Well, to others it might not necessarily be punishment. The basic value in the Ice Emperor's category was only a little over 1,000, but with an instant addition of 5,000, it meant that she might not mind any man.
Stay here properly, don't peek at men, got it?
The Snow Emperor instructed the Ice Emperor, who was squatting on the ground with a serious face.
Yes, my eyes will definitely only see you, sister.
Chapter 243, Imperial Sword, Peerless Extreme Ice, Snow Emperor inflicts a gold-level wound. Major Chapter. The Snow Emperor, naturally born, one in her clan, and at her single presence at the pinnacle. Without a doubt, her bones were filled with an extremely proud bloodline, even if she hadn't shown it very prominently before. But now it was her turn to attack, and at the moment the Snow Emperor emerged, she had already activated her own extreme cold domain. The ultimate low temperature, the rampant snowstorm. Standing in front of Lin Yi, her aura fully unleashed, this was not only to prove her strength to Lin Yi, but also to leave a profound first impression upon everyone below the stage. Snowflakes fluttered around the Snow Emperor's body, but when they reached Lin Yi's side, they vaporized without any exception. The Snow Emperor took note of this, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This Lin Yi, truly not a man willing to show weakness in terms of momentum.
Hello, Lin Yi, it's my turn to attack.
The
The Snow Emperor nodded and took a few steps back. At that moment, she seemed to sense something and instantly turned her head to glance toward the Ice Emperor. The little scorpion was currently staring blankly at Lin Yi. Sensing the Snow Emperor's gaze, she immediately shifted her attention to her sister, hesitated for a second, then put on a very well-behaved expression on her face. The Snow Emperor was immediately puzzled and cocked her head, with a big question mark hanging on her forehead. What were you just doing? You weren't looking at a man, were you? The Ice Emperor pouted, unsure of how to respond to her sister's gaze, and could only let her head hang down in feeling wronged. This wasn't her fault, was she supposed to go blind? The attack began, and once again, snowflakes floated down from midair. This time, Lin Yi did not stop the Snow Emperor's domain from invading his own area. After all, for him, attacking to hurt, yes, showing off, no. The Snow Emperor looked towards Lin Yi and extended her pale, slender right hand, as the vast snow and wind converged toward the palm of her right hand. The blade-sharp snowflakes, whether large or small, were all swept up by the cold wind to swirl on top of the Snow Emperor's right hand, like a compacted mini blizzard, but the inner turbulence was terrifying enough to be discernible with the naked eye. The Snow Emperor's ice-blue eyes then looked towards Lin Yi, and she pushed forward her hand, directing the blade-like snowflakes densely towards Lin Yi. The temperature of the air was extremely low at this moment, and apart from Gu Yuina, Emperor Heaven, and Ice Emperor, the others all felt uncomfortable, huddling their bodies together. But this was just an exploratory attack by the Snow Emperor, Others knew their own damage level, but she did not. The attack ended. A layer of white frost had fallen below Lin Yi. But soon, this layer of white frost was shaken into the air, as damage rebound could be large or small but was never absent. Golden luminance of damage rebound rushed towards the Snow Emperor, and although she had seen it many times, the Snow Emperor was still somewhat slow to react when facing it in person. But as the tyrant of the extreme north, how could she fear the damage rebound from a trial attack? The Snow Emperor raised her hand again, her palm releasing the power of extreme cold, a stream of ice blue aura instantly covering the damage rebound. Just then, the speed of the damage rebound visibly slowed, and with another wave of her hand, a blast of cold wind howled through, shattering the damage rebound. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health loss, 394,768. Remaining health, 899,935,890,7,463. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, cultivation years increased by 50,000 years. Host reward, remaining lifespan extended by 100,000 years. The content on the panel left Lin Yi dumbfounded. Every time a ferocious beast received a reward for increased years, he would get a reward that extended his lifespan. But this was heading straight for immortality. Of course, it was unknown if it would hold true. After all, the verification period was too long.
Damage 394,768, red intermediate, your reward is 50,000 years of cultivation growth, and this is a permanent increase.
At the time, the first Golden Junior reward Emperor Heaven received was 100,000 years of cultivation growth. This increase in years might seem short compared to the natural lifespans of these ferocious beasts, but only a soul beast knew the struggles of cultivation. 50,000 years, gained in the blink of an eye, was an opportunity not easily found. For ferocious beasts, an increase in years was basically the most precious reward. The Snow Emperor showed a smile and gladly accepted. Lin Yi flicked the orb of light towards the Snow Emperor, and after the reward was integrated, the Snow Emperor closed her eyes, delicately feeling the changes within her body. A burst of ice blue aura was released from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The crowd unconsciously moved further away from the stands to avoid becoming collateral damage. For other ferocious beasts, after an increase in years, the most noticeable gain is physical, but for you. Chapter 243 Part 2, Imperial Sword, Peerless Extreme Ice, Snow Emperor inflicts a gold-level wound, Major Chapter. Lin Yi was equally sensitive to temperature. He could feel the extreme cold controlled by the Snow Emperor drop significantly. For the Snow Lady, low temperatures were the most direct means of attack.
Thank you.
The Snow Emperor sincerely thanked Lin Yi. She wasn't usually the type to ask for things from others, but Ice Emperor had been persuading her, and now it seemed that the rewards Lin Yi offered indeed existed and were very tempting.
I think you might have a need for the Heavenly Tribulation card. You and the Ice Emperor might use it later on.
Lin Yi reminded her that it was precisely because of the Heavenly Tribulation card that Dai Tian had survived until now and successfully advanced to a million-year soul beast.
But aren't the rewards random?
The Snow Emperor said somewhat helplessly.
As long as you have a need in your heart, the likelihood of it dropping increases.
To Lin Yi, there seemed no need to keep this hidden rule a secret.
I object.
Sect Master Ning from below suddenly raised his hand, a look of deep suffering on his face.
I just want an evolution crystal, but it hasn't appeared even once.
This damn thing is already over 200 chapters in, not even a hair seen. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression was indifferent.
Sometimes, this randomness indeed shows a certain stubborn attribute towards some unfortunate people. I believe Sect Master Ning's luck value is definitely below 100.
Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhai's eyes widened. Is the reason so simple, just because I'm unlucky?
All right then, at what level of rewards will the Heavenly Tribulation card appear?
Asked the Snow Emperor. Since Lin Yi had proactively given her the tip, she had a new target for her next offense. If she and the Ice Emperor were fortunate enough to receive rewards that could enhance their cultivation later on, they would inevitably have to undergo heavenly tribulation, a matter of utmost importance to a ferocious beast.
Golden Jr.
The Snow Emperor nodded, preparing for her second attack. At this moment, she turned back and saw the Ice Emperor still staring at Lin Yi. This girl, why doesn't she listen? The Snow Emperor sighed helplessly, quietly shifting her position to block the Ice Emperor's view. She was genuinely concerned about the Ice Emperor's body.
Huala.
In the air, ice blue particles converged, each one forming around the sword hilt and extending downwards. The slender sword blade quickly took shape. The Snow Emperor twirled the hilt, shaking off a layer of frost from the blade, revealing its semi-transparent, ice blue body. The sharp edge of the blade split the passing cold wind into two. The cold wind howled. The temperature on site plummeted, reaching an unbearably low level. Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others' lips turned purple, shivering in place with brows and hair covered in a thin layer of frost.
Damn it, I've already moved back more than 10 meters. Do I need to move back further? If I retreat anymore, I won't even be able to see clearly.
Indeed, the stands were now enveloped in a fierce blizzard, a vast expanse of white. Looking closely, one would notice the air was filled with tiny hexagonal snowflakes, each of which was like a deadly weapon. The Ice Emperor, crouched on the ground, couldn't help but stand up.
Imperial Sword.
Amidst the blizzard, the Snow Emperor approached Lin Yi with her sword, blending into every snowflake in the air, her movements elusive now on the left, now on the right. However, Lin Yi, with his strong spiritual power, could tell that this was just a visual deception created by the refraction of light off the snowflakes. The Snow Emperor was advancing towards him in a straight line from the start.
Imperial Sword.
The voice of the Snow Emperor spread throughout the snowy wind.
Peerless Extreme Ice.
As the last word fell, the Snow Emperor's sword struck Lin Yi. Clang! This sword was overwhelmingly mighty. Lin Yi's eyes slightly lifted, and although he discerned the profoundness of Snow Emperor's movement technique, he didn't expect to be caught off guard in a moment of distraction. He actually didn't see how Snow Emperor appeared before him at the last second, perhaps.
Bang!
The damage rebound shattered, and the Imperial Sword in Snow Emperor's hand once again turned into blue diamond dust and dissipated into the air. This was both her skill and her weapon, ready to be used at any time. The chill in the surrounding air finally dissolved, and the crowd cautiously moved forward again. Looking at the white frost scattered on the ground, Thousand Waves sighed, slightly shaking his head, unable to resist the urge to compose a poem right there and then.
Damn!
Tang Chen's exclamation aptly matched the scene before them.
No wonder she's a ferocious beast from the extreme north, damn.
Tang Chen spat out a few curses, unable to help but give a thumbs up to Snow Emperor on the platform.
You're the cultured one.
Thousand Waves couldn't help but speak to Tang Chen. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 504,678. Remaining health, 899,935,390,1,479. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, Puppet Duplication *1. Host reward, Puppet Duplication *3. He had thought that a Heavenly Tribulation card might actually appear this time, but it seems that even Snow Emperor's luck is mediocre. As for this one-to-one puppet duplication, the name made it seem somewhat akin to the setting of the actual true person. And if he remembered correctly, the actual true person was also a Golden Junior reward. Lin Yi decided to check the annotation anyway. It turned out there was quite a big difference after all.
Damage 504,678. Gold Novice, your reward is Puppet Duplication.
Just surpassing Gold Novice level damage was surprising enough for Snow Emperor. She had somewhat overestimated her skill's damage. Of course, this was just the Imperial Sword's base damage. It could be further increased with additional powers, but this still caught Snow Emperor off guard.
Isn't the reward supposed to be a Heavenly Tribulation card?
Sect Master Ning Fengzhai, who was among the crowd, felt much more relieved upon hearing this. Lin Yi was the first to flick the glowing orb towards Snow Emperor. After fusing with the reward, Snow Emperor quickly grasped how to use puppet duplication.
As you can see, this puppet duplication can only copy yourself, and it's a perfect one-to-one copy with the looks, voice, and abilities all identical to you, the original. Moreover, her thoughts are completely controlled by you, the original. The puppet will never truly die. When killed by someone stronger, her body will disappear for an hour, then regenerate. Most importantly, the puppet is you, and you can entirely be the puppet. When both you and the puppet exist simultaneously, you can control which body becomes your main entity, meaning the primary controlling consciousness can freely transfer between the two bodies. In other words, once your main controlling consciousness transfers from your body to the puppet, from then on the puppet becomes the real Snow Emperor, and your original body becomes the puppet.
Snow Emperor was astounded upon hearing this.
Doesn't this mean that I can never truly die? As long as I transfer my main consciousness to the puppet in the face of danger, I will continue to live through the puppet's body, and the one that dies will be my puppet, who will come back to life after an hour.
Lin Yi nodded.
Of course, you also need to react swiftly enough.
Chapter 244, Special Sword Spirit Dragon Hollyhock is born, Zio Hongchen murmurs pleasant goat in a dream.
Mental pleasure.
And
Physical pleasure.
then the doppelganger puppet was the ultimate aid, or rather, a trump card for a successful escape. If the original owner was powerful enough, it could also serve as a top-tier fighter. The Snow Emperor walked toward her puppet, touched the puppet's cheek in astonishment, and felt the familiar aura emanating from it. This extreme cold attribute, the aura of the Snow Lady, was something that could never be faked. Just then, everyone saw the puppet also smiling and reaching up to touch the Snow Emperor's face. Lin Yi, seeing this, curled the corners of his mouth and said,
It seems that your transfer to the puppet was successful.
"The
Puppet!
turned to look at Lin Yi and nodded happily. Everyone was shocked. The real Snow Emperor had just switched into the puppet's body.
Thank you.
After the Snow Emperor walked away, she reached out and touched the Ice Emperor's face. The surface temperature is about 2 or 3 degrees.
Don't take this lightly. It's dangerous. Do you really want to have babies with a male outside the far northern lands?
The Ice Emperor shook her head decisively.
Don't want to.
The Snow Emperor nodded, pleased with the Ice Emperor's response.
Today's attack is over. We'll find a place with no men to rest for the night and come back tomorrow.
But having said that, the Snow Emperor found herself in a quandary. People from Martial Soul Hall could stay in Martial Soul Hall. Visitors from the Heaven Dew and Star Luo empires could stay in the inns. Soul beasts from the Aquapea forest could stay in the forest. But where could they from the far northern land stay?
Sister, there's a cabin there.
The Ice Emperor, as if she had discovered something, pointed at a cabin next to the grandstand.
You can't stay there. That's where Senior Lin Yi rests.
Bai Bidong stepped forward, her expression stern as she rejected them on Lin Yi's behalf. The sisters from the extreme north looked at Lin Yi simultaneously. Although Lin Yi was the last man likely to force the Ice Emperor into an unseemly act, the Snow Emperor also feared that the Ice Emperor might do something in front of Lin Yi that would upset him, so she immediately dismissed the idea.
After nightfall, are the streets empty?
The Snow Emperor asked Bai Bidong. Bai Bidong nodded.
Nearly nobody. Very well, Ice Child will sleep on the street. What?
Dusk was approaching, and the Gua Sha masters of Seoul City were already rushing forward, forming a hugely crowded and twisted queue. The folks from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, under Jing Hongchen's direction, had also lined up ahead of time, staring eagerly from behind.
Stop pushing for position, damn it. I said the front of the queue is reserved for instructors.
Jing Hongchen angrily drove back some students who tried to cut in line. The scene was too chaotic. For Lin Yi's reward, these onlookers, after a full day of anticipation, were as desperate as addicts. But there was no choice. First come, first served was the rule. although Jing Hongchen was confident that the Academy's instructors' contributions would be no less impressive than those of the senior Soul Masters from Soul City.
Don't worry, Teacher Xuan. By the looks of it, it should be no problem when your turn comes.
Jing Hongchen reassured Xuan Ziwen, who stood beside him.
I hope so.
Xuan Ziwen responded uneasily. Like the students, he too desired a reward from Lin Yi, especially something like a special technological product akin to steel battle armor. The moon hung over the night sky, and the Soul Masters around the grandstand had mostly dispersed. A thick layer of snow covered the center of the street, almost the size of a double bed, where the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor sat, like two spectators boredly watching the ongoing event on the grandstand.
What are those gold trinkets that humans get?
Chapter 244 Part 2 Special Sword Spirit Dragon Hollyhock is born, Zio Hongchen murmurs pleasant goat in a dream.
It must be coins. These will let us stay in an inn on the street side.
Sister, how about we go rob someone?
Snow Emperor frowned.
No, we are beings with status. How can we commit such an act, especially under Lin Yi's watchful eyes?
Ice Emperor suddenly felt bored. As she looked in the direction of the stands, she uttered a phrase that sent a shiver down Snow Emperor's spine.
Suddenly, I find Lin Yi more and more pleasing to the eye.
All the Gua Sha masters in Seoul City had finished, and Lin Yi had been keeping an eye on the progress bar in his mind. Only then did he truly realize that these numerous Gua Sha masters and the students from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy were the main contributors to the progress bar. Among the first 600,000, the most contributed positive emotional value was shock value, all given by the numerous non-primary personnel on the scene. It was getting late. Lin Yi glanced at the queue behind him. It seemed impossible to let everyone from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy finish their attacks. At most, only 2/5 could be dealt with. At this moment, Xuan Ziwen finally got his turn to go on stage as he wished. He acted decisively, without any hesitation. He completed the first attack and resolved the damage rebound. Lin Yi could tell that he was also fighting for time for those behind him. Blood loss, 41,784. Remaining health, 899,934,354,671. Damage level purple. Random reward, solar-powered rice cooker *1 plus cleanly processed old hen. Host reward, solar-powered rice cooker *3. Well, rice cooker rewards, and even throwing in an old hen.
Aren't you going to sleep?
Snow Emperor turned to ask Ice Emperor.
I won't sleep. I'll watch Lin Yi a bit longer. Well,
Lin Yi checked the time. It was about right. He had handled about 2/5 of Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's quota. He needed to leave time for himself. Unfortunately, the remaining 3/5 of the people from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had to end their attempts with regret. Lin Yi watched the last person enter the spacetime gate. Then he stood up, his face devoid of much expression, and without making any extra movements, he walked towards the small wooden house. Because he knew there were two ferocious beasts watching him from the scene.
Sister, do you think Lin Yi will invite us in for a rest?
bang!
Lin Yi answered Ice Emperor's question with the somewhat heavy sound of the door closing.
HMPH, what a cold-hearted man.
Ice Emperor rolled her eyes and fell asleep, her petite figure sinking into the white expanse of snow. The Snow Emperor's pale fingers gently lifted, covering the Ice Emperor's body with a layer of snow as if tucking her in with a blanket. Having done that, the Snow Emperor glanced towards the direction of the wooden hut and murmured.
Good night.
She then lay down on the snow, closed her eyes, and just as an owl happened to fly overhead, it froze in an instant, fell down with its feet in the air and breathed its last. After closing the door, Lin Yi took a peek through the crack at the street outside and saw that both women had lain down. He stepped back and unleashed his spiritual power to
CEO.
the entire wooden hut. This was how he could ensure that nothing would go wrong, just in case those two women had a habit of peeping. Lying on his bed, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Today was another fruitful day indeed. He sat back up, cheerfully opening the system interface. His space was filled with many of the day's new rewards, and Lin Yi couldn't wait to take out the steel battle armor and try it on. Damn, that felt good. Seeing was one thing, but wearing it was an entirely different experience. After storing the steel battle armor, he placed it alongside the numerous 4-word battle armors and 2-word battle armor sets in the same panel. Lin Yi did have a bit of OCD, like items had to be placed together for him to feel at ease. He continued scrolling through the rewards, and after swiping left and right a few times, Lin Yi locked onto a target. High-level Sword Spirit Lottery, Chance *1. Lin Yi already had one high-level Sword Spirit, so getting another might cause some conflict.
Will it upgrade to a special Sword Spirit Lottery?
The uses for an evolution crystal were wide-ranging, and it was particularly thrilling to upgrade reward qualities, but Lin Yi didn't have an abundance in stock, so he figured it best to ask for clarification. There's a certain chance that it will upgrade to a special Sword Spirit Lottery, as well as a chance to increase the number of high-level Sword Spirit Lottery chances. So there are multiple possible outcomes for evolution. Let's use it anyway. After using an evolution crystal, the system notification sounded again in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, you have won a special Sword Spirit Lottery chance. Hee, the system, you tread a wide path. I didn't expect that without Posisi my luck would still hold steady. Right, Posisi? How could I review the rewards without the presence of this mascot? The next second, Lin Yi held the soft and floppy body of Posisi in his arms. As he caressed the absolute domain above black silk, feeling the tenderness of her thighs and the texture of the fabric, his other hand brought up the system's lottery panel.
Little lucky charm, draw a good special sword spirit for your master,
he said.
Yes, master.
Posisi obediently lifted her fair, slender arm and pressed her hand onto the lottery button. A flash of red light later, a ding sound emitted in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, the special sword spirit you've drawn is Dragon Hollyhock. Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you to work hard once more. However, with yesterday's experience, today's assembly of another linked soul guidance cannon platform should be much more manageable,
Jing Hongchen announced as everyone had just returned through the space-time gateway. Once the students had left, Jing Hongchen spoke to a few teachers.
Tomorrow, I'll discuss with Senior Lin Yi and see if we can fight for a few more slots in the frontline offensive.
Those who received rewards were overjoyed, but those who didn't had a belly full of grievances, all of which he saw. Zhao Hongchen, having returned early, clearly overestimated his own willpower. He had intended to use this time to have his smart housekeeper Jarvis analyze the soul tools, but instead, he fell asleep as soon as he got back to his dorm. Clutching his blanket with a smile on his face, he began to talk in his sleep. An invisible law instantly covered the entire academy, causing the first 1,000 people who were affected to stagger on the spot with a sudden onset of weakness. They were collectively baffled, not understanding what had just happened. Jing Hongchen stood swaying, touching his forehead, which was burning hot.
Ouch, what's come over me all of a sudden?
Chapter 245, Posisi Major Chapter.
Ouch, ouch, why can't I stand steady? Do I have a fever?
Jing Hongchen touched his head, his body swaying like he was dancing the twist, and if there was a thermometer present, it absolutely would have measured his temperature at 40 degrees.
What a joke, this is the first time I've seen someone get a fever just standing still and doing nothing. I don't believe it.
Jing Hongchen pompously blustered. The next moment he collapsed on the ground, rolling his eyes back, groaning in discomfort.
Ow!
At this moment, all the students in the dormitory building suffered. The ones closer to the boys' dormitory got hit faster. No one would have guessed that this was because Zhao Hongchen murmured.
Pleasant goat.
In his sleep.
Juzai, just a few more photos, please.
Yeah, we haven't had enough yet. No more photos, it's getting late.
Ju Zai, with her pretty ponytail, held her camera and walked through the space-time gate with a group of students and froze for a moment. How come?
Is this?
Considering the award rules Zhao Hongchen received during the day, Ju Zai couldn't help but furrow her brow.
Is it him? What's he up to? Let's quickly help everyone into their rooms.
Ju Zai didn't panic. She hung the camera on her chest and immediately said to the 20 or so.
Survivors.
At this moment, Lin Yi in the little wooden hut couldn't predict the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's total absentees the next day. In the hut, a blue glow flickered. Lin Yi staggered backwards as a girl walked out from the system panel. First, a pair of long, fair, beautiful legs caught his eye, but as the long, flowing fairy skirt hem fluttered down, only a pair of delicate feet peeking out beneath it remained. This was a girl with an absolutely gorgeous appearance, with a classical charm, appearing delicate and precious all over, but she was not the appearance of the actress Liu Shishi in Lin Yi's memory. Honestly, seeing her so dainty, Lin Yi really couldn't imagine that she was a special sword spirit.
Brother.
Dragon Hollyhock saw Lin Yi and suddenly called out in surprise. She immediately ran toward him, spread her arms, and hugged Lin Yi's neck tightly, bumping into Lin Yi's chest, making his heart flutter for an instant. Spirit bodies also have such a real touch. No, that's not the point. Is there a problem with the setting? I'm not your brother Long Yang. I'm not the reincarnation of Long Yang either. You're my sword spirit, I'm your master. But Dragon Hollyhock, dressed in her long, flowing fairy skirt, just kept hugging Lin Yi tightly, hopping happily, even crying tears of joy. Po Sissy stood quietly aside, watching the scene unfold without any emotion. Lin Yi took this opportunity to look at the system panel. The girl who stood guard for 1,000 years, her power comes from her 1,000-year-long affection for her brother.
Can you let go of your hands first? Brother will give you a home.
Okay.
Dragon Hollyhock let go of Lin Yi's neck, but her pale hands firmly clutched Lin Yi's wrist, reluctant to let her brother go. Her eyes brimmed with teary mist, stirring compassion. Lin Yi took out the Asura sword and Angel Holy sword, the two divine artifact entities he had earned. A special sword spirit matches a supreme god, a senior quality matches only a first-level god.
Guy Nai, you go into the Angel Holy Sword for now.
Guy Nai seemed stunned for a second but quickly complied, a white light transferring from the Asura sword to the Angel Holy sword.
Is this the home that brother prepared for Dragon Hollyhock? I really like it.
Yes, brother loves you, go ahead.
Lin Yi stroked Dragon Hollyhock's head. He hadn't expected that handling a sword spirit would be like coaxing a child.
But Dragon Hollyhock can't bear to be without brother.
Lin Yi's brain crashed, staring at the girl for a while, when suddenly Dragon Hollyhock said in a panic.
Brother, don't be mad. I'll go in right now.
She turned into a blur of blue light and quickly entered the Asura sword. Lin Yi held the hilt, feeling the breath of the Asura sword had indeed changed. The strength that Guy Nai exhibited using the Asura sword in the fight with Chen Xin during the day, Dragon Hollyhock could achieve that level without borrowing power from Lin Yi. Besides, Dragon Hollyhock also provided Lin Yi 3 special grade sword techniques. This is truly awesome now. The Asura sword's base damage is doubled, equivalent to 200% of the original, plus an additional 3 special grade sword techniques. Heaven did not create Lin Ziluo. The path of the sword would be eternally night. Lin Yi returned the 2 divine artifacts to the system space. Oh, it still feels better to hold a mascot. The maturity of a ripe woman, soft and delicate, Dragon Hollyhock is still too young. Lin Yi stroked black silk and continued to check out the gains of the day. 3 smoked devil fruits, better eat them now.
System, can you change the flavor of the fruits?
Absolutely, please choose from the following flavors: orange flavor, strawberry flavor, cantaloupe flavor.
Durian flavor then.
All right. Lin Yi ate the durian-flavored smoked devil fruit with satisfaction, not expecting the system to even change the texture. It was like actually eating durian. Successfully acquired smoke ability.
Do you want one?
Lin Yi offered a smoked devil fruit to Po Sissy in his arms.
Does Master want me to eat it?
Chapter 245 Part 2, Po Sissy Major Chapter.
Just eat it, I can't get the ability again if I eat too much. What flavor do you want? What flavor does Master want me to eat?
Lin Yi chose a banana-flavored one for Po Sissy.
That takes care of that one.
He placed the third smoked devil fruit on Po Sissy's chest, continuing to check the day's haul.
The Ultraman transformation, device roulette.
Lin Yi murmured the name of the reward, then took out 3 roulettes. He naturally wanted a light stick from Ultraman Tiga the most. Seeing Po Sissy still gnawing on the fruit, Lin Yi decided to spin it himself. All 3 roulettes spun together. 1 minute later, he opened the flip boards in turn. The first one, Ultraman Gaia, not bad. The second one, Ultraman Dina, decent. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the third one, he turned his head to look at Po Sissy. She was munching with crumbs all over her mouth, even looking up to catch his eye, and handed over the half-eaten third smoked devil fruit.
Master, would you like to eat it?
No need, clean your mouth after all, I might reward that spot tonight. Yes, master.
Po Sissy obediently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Lin Yi, feeling nervous, opened the third flip board. Ultraman Tiga. Damn, gold level, my light stick is here. Lin Yi triumphantly stored the 3 transformers in the system space. Before storing them, he played with the light stick for a full minute, barely resisting the urge to transform. Right, there were also those 5 sets of armor warriors. According to the system's note, collecting 5 sets of armor warrior can fuse into the Emperor's armor.
System, let's fuse them into the Emperor's armor.
Fusing.
Recharge.
Master, would you like to eat it?
No need, clean your mouth, after all, I might reward that spot tonight. Yes, master. Po Sissy obediently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Lin Yi, feeling nervous, opened the third flip board. Ultraman Tiga. Damn, gold level, my light stick is here. Lin Yi triumphantly stored the 3 transformers in the system space. Before storing them, he played with the light stick for a full minute, barely resisting the urge to transform. Right, there were also those 5 sets of armor warriors. According to the system's note, collecting 5 sets of armor warrior can fuse into the Emperor's armor. System, let's fuse them into the Emperor's armor. Fusing.
You hurry up and finish it, then I'll take some sexy photos of you.
If he casually showed these photos to Thousand Waves and Tang Chen, I wonder if the 2 old men would go crazy. Po Sissy sped up her eating, complying with Lin Yi's earlier request. After finishing, she even carefully wiped her mouth. She sat elegantly at the edge of the bed, her black silk legs neatly crossed, her pale hands resting on her knees, head slightly tilted, and lips curved into a sweet smile. Holding the camera, Lin Yi was stunned. This was...
What on earth are you transmitting to her, system? What kind of photography is this?
The first 500 snaps were very sunny and normal beauty shots, but the next 500 had some slightly unclear implications.
Click.
Curiously, he asked.
What if I ask you to strike the 1347th photo pose?
Po Sissy paused for a moment, indeed.
I was just saying no photos.
Po Sissy nodded confusedly and naturally slipped it back on. She stood by the bed, dressed neatly, waiting for Lin Yi's command like an obedient maid. But Lin Yi was having a hard time forgetting the scene he had just witnessed.
Primordial Azure Dragon Whip, 5 flavors.
Lin Yi was struck, reading out loud the name of the reward.
Let's try the spicy flavor for a change of taste first.
The system panel flashed with light, and the steaming jar let out a bubbling sound. Lin Yi lifted the lid, and instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted out, filling the entire room. The scent even drifted out to the streets, where the Ice Emperor turned over in the snow with her white leg resting on Snow Emperor's abdomen.
It smells so good.
The Ice Emperor mumbled in her sleep, smacking her lips. Lin Yi looked at the contents of the jar. He wasn't picky, and what's more, this was a nourishing treat that even smelled so appetizing. He set aside the lid and quickly finished the contents of the jar. His eyes sparkled, this taste, truly something that should exist only in heaven. Another jar.
What flavor this time?
Lin Yi embraced another jar of primordial azure dragon whip and dug in again, not even sparing the juices on his fingers, licking them off one by one. It was so delicious, Dai Tian's appearance wasn't just for show after all. After finishing 2 cans, there was simply no room left in his stomach, otherwise, Lin Yi would have gone for a third. Continue.
The big wheel series tracking.
After integrating the rewards, Lin Yi quickly brought out 3 big wheels. These were 3 BGM domain roulettes.
It's your time to shine, Zai Zai.
As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Po Sissy skillfully sat on his lap and lay in his arms. They say when a girl wearing a skirt sits on your lap, her impact is far greater than if she's wearing pants. But Lin Yi thought, after the images he had seen a few minutes ago, his buff stacked to the max and the impact was off the charts.
You!
Po Sissy obediently stood up, while Lin Yi crossed his legs defensively, ready to dodge bullets. He placed the 3 big wheels on the bed and gestured for Po Sissy to start.
Master has the desire to reproduce with me.
Chapter 246, Charm increased to 11,000, Appearance became handsome, big chapter.
The host's corpora cavernosa are under certain pressure, which isn't a healthy state. It needs to be released normally.
Po Sissy said with a smile as she had to when speaking. This was Lin Yi's requirement. However, this requirement, which was supposed to be for enjoyment, paradoxically brought Lin Yi even greater pressure. Po Sissy, who was wearing a smile, suddenly seemed as though she had emotions, and Lin Yi even felt that her beautiful eyes were full of a mocking taste, like the teasing from a scheming big sister. No, could I really be fooled by a puppet?
Forced command, spin the big wheel.
Lin Yi said sternly, pointing at the 3 BGM domain roulettes on the bed again. Po Sissy nodded with a smile.
As you command, Master.
She bent down and spun 2 of the wheels simultaneously, then quickly followed with the 3rd one. 1 minute later, the 3 big wheels stopped one after another. Lin Yi stood up, and Po Sissy instinctively glanced at his crotch. In fact, Lin Yi didn't really want the BGM stuff. Even if they came with boosts, it would feel cheap to use them. He was now merely curious about what BGM he would get, not intending to use them. Open the first one. Let it go. Lin Yi was taken aback, an English song, the theme from Frozen. He could almost guess the domain boost, but he checked the annotations anyway. Within the song's range, the host's ice attributes gain a 30% boost, freezing duration increases by 50%, and ice and snow cover extends by 500 meters.
Where am I going to get one?
The boost is very strong, hence is set as a mandatory condition. P.S. The prize is in the white prize pool. So, to make this BGM domain effective, I need to draw a prize from the white prize pool. Draw my derriere. The 3rd song, this time it's 2 words. Break the cocoon. Got the theme song from the Soul Land anime. Lin Yi checked the domain's boost. Since it was the theme song, the boost should be exceptional. If he were to rank songs, Lin Yi would think this one was gold level. Within the domain range, any soul skill damage is doubled. The domain's description was this single sentence: soul skill damage was doubled. It must be said, the effect did indeed have a touch of gold level rewards. Anyway, it's always better to have more tricks in the bag. It's one thing to use them or not, he'll integrate these 3 domains first. Dots of golden light flew out from the 3 wheels and into Lin Yi's body, and 3 switches appeared in his mind. Lin Yi continued to scan the panel. He stored the flying broom, the huge magic crossbow, and other numerous tool rewards all in the same space, along with a massive quantity of rare metals. Body reforging pills, 10 fiery sun snake gallbladders, octagon frozen grass, blazing apricot cabbage, and other immortal herbs were placed in another space. There were also high-risk rewards, like the Pengu banner. This item was stored in its own space, sealed off with 2 gestures to prevent an accidental retrieval. Lin Yi didn't want the Douluo plane to collapse too soon. Next, Lin Yi eyed the Dragon God's bloodline reward with hesitation. Should he integrate the Dragon God's bloodline or not? Right, the system could help me hide the bloodline, so there would be no issue after integrating. Lin Yi's only concern was the potential trouble caused by the leakage of the dragon's spirit. At this stage, he didn't want these troubles to come looking for him. If it can be hidden, that's fine. Normally, use the power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Then integrate.
Integrate the Dragon God's bloodline.
A dot of golden light flew out from the panel into Lin Yi's body. Integrating.
Yes.
Chapter 246 Part 2, Charm increased to 11,000, appearance became handsome, big chapter. Apply it to the blue electric overlord dragon. The panel displayed the image of the blue electric overlord dragon martial soul, and soon, the martial soul began to distort on the panel, transforming into the shape of a broadsword. The blade was a deep blue color, with dense dragon patterns on the hilt and prominent blue dragon patterns on the back of the blade. The edge looked incredibly sharp, giving off the impression of slicing through iron like mud. Lin Yi took out the broadsword. Holding a weapon transformed from a martial soul really was a special feeling. It seems to have no attached skills. Tusk, what a drag. He didn't have much need for a martial soul. His obsession with collecting weapons was slightly stronger. So Lin Yi didn't turn the blue electric overlord dragon back. Instead, he placed the broadsword into a panel designated for storing weapons. Inside were the Asura sword, angel holy sword, sea god's trident, golden dragon spear, Rakshasa scythe.
Help me draw a forward battle armor. Your luck has become extraordinary now. I reckon even if you draw with your feet, the foot luck would be better than my hand luck.
However, there's probably no such thing as a bad four-word battle armor. Surely one couldn't draw a three-word battle armor with one's feet. Lin Yi suddenly joked in his heart.
Is this how it's done, Master?
Po Sissy asked while lying in Lin Yi's arms, her position allowing him to see two snowy white hemispheres upon glancing down. She lifted her foot wrapped in black silk and pressed it onto the panel, the glowing light from the panel making the 10 toes inside the black silk appear very clear, petite, and cute. Po Sissy was definitely a treasure that could satisfy all foot fetishists.
Tab tab tab.
The black silk-clad foot pressed on each of the 3 buttons in succession, then her long legs came together, gracefully lowering down. Lin Yi went to check the results, while Po Sissy put her high heels back on. Their coordination was
Perfect.
as always. The first one, again Golden Dragon Moon Song. But this was definitely the best battle armor. After all, it was of Tang Wulin, the protagonist of Douluo Level 3. The second one, Silver Dragon Dance Killin. This one wasn't in stock, it was Gu Yuina's battle armor from the original story. The main female leads battle armor, and the quality was absolutely top-notch. The luck really was good. Lin Yi turned his head intending to kiss Po Sissy's foot, to praise her for her good.
Foot luck.
But he found she had already put her shoes on.
No need, no need. It was just a thought. I didn't actually plan to kiss.
Lin Yi quickly turned his head away, feeling incredibly perverted in that moment. The things that happened between him and the puppet Po Sissy definitely could not reach the ears of that certain someone on Sea God's Island. The third forward battle armor, Saint Si Yun Ming. This was the battle armor of the Shrek Inner Court's headmistress Ye Li in Douluo Level 3, Ye Li being a pure support healing Level 99 Ultimate Douluo. The role of her battle armor must also be focused on healing. Actually, as long as it was a forward battle armor, there was no such thing as a losing deal. Lin Yi stored the 3 forward battle armors inside the armor panel. Lin Yi didn't plan to draw from the cultivation extraction big wheel in the space, as it was mostly a reward aimed at soul beasts, and it was useless to him. The soul guidance device roulette, on the other hand, was worth a try. Come on, Lucky Charm, time for the foot. For the roulette, let's use hands.
The Legend of the Tang's Hero.
A type of soul tool that can absorb the celestial and divine essence from the divine realm and then convert it into attack power, with a tracking effect and power comparable to super divine artifacts. Awesome, this soul tool. Lin Yi stored it in his system space, guessing it would come in handy when he visits the divine realm in the future.
Your luck really is out of the ordinary. All thanks to my master.
Po Sissy smiled, bowing in a respectful curtsy, just like an obedient maid. But Lin Yi's mind stubbornly drifted to the succulent abalone, an image he couldn't shake off. The third soul tool, Eternal Heaven. This is.
Master, you've become more handsome.
Hem.
Po Sissy standing by suddenly said with a smile. Lin Yi was stunned, he touched his cheek and walked curiously towards the mirror. What he saw left him dumbfounded. The system had subtly adjusted his facial features and contours without changing his appearance.
Subtly.
Chapter 247, a sensation triggered among female groups by a change in attractiveness. Major chapter. The last reward. A somewhat preposterous reward that even made Lin Yi feel a bit dimensionally dislocated. Gourd seed and snake spirit that could be fused. Lin Yi looked at the gourd seed in his palm, radiating rainbow light, and said,
What are the planting conditions?
adequate soil, water, ordinary fertilizer. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Yi paused in thought. That simple. Well, the old grandpa in the cartoon is just an ordinary person after all. He couldn't possibly use jade scent nectar to nurture it. The necessary soil.
Turn around.
Lin Yi got up and started to undo his trousers while saying to Po Sissy.
Yes, master.
Po Sissy elegantly turned on her high-heeled black shoe, drawing a perfect arc on the ground, and didn't forget to comment.
Master is so smart. Urine indeed contains trace elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which are suitable for plant growth.
Lin Yi. The sounds of pitter-patter echoed in the wooden house, and while fertilizing, Lin Yi suddenly thought of Bai Jai. How did this guy solve the fertilizer problem? Zai Jai should have told her the cultivation methods in her mind as well. Aquipea Forest. A girl in a green luo skirt was pale with fright, running frantically ahead, with 3 huge, furious 10,000 years mad rhinoceroses following close behind.
Woo, I'm sorry, Mr. Rhinoceros. I didn't mean to steal your poop. I'll return it to you.
Bai Jai cried and shouted as she ran. Lin, you would never have imagined the innocent Bai Jai staying up all night in the territory of the rhinoceros, just waiting for poop.
Too slow, I don't have the patience to wait for you to sprout. Gotta put little diamond in the character panel tonight. Already cleared out a spot.
Lin Yi frowned slightly, then had a sudden inspiration. He had a growth crystal. Sprinkling the powder of a growth crystal into the jar, astonishingly, results appeared the next second. The delicate sprout, glowing with rainbow light, emerged quickly, stretching upwards. Lin Yi was stunned and quickly took out the sea god's trident and stuck it on the wall to serve as a support for the gourd vine.
Thump, thump, thump.
7 variously colored gourds appeared one after the other from the vine, growing larger as they swayed.
Can I fuse them now?
Anytime.
Then let's fuse.
Gourd little King Kong is fusing.
Oh my, why do I reek so much?
As the light dispersed, a muscular man with a prominent six-pack abs, a white gourd on his head, speaking in a northeastern accent, appeared. He frowned and sniffed the scent on his body, and after a moment he spotted Lin Yi, his eyes widening.
Master, little diamond greets master.
The robust little diamond kneeled on one knee, cupping his hands together, his expression sincere. Not quite the 2D style.
Is she master's wife? Wow, this big sis is really something. Retrieve system space.
Lin Yi waved his hand, taking little diamond into the character panel. Inside the panel, little diamond now stood on his own platform, flexing his muscles repeatedly, executing standard bodybuilding poses. Tang Wudong, wearing a swimsuit beside him, looked dumbfounded. Lin Yi took a breath, not expecting little diamond to be such a hunk.
Where's the snake spirit?
Just as Lin Yi said this, he suddenly looked down at his legs, where a blue tail had unexpectedly wrapped itself. Turning around, he was immediately faced with a woman about his height, staring back at him, with only half a meter separating them. This woman had luscious green hair, divinely beautiful features, snow-white skin, and her chest was barely contained by her top, critical of all. Her face was not a melon-seed shape.
Master Tilda.
The snake spirit said with a smile, her voice surprisingly sweet. Enter the character panel. In the panel, the recently gentle-faced snake spirit caught sight of little diamond and suddenly bared 2 sharp fangs from her cherry lips, her pretty face turning angry.
Snake spirit, what are you doing here? Do you believe I'll skin you?
Little diamond assumed a horse stance, also ready to attack. As the two seemed on the verge of a fight, Lin Yi quickly moved them to different spots. This reward.
6.
Chapter 247 Part 2. a sensation triggered among female groups by a change in attractiveness major chapter. Before dawn, the sun had not yet risen. The first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, awakening Lin Yi in his room with a faint glow. Above the streets, passing soul masters from Soul City in groups detoured around the ice and snow emperors. A few curious onlookers wanted to get a closer look, but as soon as they approached within a meter, a layer of white frost formed on their bodies. This terrifyingly low temperature sent them scurrying back in horror.
Sister, time to get up.
The Snow Emperor rubbed her eyes and, upon getting up, picked up the Ice Emperor like a little chick. The Ice Emperor was forced awake, her expression full of grogginess. Members from the Martial Soul Hall also arrived one after another. Knowing that the order was already set, those from Tiandu and Xingluo did not speed up upon seeing the approaching parties. Whoever loves to arrive first, let them. After all, Lin Yi hadn't arrived yet. Everyone yawned as they walked, having not slept well since Lin Yi's appearance. After taking their designated positions, the entrance of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor felt like a chunk of ice stuffed down your neck in the dead of winter. The Soul Masters' faces instantly changed color, and they retreated to give the sisters ample space. With the experience from the day before, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were no longer surprised by such a scene. 5 minutes later, behind the crowd, a swirling, surging silver radiance appeared. Gu Yuina was the first to emerge from the space channel, her stunning beauty and alluring figure incredibly eye-catching. Following her were Dai Tian, Bai Jai, and Zai Jai. Although there were some hiccups last night, Bai Jai, who had taken great care of Gourd Seed, still looked radiant today. Goose just needs to be happy every day. This was a principle that Bai Jai always adhered to. Gu Yuina glanced at the empty platform, rolled her eyes, and pouted.
Lazy bones.
Master speaks the truth.
Dai Tian carefully agreed, thinking of flattering Gu Yuina but afraid that Lin Yi might hear. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door of a small wooden house next to the platform suddenly opened, chilling Dai Tian to the bone. Lin Yi walked out of the room, stretching lazily with a calm demeanor. All eyes immediately turned towards him. Just then the sun rose, and the soft golden light filtering through the eaves fell on the side of Lin Yi's face. The young man lifted his head, his handsome features half basked in the golden sunlight, half shrouded in shadow. He turned and calmly walked towards the platform. At this moment, the light struck his face directly. The delicate features, the perfect facial contours that blended softness and firmness, the deep and captivating black eyes. Dressed in plain hemp clothes, Lin Yi slowly ascended the steps one by one. Bai Bidong, standing directly opposite, was momentarily stunned as she lifted her head. Kaiyan Rengsu's mouth fell open, her face a picture of astonishment. Lin Yi, as if he heard nothing, came to the center cushion and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, his calm and steady breathing causing his chest to rise and fall slightly. All the people below instinctively held their breaths, starting to breathe in rhythm with Lin Yi. All sounds gradually disappeared at the scene, until it was so quiet you could hear everyone's heartbeat. Gu Yuina's purple eyes stared blankly at Lin Yi's face, and even the simple Bai Jai hurriedly raised her two fair hands to rub her eyes, thinking she had seen wrong. The Ice Emperor's expression froze, her body rigid. The Snow Emperor's pretty face was full of surprise. Everyone knew that this was Lin Yi himself, no mistake, but...
Oh my God, how did I never realize Senior Lin Yi was so handsome? I'm devastated by his handsomeness. Folks, I'm pregnant.
Lin Yi opened his eyes, and that instant glance took away the breath of many women. A few 30-something soul master housewives happened to stand opposite, and they couldn't help covering their mouths and shyly running to the side.
Where are the students from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy?
Lin Yi, as if blind to everyone's reaction, asked a very serious question. At that moment, the golden gates opened, and a beautiful girl ran out with an anxious expression.
I'm sorry I'm late. Senior Lin Yi, there was an incident in the academy.
A flustered orange dashed out, and just as she lifted her head, her mouth seemed to lose its ability to speak, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Lin Yi.
What's wrong with the academy?
Lin Yi frowned slightly and followed up on her remarks. Orange immediately lowered her head, her gaze filled with astonishment.
Speak! Ah, why yes, Senior Lin Yi, it's…
The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched noticeably a few times. After finishing her sentence, Orange immediately hung her head low, not daring to meet Lin Yi's eyes.
Since that's the case, today you will be the sole attacker from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Do you have any objections?
No.
Orange shook her head immediately. She had actually planned to just report the situation and then go back to take care of everyone. But now, staring blankly at Lin Yi on the stage, Orange suddenly didn't want to go back.
Why does this guy look so good today?
Goose agrees.
Bai Jai nodded solemnly beside her. When Bai Bidong saw Lin Yi looking at her, her body stiffened and her pretty face instantly reddened. As a pope to be unsettled by a mere glance, Bai Bidong, "Oh Bai Bidong, what are you doing?" She quickly proceeded up the steps to the stage, almost stumbling on the last one, her face turned even redder. Bai Bidong touched her somewhat hot cheeks and smiled awkwardly, approaching Lin Yi with some restraint.
Senior, I'm here to sign in.
Bai Bidong said softly, almost as if asking for permission. Is this the effect of a charm value of 11,000? A little terrifying. But indeed, just an ice emperor with a charm value over 300 already had enough attraction to make lolicons fall, and ordinary people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lin Yi quietly watched Bai Bidong's shy demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at the magic of this transformation. That chuckle suddenly made Bai Bidong capitulate as well. She covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh along, her face very red, and even the sound of her voice carried a bashful tone.
Senior, time to sign in Tilda.
All right, sign in.
Sign in reward, high-level maid outfit. A yellow-level reward, the same as the one on Posisi. Lin Yi raised his hand, pinching a yellow orb of light to bring it before Bai Bidong's eyes. As if performing a magic trick, the orb turned into a black and white ruffled maid outfit in his hands. A yellow-level reward named high-level maid outfit. Its effect is to make people feel relaxed, calm, and comfortable. Hearing the introduction, Bai Bidong's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi's face the whole time, only hurriedly shifting her attention away when Lin Yi looked her way, stepping forward to accept the maid outfit.
Thank you, Senior. I really like the clothes you gave me. You're not disappointed, it's only a yellow-level reward.
Lin Yi smiled and nodded.
Of course not.
Bai Bidong quickly shook her head. Please don't smile anymore, I can't take it. Bai Bidong was about to lose her composure. Previously she had wished Lin Yi would smile more, but now.
Begin the attack.
Lin Yi's expression returned to calm. Bai Bidong, as if relieved, nodded and took a few steps back. She didn't realize her earlobes were bright red. Lin Yi was preparing to face the attack when he caught a glimpse of a picture of beautiful legs from
Lu Hao.
Chapter 248, Ultimate Technique, Stream Ray, Fire, Major Chapter. Lu Hao was somewhat silent. She hadn't even said a word in the group chat, sharing only a single photo of her leg. The leg in the photo was clearly that of a mature woman. Fair, plump with delicate skin, yet still slender and well-proportioned. The floor in the photo was as reflective as a mirror, through which one could notice the luxurious beams and the faint glimmers of an elaborate headdress. It seemed she was a lady of wealth, but her silence made it hard to gauge her identity. In Seoul Land, wealthy families were not uncommon. Guessing her identity was like looking for a needle in the ocean. However, since she was willing to post a photo, then she must have been punished by the system. Lin Yi shifted his attention away from the chat group and refocused on Bai Bidong. After storing the high-level maid outfit in her storage soul tool, she worked hard to concentrate. As the Pope with a wealth of life experience, Bai Bidong's self-control was far beyond that of most women, even when faced with a charm of 11,000. A serious look returned to her face as a purple-red glow enveloped her, and the purple two-word battle armor emerged from beneath her skin, wrapping around her tall, curvaceous body. Bai Bidong released her martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, which was the one she had always publicly disclosed.
Martial Soul True Body.
With the two-word battle armor worn, the transformed real body did not reveal itself externally, but the purple-red light that emitted from the realization of the true body shone unabashedly through the surface of the battle armor. The white spider web design on the battle armor's surface glowed with a purple brilliance, dazzling and eye-catching. A pair of wings unfolded behind her as Bai Bidong floated midair, her beautiful eyes determined.
Blood-sucking, spider stingers.
She released her sixth soul skill. A soul skill that had not been used for a long time. This time it was released alongside her martial soul true body and two-word battle armor, with a simple goal: to ensure the damage exceeded the 400,000 dealt previously using regret of the arrogant dragon. The damage kept piling up, which was a miracle for Bai Bidong, whose real strength was currently only at the titled Douluo level. A flurry of purple-red spider stingers rained down on Lin Yi like a storm of rain hitting sand, creating a series of crackling noises. The attack gradually subsided. Facing damage rebound, Bai Bidong swung her armor-covered right hand downward, grasping the Rakshasa scythe that emitted a purple-black aura. She charged forward, the Rakshasa scythe spinning in her palm, its blade rubbing against the air to produce a devilish roar.
Whoosh!
The devil's sickle clashed with the damage rebound, the latter shattering instantly. However, Bai Bidong was shaken to the point that her hands went numb, and she could only reluctantly place the divine artifact on the ground to catch her breath. Red advanced damage rebound, this intensity.
Damage 426,748, red advanced level. The reward is eternal weapon roulette.
After finishing his statement, Lin Yi threw the red light sphere in his hand up into the air. Had he known it was a big wheel reward, he would have thickly faced a junior sister for some photos yesterday. Bai Bidong was full of regret. She approached the big wheel with some trepidation and gave it a strong tug. A minute later, Lin Yi lifted the veil beneath the pointer. Rakshasa scythe. Upon seeing these four characters, Bai Bidong was initially stunned, then immediately glanced at the Rakshasa scythe still in her hand. Her scythe had been only a month-long trial reward before, but now it had been upgraded to permanent reward. Bai Bidong hugged the scythe, her eyes reddening slightly. From time to time, she cast a grateful gaze towards Lin Yi, as she had been longing for this scythe for a long time.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
I can't really take credit for it, it was just your luck.
Sharing some of that luck with me wouldn't hurt.
8th soul skill, Dance of the Chaotic Cloak.
Chapter 248 Part 2, Ultimate Technique, Stream Ray, Fire, Major Chapter.
What is she waiting for?
Thousand Waves couldn't help but mutter when he saw Bai Bidong didn't make a move for a long time.
She's accumulating power. The essence of disorder-splitting wind lies in the stacking of strength. If the initial force is already very high, then the overall intensity of the skill will be greatly increased.
Tang Chen explained. Finally, Bai Bidong made her move, swinging out the hammer with a force that made the wind tremble. The huge hammer swung back and forth on the platform, and many could not even see the shadow of the Hao Tian hammer, only a powerful whirlwind. Lin Yi heard Bai Bidong muttering in the center of the storm. She was counting the number of hammer swings. Gradually, Bai Bidong's voice was overpowered by the strong wind, and the hurricane formed by the hammer became ever closer to Lin Yi, like the white gang chi.
Really should let the descendants of Hao Tian clan see this.
Tang Chen couldn't help but talk to himself. Thousand Waves heard him and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. The Hao Tian clan coming? Heh, they will only be surprised at the Soul Master competition. Clang! The strongest strike of the Dance of the Chaotic Cloak was released on Lin Yi, and before damage rebound could appear, Bai Bidong was the one who was sent flying first. She fell to the platform and slid for several meters. Fortunately, her two-word battle armor protected her head, or else Bai Bidong would have undoubtedly fallen into a coma by now. The damage rebound struck, and Bai Bidong's beautiful eyes widened as her wings swiftly opened with a whoosh, creating distance for her. The Hao Tian hammer in her hand instantly grew several times larger. With purple light flickering, Bai Bidong struggled to her feet, spinning her body, and with a clear shout, the huge hammer forcefully collided with the damage rebound. The rebound shattered with a loud crash, and pieces of its phantom image slowly drifted down. Kyan Rengsu couldn't help but be nervous for the recent Bai Bidong.
Not bad.
Lin Yi calmly commented. Hearing this, Bai Bidong chuckled lightly, sitting on the ground exhaustedly with the purple battle armor receding from her body like the tide. She was already drenched in sweat by now. Blood loss, 457,846. Remaining health, 899,933,430,847. Damage level, red high level. Random reward, regret medicine 1. Host reward, regret medicine 3. Regret medicine. Does this thing even exist? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment before remembering to check the description. Is there a regret medicine in the world? Of course there is. What is the thing you regret most in your heart? Think about this thing, consume it, and the regretful event will vanish from this moment, and your life will change course and head down a different path. This description is quite on point. Lin Yi thought for the first time seeing the description like an advertisement. The setting of this reward is somewhat similar to the Life Restart card, but once the Life Restart card is used, your life starts from zero, and you can't even decide on your initial species. Regret medicine allows you to make a change at a certain point in your past life, which is somewhat safer. He said to Bai Bidong.
Damage 457,846. Red advanced level. Your reward is a regret medicine.
Lin Yi gestured with the red orb in his hand, continuing.
Swallow this pill, and the thing that you regret the most will change as you wish, giving you the life you desire.
Bai Bidong listened blankly. While she was lost in thought, the red orb had already been flicked over to her by Lin Yi. Bai Bidong held a black pill in her hand, hesitating. The color of the pill seemed to represent her past, which was also pitch black and unbearable to recall.
If I make the change, will all the effects I originally caused disappear?
Lin Yi nodded.
Yes.
It would also mean that in Soul Land, no one would have ever heard of the name Bai Bidong, and Kyan Rengsu would lose her trace in this world. Bai Bidong gripped the pill tightly, with scenes from her memories flashing through her mind like a carousel revolving around her for a long time. But at the moment she looked up and saw Kyan Rengsu, all the images unexpectedly shattered one by one without warning. Bai Bidong and Kyan Rengsu looked at each other with complex expressions. She seemed to remember the time when this little girl held her fingers with her tender 5 fingers, looking up and asking in a milky voice.
Are you my mother?
At this moment, Bai Bidong seemed to deflate, her grip on the elixir relaxing momentarily. She summoned her courage and shook her head with a smile at Lin Yi.
Sorry, Senior, this reward is very precious, but I have no regrets.
Lin Yi stared deeply at her for a few seconds, then nodded.
The reward is yours. How you handle it is up to you. Thank you, Senior.
Bai Bidong ascended to the stage joyfully, but when she descended, her face was calm, as tranquil as an azure sky without a cloud. Kyan Rengsu's gaze lingered on Bai Bidong for a long time.
Senior Lin Yi even has regret medicine. Alas, at my age, I have too many regrets to count. If only I could get 1, no, maybe 8 or 10 of them.
Third offer lamented while stroking Jin Izio Douluo's head.
Third offerer, there is no regret medicine in this world.
Bai Bidong's voice suddenly came from nearby.
But His Holiness the Pope just now.
At that moment, Thousand Waves placed a hand on Third Offerer's shoulder, signaling him with his eyes to speak cautiously. He then walked towards the platform.
There really is no such thing as real regret medicine. What's done is done.
Tang Chen muttered, watching Thousand Waves' retreating figure. Once on stage, Thousand Waves bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. His attack last time amounted to 540,000 damage, making Thousand Waves the first among the human contestants to achieve golden damage through a regular attack. Being an ultimate Douluo, the rewards he received were indeed sumptuous. The forward battle armor and the Angel's Holy Sword artifact were his current scoring tools. However, having already used his first and second soul skills, which were directly related to the artifacts, he felt somewhat at a loss now. Hoping to try out a new skill, he decided to use the big wheel he got last time. Thousand Waves looked around the environment, felt embarrassed, and quickly descended the stage to clear enough space for himself to transform.
Is he going to use that giant ability from last time?
The crowd wondered, watching his actions with surprise. Thousand Waves swiftly answered them through his actions. He took out a badge-like transformer and shouted loudly.
Taro!
A blinding light appeared, enveloping Thousand Waves in a sphere of luminosity that grew upward at an astonishing rate, shooting up to a height of 50 to 60 meters in an instant. A body red and silver in hue, a somewhat exaggerated face, and a pair of silver antlers. The Ultra Men had indeed left a rather odd impression on the Soul Masters, especially for the ferocious beasts. Taro's stature was indeed large, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, but Gu Yuina remained unimpressed, for when she reverted to her original form, she nearly reached 200 meters, showcasing the depth of the Silver Dragon King's heritage. 50 to 60 meters compared to 200 meters.
Boom!
Chapter 249, Children Towards the Stillness of Time, How is this reward both precious and cheap? Big chapter. But besides the shield rapidly losing blood, Lin Yi's body did not undergo any other changes, which indirectly proved that his health greatly surpassed that of the monster. Even Ultraman Taro could do nothing to him. It was not until the beam of light had completely disappeared that Thousand Waves slowly stood up, feeling slightly apprehensive inside. At that moment, the damage rebound suddenly appeared, and Thousand Waves was taken aback, instantly adopting an offensive stance. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. The strong gust from the punch even stirred up dust on the platform. Thousand Waves retracted his more than 2-meter-wide fist, the overwhelming damage rebound now shattered into pieces. He could feel that his defensive power in this stance had also greatly increased, at least when facing damage rebound. After reverting from the Ultraman Taro state, Thousand Waves stepped on the stairs and returned to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi observed the data on the panel. Blood loss, 577,946. Remaining health, 899,932,861,435. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, immunity to the first attack received an ability to copy the corresponding skill, copy count *1, retainable. Host reward, immunity to the first attack received an ability to copy the corresponding skill, copy count *2, retainable. The rewards on the panel were not easy to understand from the literal meaning, so Lin Yi first went to see the system's comment. According to the description, this reward was like a passive skill. Damage 577,946, Gold Novice, your reward is a skill mastery.
Skill!
Excitement shone in Thousand Waves' eyes upon hearing about this reward. His damage had stacked so high, and there were not many skills left for him to draw from, so he urgently needed skills that could improve his damage. Ability explained as: when you receive an attack from a certain skill for the first time, you will be immune to that skill, i.e., first-time immunity, and you can also copy that skill once. The copied skill can be used anytime without consuming any ability, and if not used, it can be retained indefinitely. However, when you are attacked by the same skill a second time, you will not be immune to it and will not be able to copy it again. Thousand Waves nodded at these words. So with this skill, couldn't he continuously accumulate skills? Collecting the first attack of various skills and then retaining them for use whenever he wanted, being able to unleash numerous copied skills without cooldown due to the absence of consumption was incredibly powerful. Besides, this was equivalent to an invincible golden body. And if the opponent unleashed different skills he hadn't been attacked by before, it meant multiple invincible golden bodies. Not bad, this reward. Thousand Waves could totally leverage this reward to freeload attack skills from Gu Yuina without worry, as he would be immune the first time and not afraid of getting hurt. Thousand Waves looked delighted as Lin Yi flicked a golden light sphere onto him. Why not go try and freeload 1 or 2 skills right now? With that thought, Thousand Waves turned to face Gu Yuina, intending to freeload skills from this formidable dragon lady.
Senior, could you please use different skills to attack me a few times? I really liked those white blossoms you released earlier.
Who do you think you are?
Hearing Gu Yuina's chilly reply, Thousand Waves' expression instantly lost its brilliance. He almost burst into tears with a
What?
He walked back dejectedly, and standing before Lin Yi said gloomily.
Senior, the second attack.
Lin Yi nodded. To surpass 570,000 damage, Thousand Waves could only hope for the forward battle armor and the Angel Holy Sword, the divine artifact. But if the soul skill couldn't use the divine artifact, the damage would diminish significantly. So now he only had 2 attack modes left to use. Martial Soul True Body with first soul skill plus forward battle armor, and Martial Soul True Body with third soul skill plus forward battle armor. If he exhausted these 2 modes of attack without any new rewards, he would have to consider using the King character template he obtained earlier, Li Bai. Thousand Waves took a deep breath, knowing he would inevitably face this moment of being pushed to the limit someday. The second attack.
7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
Thousand Waves, clad in half-forward battle armor, gripped the sword with solemnity. In that moment, the blade flickered with golden light, and the serene and majestic 6-winged angel phantom emerged behind him, then transformed into golden light and infused into Thousand Waves' body. The Angel Holy Sword expanded several times in size, but on his battle armor-covered right hand, it was as light as a feather. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving a golden afterimage behind, and in an instant he appeared above Lin Yi. Thousand Waves shone with golden brilliance like a god descending, his right hand wielding the sword and the left supporting it. As the sword fell, even Gu Yuina down below couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at the sight. She rarely saw humans who could release such an aura. Thousand Waves was the first. The sword's formidable aura landed on Lin Yi, their collision generating a mighty sonic boom, and a burst of golden light exploded immediately. After the attack, the reflected damage from the sword increased immensely. Thousand Waves looked up at the enlarging golden light sphere with trepidation, retreating continuously to distance himself.
Roar!
Facing the consuming damage rebound, Thousand Waves clenched his teeth. The golden light flickered on his right shoulder's forward kai, and he swung the Angel Holy Sword fiercely.
Boom!
Chapter 249 Part 2, Children Towards the Stillness of Time, How is this reward both precious and cheap? Big chapter. Health loss, 597,843. Remaining health, 899,930,2,274,365. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, Child-friendly time stop. Host reward, Adult targeted time stop. Time stop.
Damage 597,843, Gold tier advanced, and the reward you're getting is the ability of Time Stop.
Thousand Waves' eyes widened in shock. Time stop, control over time. But Lin Yi continued swiftly.
Hold on, your Time Stop comes with a prefix. Its full name is Child-friendly Time Stop.
A premonition of something undesirable instantly struck Thousand Waves.
First of all, Time Stop is a permanent reward, but each instance of Time Stop can't last more than an hour, and it can only be used once a day. What does child-friendly mean?
Thousand Waves immediately asked about the aspect that concerned him. Lin Yi said with a half-smile.
Child-friendly means that during the time stop, you cannot engage in any aggressive, bloody, lewd, thieving, or other morally dubious acts initiated by you. The moment you engage in such acts, the time stop effect will be immediately lifted, and your reward will be permanently forfeited.
Thousand Waves twitched his mouth. Was he rewarded just to observe this halted world properly?
By the way, your time stop doesn't work on me.
Lin Yi reminded. Thousand Waves twitched his mouth again. Great, it's ineffective against Lin Yi, so that's even more reason not to misbehave, especially with Lin Yi watching.
All right, thanks, Senior Lin Yi.
This reward left Thousand Waves with mixed feelings, giving him a sense of something both precious and cheap. Lin Yi appeared to smile nonchalantly, but inside, he was already bursting with joy. Thousand Waves got the child-friendly version, while his own was the adult-targeted version. Basically, Lin Yi could engage in all the behaviors forbidden to children. Moreover, the rule that time stop could only last 1 hour was clearly meant for preventing children from being addicted to it. Since Lin Yi was an adult, he didn't have to follow that rule and could control time as he pleased. He had just gained an ability he had always longed for in his childhood.
So can I try out this skill?
Thousand Waves asked tentatively.
As you wish.
Wait.
The women at the scene suddenly spoke up to stop him, looking uneasily at Lin Yi.
Is it really?
An old man like me, could I really do anything improper to you?
Thousand Waves said, slightly helpless. In such a public place, with even his granddaughter present. Besides, if he wanted to do something bad, it wouldn't be against these women. Thousand Waves had originally thought about using this ability to visit Sea God's Island.
Rest assured what I said is true. With Senior Lin Yi here watching, you have nothing to worry about.
Thousand Waves reassured them. Likewise, Time Stop was an ability many men wished for as boys, and Thousand Waves was no exception. He too was curious about a world brought to a halt. After integrating the reward, Thousand Waves looked at Lin Yi and started to use his ability. An invisible law enveloped the entire continent. The clouds and birds in the sky froze in place, the sound of conversation paused, and even the leaves maintained the traces of the wind that had just passed. The scene instantly fell into complete silence. Thousand Waves looked up at the people before him and let out a surprised laugh. He quickly walked down the steps, curiously observing everyone he passed in front of the Martial Soul Hall. Everyone's pupils were fixed in position. Even the sound of breathing was gone, and Thousand Waves, like a child, poked Cayenne Rengsu's cheek, laughing in astonishment when he confirmed his granddaughter really wouldn't budge.
This is incredible. Is the entire continent stopped?
Lin Yi nodded.
Yes.
Thousand Waves made a few more rounds and this time came in front of several ferocious beasts. Seeing Gu Yuina, usually fierce and aggressive, frozen in a single posture and expression, Thousand Waves couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. Impressive, aren't you? Have a big temper, do you? Aren't you just immobilized by one of my spells? But Thousand Waves didn't dare to do anything. He just looked around and then returned to the stage. He lifted the spell. The wind blew, the birds moved, the clouds drifted, yet people looked at the stage as if nothing had happened.
Why don't you start?
Gu Yuina asked curiously. Thousand Waves smiled without saying a word and feigned profundity with a few coughs before saying,
I've already tried it.
The soul masters on the scene instantly gave puzzled looks but soon understood. Of course, if time stopped, they wouldn't feel anything.
Damn, I want that ability too.
Gu Yuina said discontentedly. Not just her, everyone had the same thought, and even Cayenne Rengsu's look toward her grandfather was filled with longing and admiration. If she could use time stop too, she'd just stare at Lin Yi for a good half-hour first. Ah, wait, it seems Lin Yi wouldn't be affected.
Cough, cough, focus.
Cayenne Rengsu gave an awkward smile, a flash of light in her palm, and the 9 treasures glazed pagoda appeared in her hand. Their combined attack last time had reached 530,000, and gradually it had reached a level beyond Cayenne Rengsu's imagination. Now she too was treasure hunting in the Golden Junior Prize pool. This time their attack plan was the same as last time, but Cayenne Rengsu would use 2 amplification skills. The divine angelic holy sword was taken out again, but this time Thousand Waves didn't summon his forward battle armor. He stood at the forefront with the incantation from Cayenne Rengsu behind him.
9 treasures well known, 1 called strength, 3 called soul.
2 rings of differently colored amplification skills landed on Thousand Waves. He held up the holy sword and declared in a deep voice.
Martial soul true body.
The huge 6-winged angel phantom stood erect behind Thousand Waves, and in the next moment, the angel goddess turned into a golden light and entered his body.
Light blade slash.
Thousand Waves shone with 3 colors floating midair, his eyes glinting with red and gold. The holy sword expanded several times in size, the burning blade wrapped in true fire of the sun as it cut through the air, producing thunderous roars and bore down on Lin Yi. The air shook violently, with Kayan Rengsu behind first hit by the shock, stumbling slightly. But damage rebound followed immediately, and with his granddaughter present, Thousand Waves' expression froze 12-fold. He immediately summoned his forward battle armor, increasing his speed and boosting his attack power to split the damage rebound in two.
Hyo!
Thousand Waves wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Kayan Rengsu with lingering fear in his eyes.
For a golden reward, Grandpa is getting more and more out of his depth.
He said. He meant to express his feelings in hopes of seeking his granddaughter's admiration and comfort, but he noticed that Kayan Rengsu wasn't paying any attention to his words, still quietly observing Lin Yi while holding the 9 treasures glazed pagoda.
You really that afraid he'll die?
Thousand Waves asked with a stiff expression.
No, how could I?
Chapter 250, Dream Killer and Hypnotism, Permanent Mental Exhaustion. Happy New Year. Blood lost, 564,713. Remaining blood, 899,930,1,717,335. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, map attack Senrigan plus ears that hear across the wind. Host reward, map attack Senrigan plus ears that hear across the wind, no critical hit. What does map attack mean? Lin Yi had only heard of map cannons. Confused by the reward, he decided to read the explanation.
The damage is 564,713, Gold Junior level. You've been awarded with a skill called Map Attack, which also grants the abilities of Senrigan and Ears that hear across the wind, both permanent rewards.
He said to Kayan Rengsu.
First, there's the Senrigan and Ears that hear across the wind. You can understand the literal meaning, right?
Kayan Rengsu shook her head. Lin Yi's thoughts stalled for a moment. Were these terms from myth not known to the people of Seoul Land?
Senrigan means that you can see scenes from any distance away, and the ears that hear across the wind lets you hear sounds from any distance as well.
He explained. Kayan Rengsu and Thousand Waves nodded, their faces lighting up with understanding. Lin Yi. Kayan Rengsu's eyes twinkled, as if she heard Lin Yi's encouragement.
Ha ha ha, my child is born with the air of an emperor. An ability with such wide coverage is fitting for his status.
Laughed someone who looked younger than Zhu King from below the platform, nodding in approval. He even instinctively reached up to stroke his beard, but finding none, he awkwardly lowered his hand. Beside him, Dai Ben was so jealous that he almost ground his teeth to dust. Getting a gold reward was a big deal, wasn't it? He wondered if there was some secret deal between Zhu King and Thousand Waves, since Thousand Waves could help to such an extent. This baffled Dai Ben, and when he went to ask about it, he came back with nothing but frustration.
Zoro's guard!
Kayan Rengsu exclaimed. She had seen a guard patrolling inside the Stardew Imperial Palace, the same guard leader who had accompanied her to Seoul City.
Did you really see that?
Thousand Waves curiously asked from beside her, since Kayan Rengsu obviously couldn't share her vision with him.
Yes, he is now walking while picking his nose. Wait, damn it. He just wiped his booger on my beloved golden trumpet tree.
Frowning, Kayan Rengsu's expression soured. Map attack, any form of attack was okay, right? Raising her hand right then, Kayan Rengsu slapped through the air, and with a clang, she distinctly heard the sound from Sorrow's face. Thousands of miles away, Sorrows was stunned by the slap, stumbling back several steps, sword drawn and bewildered.
Who hit me?
Sorrows looked around in panic, but saw no one, only the soldiers some 20 meters away staring back at him in confusion. Cough cough, it must be an illusion. Sorrows coughed twice and awkwardly sheathed his sword. Kayan Rengsu curled the corner of her mouth and kicked forward with her foot, causing Sorrows to fall to the ground in shock, tumbling several times backward. The soldiers in the distance were dumbfounded.
My God, it's haunted.
Sorrows scrambled up and hurriedly ran towards where there were more people. Hearing his panic shouting, Kai and Ringsu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone watched in confusion, not knowing what Kai and Ringsu had seen, heard, or what had happened.
Let's start the second attack.
Kai and Ringsu turned around satisfactorily and said to Thousand Waves. Since his granddaughter had already tested her abilities and was very satisfied, Thousand Waves naturally had no doubts, and he believed in the quality of the gold rank. For the second attack, Thousand Waves would use the fourth soul skill, Angel's Eye, in conjunction with his martial soul true body. But the fourth soul skill didn't require a divine artifact, so the damage might not increase, therefore Kai and Ringsu needed to release a few more amplifying skills. After discussing, Kai and Ringsu once again summoned the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. The glazed tower, radiating 9-colored light, spun in midair.
From 9 treasures comes glazed brilliance. First is strength, second is speed, third is soul, fifth is attack.
As Kai and Ringsu chanted, 4 different colored amplifying auras landed on Thousand Waves' body.
7th soul skill, Angel God Body.
Behind Thousand Waves, the huge shadow of the seraph with 6 wings appeared again, with the air around violently trembling due to this massive gold-level energy. This time, the angelic shadow didn't enter Thousand Waves' body, but instead, she raised her slender arms, and a giant gold pupil opened above her head. The pupil emitted blinding light, and in an instant, countless gold sword shadows were released from the pupil, falling upon Lin Yi like countless arrows. Clang, 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 but not a single golden sword shadow could penetrate Lin Yi's defense. The entire sword shadow attack lasted a full 30 seconds until the golden pupil above the angelic shadow closed and the angel disappeared. Thousand Waves' right side flashed with starlight, and he decisively released his forward battle armor. With the divine angelic holy sword in his right hand, Thousand Waves competed with the damage rebound in speed, rapidly dashing in front of Kai and Ringsu to shatter the damage rebound with a single strike.
You have to praise Grandpa this time.
Thousand Waves slowly sheathed his sword and said seriously. Chapter 251, Being the Master God Who Controls Everything in the Dreams of 4 Beautiful Women Major Chapter. Dreams, Assassins, Hypnotism. Lin Yi read the annotation from beginning to end and couldn't help but sigh at the novelty of this reward. Had there been dream-related rewards before? Probably not. He said to Kai and Ringsu.
Damage 579,476, Golden Junior. The reward you obtained is still 1 main skill plus 1 auxiliary skill mastery.
Kai and Ringsu's golden eyes immediately lit up. Her favorite thing was to obtain all kinds of bizarre abilities from Lin Yi. She didn't speak, just smiled and showed a serious, attentive expression. Lin Yi continued.
The main skill is called Dream Killer, and the auxiliary ability is Hypnotism.
The meaning of dream killer is that you can break into any sleeper's dream and do anything in their dream that you can't do in reality.
Command reality at will, ever-changing, overwhelming, doing as one pleases.
However, this ability will be affected by the strength of your opponent, including the degree of mental loss and the strength of the hypnotism, all of which will be influenced by the opponent's power. Kai and Ringsu listened with sparkling eyes, absolutely thrilled.
Then this ability.
It's useless on me.
Lin Yi cut off all of Kai and Ringsu's thoughts with one sentence. His expression was indifferent as he looked at her and continued.
Including your last reward, the 1,000-mile eye and ears that hear across the wind, they are also useless on me. Any skills other than those causing damage have no effect on me.
Kai and Ringsu's mouth twitched. How did Lin Yi know what she was about to ask?
How about I randomly select a few lucky spectators to personally verify this reward?
Everyone below the stage looked at Lin Yi in confusion, not yet processing what was happening, when they saw the handsome young man raise his slender right hand with 5 fingers outstretched.
What do you see in the palm of my hand?
Lin Yi asked them. Everyone looked curiously at his palm, with Gu Yuina even stepping forward a few steps, hands on her hips, leaning forward to peer. They were all so naive and easily fooled. An invisible ripple spread from Lin Yi's palm to the surroundings, causing everyone to start feeling dizzy and held their heads. Gu Yuina watched as people around her fell one after another. She raised her slender finger toward Lin Yi, frowning, and said,
You.
Sleep!
As Lin Yi's words fell, Gu Yuina also rolled her eyes and lay on the ground. All the people at the scene, without exception, were now in a deep sleep. Lin Yi stretched, yawned, and said,
Ah, rare to get a break in the middle.
He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and casually summoned Po Sissy from the system space. The pretty woman, dressed in a high-level maid outfit, matching black silk high heels, respectfully greeted Lin Yi from behind.
Greetings, Master.
Keep an eye on my physical body. Kill without mercy anyone who tries to approach me. Yes, Master. Now, I'm going to have fun entering the dreams of a few lucky individuals.
Lin Yi smiled and walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the 1,000+ people sleeping below. On the surface, he was letting everyone experience this skill, but in reality, he also wanted to try it for himself, as it was a first for him too. The hypnotism he controlled was, after all, a reward for a critical hit, plus his own strength added on, so his hypnotism effect was much stronger than what Cayenne Rengsu could muster. Even for someone like Gu Yuina, Lin Yi could ensure she wouldn't wake up if he didn't want her to. That's why Lin Yi was confident enough to summon Po Sissy. First, he looked towards Cayenne Rengsu to have some fun with her. Lin Yi stood still, closed his eyes. His spiritual body broke free from his physical form, floated in the air, and then entered Cayenne Rengsu's mind. On the platform, Po Sissy stood quietly behind Lin Yi's physical body. She spread her spiritual power across a kilometer radius, constantly on the alert for any creatures that might approach Lin Yi. Once Lin Yi's spirit entered Cayenne Rengsu's dreamscape, it became solid as if in the real world. He examined his own hands and lower body. The nature of this ability was that everything in the dream had the most realistic touch, pain, and pleasure.
Supreme God.
To shape it. Lin Yi looked ahead, and right in front of him was Cayenne Rengsu, still disguised as a man. Cayenne Rengsu seemed to sense something and immediately turned around, her face full of shock.
Senior Lin Yi, is this?
Chapter 251, Part 2. Being the Master God who controls everything in the dreams of 4 beautiful women. Major chapter. Lin Yi turned around, stepping onto a golden staircase that appeared out of nowhere, and sat atop a throne that had just taken shape above the staircase. He rested his arm on the armrest of the throne, looking down calmly at Cayenne Rengsu below. It was then that Cayenne Rengsu realized that this place was modeled after the Pontiff Hall. With another wave of Lin Yi's right hand, Cayenne Rengsu suddenly stepped back several paces, emerging from a burst of golden feathers, now changed into a gold long dress, reverting back to her female self. She examined the changes in herself, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Though her identity issue had already been exposed by Lin Yi, Cayenne Rengsu still felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. It had been so long since she had appeared as a female, and it felt strange, especially in the presence of a senior she revered, and felt somewhat.
Revert to her original form.
She coughed twice and hurriedly changed the subject, saying,
It's truly.
Lin Yi shook his head.
No need. Once hypnotism is used, any part of your body, the sound of your voice, and your actions can become elements of hypnotism. Focusing the opponent's attention on you will intensify the hypnotism effect. That's why I told you to look closely at my hand.
Cayenne Rengsu nodded her head, suddenly understanding. But at that moment, she also realized that in this dream world, Lin Yi could do whatever he wanted with her.
Senior, you should do whatever you please with me.
Lin Yi was just observing the dream world he had constructed. Magical, truly magical. He could even strip Cayenne Rengsu of her clothes with the flick of a finger.
How beautiful.
Cayenne Rengsu exclaimed like an adoring fan from behind him. Lin Yi clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and pulled his forearm towards him, and the entire sky seemed to zoom in instantaneously, with all the meteors becoming huge, each one condensing with flames and turning into terrifying fireballs falling downwards.
Boom, 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 bang.
The meteors smashed into distant buildings, making a huge noise. But then, the exploding fragments suddenly flew back up into the sky, turning into splendid fireworks blooming one after another. Kyan Rengsu suddenly felt an impulse to lean her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, but she dared not.
In the future, all of these will be the powers you control. Act like a god who commands everything in other people's dreams.
Lin Yi said gently beside her. Kyan Rengsu's beautiful eyes widened, her lips parting to say.
Thank.
After she spoke, she gazed fixedly at Lin Yi, unable to restrain herself. She suddenly leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Lin Yi turned his head in surprise to look at her. But Kyan Rengsu immediately panicked as if she had done something wrong and knelt down hastily.
I.
At this moment, her mind was still a blank.
Lifelike.
Then the po-sissy puppet,
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Lin Yi said, pretending to be nonchalant. Used to it, Kyan Rengsu looked up and stole a glance at Lin Yi, only to find that the Lin Yi in front of her suddenly vanished into dust. Kyan Rengsu knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with sorrow.
To like.
After coming out of Kyan Rengsu's dream, Lin Yi went into Bidong's dream to act aloof and put on airs. Facing this beautiful woman who was utterly loyal to him, Lin Yi naturally displayed a series of dazzling divine skills for her, which totally teased Bidong beyond words. Just imagine, what would it look like when a beautiful mature woman turns completely into a spring-blooming young girl? Bidong's exclamations of admiration were non-stop throughout, and her gaze towards Lin Yi's retreating figure was filled with adoration as she clapped until her palms turned red. In Gu Yuina's dream, Lin Yi then directed the dragon god's might towards her from all directions, playing it tough just as the dragon lady usually did, so arrogant and unapproachable. Naturally, she deserved a bit of teasing. But perhaps because he accidentally used too much force, Lin Yi ended up making Gu Yuina cry, her beautiful eyes turning red from her tears, looking pitifully sad. In the end, Lin Yi could only awkwardly change out a tissue and hand it to her before rapidly slipping away. To save time, Lin Yi only entered the dreams of 4 individuals, and the last spot left him somewhat hesitant before he eventually chose Bai Jai. In a white, blank, basic environment, Lin Yi faced Bai Jai from 5 meters away, big eyes staring at little eyes.
Where is this?
Bai Jai whispered quietly.
Your dream. Oh, how magical.
Bai Jai, clutching her dress, said dumbly and innocently, her expression ever so. Lin Yi. Too silly, this left Lin Yi with no desire to perform.
Forget it, goodbye. Farewell, Golden Dragon Lord.
Bai Jai kneeled on the ground, performing a kowtowing ceremony. Staring at the spot where Lin Yi disappeared, Bai Jai zoned out for a few seconds before she suddenly lay down and closed her eyes.
If Goose wakes up, maybe I can get back right.
3 seconds later, she was asleep in her own dream. His spirit returned to his body, and Lin Yi opened his eyes to find the crowd still deep in slumber before him. Walking towards the meditation cushion, Lin Yi asked as he walked.
Did anyone come close?
Master, rest assured, no one has approached, nor has any creature's attention been on the side.
Po-sissy said with a respectful expression. Lin Yi nodded and sat down on the cushion while recalling Po-sissy back into the system space.
3, 2, 1.
With a snap of his fingers from Lin Yi, the hypnotism that covered 1,000 people was instantly lifted. Everyone drowsily sat up, well aware they had just slept, but only 4 people had a different dreaming experience.
Waking up really brought me back.
Bai Jai sat on the ground with a surprised look on her pretty face, looking around her.
My lord, what's wrong with you?
Upon waking, Zai Jai and Dai Tian saw Gu Yuina sitting in place, sobbing pitifully, occasionally casting resentful and hateful glances toward Lin Yi. Despite her dislike for Lin Yi, she was now thoroughly afraid of him. Tang Chen rubbed his head feeling groggy when suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he sensed a familiar scent in the air. 1,000 waves felt the same, and they exchanged puzzled glances but did not dwell on it.
Welcome back from your dreams, everyone. I just randomly visited the dreams of a few people here. I'm sure they can provide the most intuitive judgment on this skill.
Lin Yi said, his expression calm. Bai Bidong immediately nodded her head, smiling like an utterly devout fangirl. Kyan Rengsu stood by 1,000 Waves' side, not quite daring to meet Lin Yi's eye. Everyone could easily guess that Lin Yi must have entered Gu Yuina's dream. To think such a big shot was brought to tears in public by Lin Yi, one could imagine what kind of wonderful and overpowering events transpired in the dream.
This is your reward. Best not to choose a target whose strength far surpasses yours when you use it. They will wake up very quickly. And even if you kill them in their dream, the drain on their spiritual power when they wake will be minimal.
Kaiyan Rengsu nodded her head. She still disguised herself as Qinghe for now. Although the time in the dream was only a short few minutes, Kaiyan Rengsu was already starting to miss those brief moments.
Next one.
Chapter 252, Another Spatio-Temporal Gate has been opened. Major chapter. The Thousand Waves family's grandfather and grandson have finished. Next up is Tang Chen. As someone who cut the queue midway, Tang Chen harbored no delusions of good fortune or secret glee. If a few adjectives were required to describe his current mood, awe and gratitude would be the most fitting. A single purifying crystal had cleansed his entire inner world. Tang Chen had thoroughly cast aside all past grudges and disputes, although he still couldn't let go of the beauty far away on Sea God's Island. Setting these aside, Tang Chen was now completely loyal to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were a great Buddha, then Tang Chen was like a freshly tonsured novice monk. He believed in Lin Yi, was loyal to Lin Yi, and looked forward to the day when he could obtain the true scriptures from Lin Yi and attain enlightenment. After briefly tidying up his attire, Tang Chen brushed past Thousand Waves and walked towards the stage. To him, the fact he was alive and possessed a healthy body today was already a gift from the merciful Lin Yi to him, a sinner. So even though he had successfully cut in line, what remained in Tang Chen's heart was nothing but trepidation.
Tang Chen pays respects to Senior Lin Yi.
Tang Chen, who was nearly 100 years old yet maintained a middle-aged appearance, bowed deeply with a look of piety.
Begin.
Lin Yi gestured with his hand.
Yes.
Tang Chen clearly remembered that his highest damage record was 557,643, which Lin Yi had told him. It was a pity that, although his last two attacks had exceeded 500,000, they were less than 550,000, so the reward was still downgraded to Red Advanced. If his subsequent damage still failed to exceed 550,000, he would be completely out of luck for gold-level rewards. Of course, Tang Chen wanted that gold-level reward.
7th Spirit Skill, Martial Soul True Body. 9th Spirit Skill, God of Slaughter's Descent.
A chilling, deadly aura rippled out around him, and the immense blood-colored shadow behind him slowly raised its head. The air boomed as if the gigantic blood-colored figure were truly present. Tang Hao raised the Hao Tian hammer in his hand, and at this moment he possessed a trace of Asura divine power. Otherwise, even as an ultimate Douluo, the 9th spirit skill under Martial Soul True Body could never deal damage of 500,000. The enormous blood-colored shadow lifted the colossal Hao Tian hammer, the weapon rising into the air, dispersing the gathered clouds, as if the entire sky had been stained with a layer of blood.
Is this the man chosen by the Asura god?
Thousand Waves looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself. If it weren't for the rewards obtained from Lin Yi, Thousand Waves wouldn't have even dared to dream of achieving damage of 500,000. But for Tang Chen, it was seemingly done with ease. The blood-colored giant hammer's shadow heavily fell just above Lin Yi's body, creating a colossal impact noise even before it truly made contact. The massive shock waves spread outwards. The blood-colored figure reeled back slightly but did not disperse. Tang Chen focused intently on Lin Yi's direction, and upon seeing the golden light of damage rebound forming, he let out a thunderous shout, and the hovering martial soul true body swung the second hammer.
Boom!
The damage rebound and Tang Chen's martial soul true body dissipated together. Alas, it seemed martial soul true body couldn't be used again in a short time, but Tang Chen was quite happy. This was the first time he had managed to shatter the damage rebound with his own hands. Before either his face would
break
under the damage rebound's attack, or he would break several ribs and embarrassingly had to ask Senior Lin Yi for help several times.
The power of gods.
Gu Yuina muttered. The skin around her eyes was still slightly red, and in this state she looked less domineering and more delicate.
May I ask what the reward is?
Tang Chen inquired about what concerned him the most. A skill mastery named Punch Across Mountains. The requirement of the skill is that it must pass through people. For each person it passes through, the damage increases by 20%. For 2 people, the damage increases by 40%. Chapter 252 Part 2, Another spatio-temporal gate has been opened. Major chapter.
By that logic, there can be at most 5 people in between, with a maximum damage increase of 100%. This is a permanent ability that applies to any form of attack. Once you have identified the target of your attack in your mind, the people in between won't suffer any damage.
Everyone was stunned after hearing about this ability.
This.
Tang Chen scratched his head, his expression peculiar. So, from now on in battle, did he have to carry around a tool person with him to facilitate the damage bonus? Every time there was a fight, he'd have to grab his tool person by the collar, place them in front, and then unleash the attack on the tool person. Tang Chen couldn't help but laugh at his own thought.
Just right, my martial soul true body probably won't be able to regroup again in a short time. If I want to ensure the reward quality doesn't decrease for the second attack, I have to try using this reward first.
When Tang Chen said this, he turned to look in the direction of Martial Soul Hall. After all, he was now part of the Martial Soul Hall's camp.
Is there anyone who will volunteer to use their body to help me stack damage?
Martial Soul Hall constituents,
I am not afraid, I'll take the lead,
said Thousand Waves, waving his hand magnanimously with a casual chuckle as he walked forward. Cayenne Rengsu didn't stop him because she had great trust in Lin Yi. After Tang Chen decided which skill he wanted to use and calculated the damage in his mind, he said,
Let's have 5 people.
With Thousand Waves included, they still needed 4 more. The individuals from Martial Soul Hall continued to be silent, with no one daring to stick their neck out first. Seeing no one responding, Cayenne Rengsu frowned slightly. Having thought of what to say, she stepped forward.
Naturally, I trust Senior Lin Yi. Furthermore, the Great Priest has helped me so much. It's only right that I offer my assistance in return,
She stated. Thousand Waves smiled and nodded in response, and Tang Chen gave him a grateful look, not expecting the Crown Prince of Tiandu to be such a magnanimous person. Emperor Zuai looked worriedly at the stage but didn't dare speak. If he tried to stop it, it would be equivalent to publicly doubting the credibility of Lin Yi's words, essentially inviting discomfort for himself.
I'm going too.
Before the third offerer could react, the little one in front of him dashed onto the stage.
Hey.
Like Zuai, constrained by Lin Yi's authority, the third offerer didn't dare to stop Lin Yi Douluo from getting on stage either. Unable to help it, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. Now there were 4, one more was needed. Bai Bidong furrowed her eyebrows. She couldn't stand to see Lin Yi's authority questioned and immediately stepped forward.
Your Majesty, hold on. Let Yue Guan do this sort of thing.
Ghost Douluo hurriedly came forward to stop her. Chrysanthemum Douluo. 3 seconds later, Chrysanthemum Douluo stood woodenly in the 5th spot on the stage. Thousand Waves picked up Lin Yi Douluo and held him in front to avoid the child's short stature, causing Tang Chen's attack to lose the enhancement of going through one less person. And Lin Yi, the little guy, wasn't afraid at all of being in the 1st spot. He was even smiling happily, swinging his legs contentedly.
8th servant, you better not choose the wrong target for the attack, eh?
Chrysanthemum Douluo, standing in the 5th spot, cried out shakily.
Rest assured, Elder Chrysanthemum.
Tang Chen focused his eyes, taking a deep breath. He could indeed feel the characteristic of the skill after the fusion, but he was also nervous. A single misstep could mean 5 lives.
The target for the attack is locked, Lin Yi.
Tang Chen summoned the blood-red Hao Tian hammer, with a cold aura enveloping his body.
6th soul skill, Hayashin's might.
Tyrant body skill, overall attributes greatly enhanced. Tang Chen's entire body was suddenly covered in a bloody aura, as if he had just gone through a massacre, with an extremely heavy murderous intent. The Jin Yi Douluo suddenly stopped wobbling. He wanted to go home.
Boom!
The ultimate damage indeed fell upon Lin Yi at the very back. And the team of 5 remained in a stunned state. Who could remain calm while watching such terrifying damage pass through their own body? In that moment, Tang Chen took a different angle, his face serious as he observed the changes in Lin Yi, and upon seeing the formation of the golden light, he immediately leapt up and somersaulted in midair, brandishing the Hao Tian hammer in the brief time, swinging out disorder-splitting wind 10 times. The 10th hammer blow again landed on the Jin Yi Douluo, and the ultimate damage produced shot out from behind the chrysanthemum Douluo like a fart, completely shattering the just-formed damage rebound. Yue Guan broke out in a cold sweat.
Hey, old chrysanthemum, are you exaggerating a bit?
Ghost Douluo asked with a laugh.
You motherfucker, try having a gold rank damage rebound at your back and see if not wetting your pants is already good enough.
Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 601,437. Remaining blood, 899,929,940,3,764. Damage level, gold novice. Random reward, spacetime channel key, left and right keys, 1 pair. Host reward, spacetime channel key, left and right keys, 3 pairs. Spacetime channel keys, they actually appeared in pairs. In the past, a spacetime channel key appeared in the red intermediate rewards, but it was not a pair, and the probability of a spacetime channel key appearing in the red rewards was 1 in 100,000. The probability of a single key appearing in the gold rewards is 1 in 50,000, but for a pair of keys, the probability is still 1 in 100,000 in the gold rewards. Unexpectedly, Tang Chen had drawn it. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment. The appearance of this reward meant that another spatio-temporal gate was going to be opened. The more people there are, the more damage there is, which of course is a good thing, since damage also means rewards, and who would complain about too many rewards? But what Lin Yi fears is an overflow of numbers. If a gate opens and the people who come through are another school group, the process of attacking for treasure would become excessively dragged out. However, the appearance of a temporal passage signifies that a gold isolation barrier will appear, which is what the system set up to prevent too many people from another dimension from coming to Seoul City. So, it's also possible that the barrier won't be set up at a particular school, but will instead isolate a few individuals separately. Let's take a chance, as long as it's not a bunch of scraping therapists. He said to Tang Chen.
Damage 601,437, Golden Junior, your reward is the spacetime channel key. A pair of left and right keys, very rare, but it adds nothing to you personally.
Tang Chen was first amazed at the formation of this damage. If the damage was increased by 100%, it seems his estimate of the damage from the 6th soul skill wasn't off the mark. He had originally estimated it to be around 300,000. Striking a cow beyond the mountain, terrifying indeed. As for the reward, Tang Chen wasn't so concerned about whether it boosted him or not. As long as there was gain within the day, he was satisfied.
A pair of left and right keys appeared. Doesn't that mean we can directly open a spatio-temporal gate?
Ning Fengjai suddenly exclaimed from below. Tang Chen glanced at him, then turned back to seek guidance from Lin Yi.
What are the seniors' thoughts?
Lin Yi nodded.
You may open it.
Chapter 253, Doraemon's Pocket, a limit of 500 gadgets big chapter. At this moment, a singular thought emerged in everyone's minds. Another spatio-temporal gate was about to be opened. Ju Zai glanced back at the golden gate behind her. She knew she was from 10,000 years in the future, yet she didn't know what time would be on the other side should another gate open, or who would come through.
Turn the left one counterclockwise half a circle, the right one clockwise half a circle.
Tang Chen nodded and did as the voice behind him, Lin Yi's voice, suggested. The sound of gears turning arose swiftly, and an enormous golden gate with a hazy glow appeared instantly, standing before him. Tang Chen stepped backward, his mouth slightly agape as he looked at the intricately patterned spatio-temporal gate, knowing his next task was to push the gate open.
Senior Lin Yi,
Tang Chen called out, seeking guidance from Lin Yi.
open it.
With the reply, Tang Chen pressed his hands onto the gate and pushed it open. A powerful beam of golden light gradually spilled from the gap in the door, blindingly bright, and everyone held a hand halfway over their eyes, all staring curiously at the scene before them. But just as the gate had been opened wide enough for one person to pass through, Tang Chen's expression froze, and he began to step back in shock. A sharp point of a golden spear stopped just an inch away from Tang Chen's throat. He kept retreating warily as the golden spear gradually revealed itself, held by a slender and fair female hand. Everyone watched the scene unfold before them with surprise, not understanding what was happening. But those from the Aquapea forest felt an extremely familiar presence. The person emerging was a tall, beautiful girl with pinkish-blue wavy hair, her face cold and commanding, her figure exceptionally graceful and striking. The golden spear in her hand was equally familiar to the crowd.
Isn't that?
Kayan Rengsu murmured. Having been in brief contact with the golden dragon spear, she had a profound memory of it. Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he recognized the newcomer. It was Wang Qier. Of course, her real identity was the Emperor's auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion who controlled the fate of the Aquapea forest. Her striking resemblance to Tang Wudong and the golden dragon spear were enough to ascertain her identity.
Senior Lin Yi, this young lady seems to be harboring hostility. How should I deal with her? I await your instructions.
Tang Chen shouted out. Wang Qier's beautiful eyes narrowed as her gaze swept past Tang Chen and decisively settled on Lin Yi in the back. He was an extremely handsome young man. He was the only one seated, with everyone else centered around him. Wang Qier quickly deduced that Lin Yi was the
Leader.
among these unfamiliar humans.
An auspicious beast.
At that moment, Dai Tian finally recognized her and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Qier turned to look and saw Gu Yuina and her group also exhibiting obvious astonishment.
You!
She immediately took a step back, leaned against the spatio-temporal gate, and protected herself with the golden dragon spear, still warily watching everyone but did not forget to ask Dai Tian and the others.
What is this place? Why are you here, and why am I here?
I was about to ask the same question. How come you look like this? If it weren't for the aura you carry, I really wouldn't have recognized you.
Dai Tian was equally astonished. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, deducing that the three-eyed golden lion taking the form of Wang Qier indicated a timeline from Douluo II, that is, 10,000 years later, the same time-space as Ju Zai. But he wasn't clear on the specifics of the plotline from that time. No matter, that's what mouths are for, to ask questions.
Three-eyed golden lion, but now you should go by the name Wang Qier, right?
With that address, Wang Qier stiffened. She knitted her brows and immediately looked toward Lin Yi in front of her. This unfamiliar young man knew her, yet she didn't recognize him at all. Dai Tian and the others looked at Lin Yi with confusion. Why would the Golden Dragon Lord refer to the auspicious beast as Wang Qier? In dealing with guests, Lin Yi tried to make his expression a bit softer.
Are you currently planning to meet Hu Yuhao, or have you already met him?
Chapter 253 Part 2, Doraemon's Pocket, a limit of 500 gadgets. Big chapter. Who exactly is he? Why does he know everything about me? Could it be what Dai Tian and the others mentioned? No, I have never told people in the forest about these things. Wang Qier's mind was a mess, but what overwhelmed her was the fear of Lin Yi. And Hu Yuhao.
I don't know him, and I don't know who you're talking about.
Wang Qier said, her eyes somewhat lost. Looking at her expression, Lin Yi concluded she must have met him. If nothing was amiss, Wang Qier's current strength should be at the Soul Sage level. He briefly reviewed the plot of Douluo Level 2 in his mind. The Emperor's auspicious beast fell in love with Hu Yuhao, the male protagonist of Douluo Level 2, by accident. Thus it transformed into the appearance of the girl he liked, Tang Wudong, only to find out that Tang Wudong loved Hu Yuhao even more, resulting in her desolate return to the forest. Now, it ought to be the timeline after her return to the forest. Moreover, Lin Yi knew that soon Huo Yuhao would face danger, and Wang Qier would make a sacrifice for Huo Yuhao. Looking at it that way, he had indirectly saved her life.
Dai Tian, she is from 10,000 years in the future. Go and explain the current situation to her.
Dai Tian was stunned, 10,000 years in the future. Indeed, the auspicious beast came out from the spatio-temporal gate.
You are from 10,000 years ago.
Wang Qier glanced at Gu Yuina and the others, then turned to the people in Seoul City, especially Lin Yi.
They are all from 10,000 years ago, but that senior Lin Yi, the one sitting on the platform, may have lived for millions of years, perhaps even tens of millions. It seems he comprehends the past and the future, knowing everything clearly.
Wang Qier's pupils widened in shock. After a brief exchange, Wang Qier finally grasped the gist. But she couldn't accept this.
Anyway,
Dai Tian said to Wang Qier, and he took her over to the Aquapea Forest side. As the bearer of the Aquapea Forest's fate power, the three-eyed golden lion is protected by all the soul beasts in the forest. Wang Qier silently observed Gu Yuina, knowing about her existence all along without ever seeing the real person. She didn't expect that Gu Yuina from 10,000 years ago would actually appear alongside other ferocious beasts. It completely renewed her understanding. Due to the bizarre event that suddenly transpired, Wang Qier had already pushed the matters regarding Huo Yuhao completely to the back of her mind.
it looks like you have finished talking.
Lin Yi looked over with a smile. Finished talking.
Roar tilde.
Jin Yi Zio Douluo imitated the roar of a fierce beast, and his small body scurried excitedly onto the platform.
Wah woo woo.
He gestured at Lin Yi with bared teeth and claws, apparently hoping that Lin Yi would show fear before giving up. Lin Yi focused on the golden crocodile, his mind anxious. He reminded.
Attack. O tilde.
Fortunately, the youngster was quite obedient. Otherwise, Lin Yi would really need to call the parents. Like the others, Wang Qier was intently watching the scene on the platform, occasionally glancing toward the spatio-temporal gate, fearing she wouldn't be able to return if it closed. Luckily, the presence of the people from the Aquapea forest gave her some sense of security. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stood here obediently watching the show. Furthermore, if everyone appeared to respect the young man so much, why attack him?
7th soul skill, martial soul true body.
Jin Yi Zio Douluo shouted with all his might. A huge golden crocodile phantom appeared behind his tiny body, majestic and solemn. A human child.
9th soul skill, golden scales blade.
He actually has a 9th soul skill.
Clang clang clang.
The golden broadsword buzzed incessantly in the hands of the golden crocodile's shadow, massive in size. It charged towards Lin Yi, the golden blade reflecting the brilliance of the sun, with both physical and energy penetration effects terrifyingly enhanced under the empowerment of the martial soul true body. The massive and sharp blade struck Lin Yi's body, a scene that completely unsettled Wang Qier, and she turned her head in shock to Dai Tian.
Why aren't those humans stopping it?
Why stop it?
Dai Tian smiled faintly. Boom! Huge shockwaves surged from Lin Yi's body. All the fluctuations instantly condensed together, transforming into a damage rebound that struck back at the golden crocodile. Jin Yi Zio Douluo furrowed his brows immediately, feeling a strong sense of rebound from this attack. He ran towards the stage in fear. Thousand Waves was stunned on the spot, yelling.
Turn back and strike again.
However, the damage rebound ultimately did not land on Jin Yi Zio Douluo. Lin Yi's palm emitted a clearly defined, multicolored glow. He controlled the damage rebound, causing it to hover in midair before crushing it. Thousand Waves approached with some trepidation.
I apologize, Senior. After I return, I will definitely discipline the brat properly and teach him the correct way to handle this.
Lin Yi looked at him with a calm expression, offering no response, which made Thousand Waves feel even more intimidated. He promptly went up on the stage to discipline the disobedient golden crocodile, and then patiently taught him how to deal with damage rebound. But the latter wasn't listening at all, and actually started crying loudly in front of everyone. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 427,643. Remaining health, 899,929,521,731. Damage level, red high. Random reward, Doraemon's pocket, item quantity is limited. Host reward, Doraemon's pocket. Lin Yi knew the system wouldn't let go of Doraemon, and now, it truly appeared. The system's notes explained that this reward was a one-to-one replica of Doraemon's pocket, with all the pocket's characteristics intact. However, the random reward stipulated that the number of items inside the pocket was limited. Lin Yi said to the still-crying Lin Yi Douluo.
Damage 427,643, red advanced. This is your personal highest damage record, rewarded with something called Doraemon's pocket.
Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi Douluo stopped crying, much to the relief of Thousand Waves' ears.
I have a pocket.
He put his chubby little hand into his own pocket and gestured to Lin Yi. Lin Yi.
This pocket is different. You can take out all sorts of magical and interesting items from it. However, there's a limit to the number of items, which is 500. The value of these items can be high or low, but they are random. You can consider it as getting an additional 500 rewards of different qualities from me.
Lin Yi Douluo sniffled, his little face showing little change in expression. On the other hand, Thousand Waves' jaw nearly dropped on the stage. Fuck 500 rewards. What kind of joke is this? This reward was of red advanced quality. Lin Yi could guess that these 500 items wouldn't be too high level. After all, the quality of the reward was evident. He flicked the red light ball towards Lin Yi Douluo, and as it touched the body of Lin Yi Douluo, it turned into a white pocket hanging on his little belly.
Reach inside and you will randomly get an item with a limit of 500. You can give it a try.
Chapter 254, a reward for a 5-minute video call with Posisi Dajing.
A propeller hat, huh?
Thousand Waves had a strange look on his face. Of course, he knew about such a child's toy. So this so-called gadget was just a toy to amuse kids. Thousand Waves suddenly felt a bit disappointed, but then he thought about it and understood. With 500 different gadgets, how could each one possibly possess magical powers? Senior Lin Yi, even if he was generous, couldn't possibly treat the rewards like cabbages, handing them out at will. But in the next moment, the action of Lin Yi Douluo completely shocked Thousand Waves, making his jaw drop to the floor. It wasn't just him, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. The golden crocodile kid placed the suction-cupped propeller hat on top of his head. As the recipient of the reward, he naturally had the specific methods for using it in his mind. The miraculous scene unfolded as the propeller hat began to spin on top of Lin Yi Douluo's head, and he, with his body suspended in the air, freely took flight. Thousand Waves was utterly dumbfounded.
Is this soul technology?
Wang Qior murmured in amazement but quickly dismissed her own guess. There was no such soul technology 10,000 years ago. Another thing struck her. Everyone had been receiving amazing rewards by attacking this youth, but from where did this youth obtain these wonderful rewards? Wang Qior suddenly realized what Dai Tian had just mentioned, that Lin Yi might be tens of millions of years older than her. It seems she couldn't simply refer to him as a youth.
Ding 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 ding.
The little fellow pulled out another gadget, complete with sound effects. This time it was a can of white paint and a brush. Thousand Waves bemusedly raised an eyebrow. What kind of gadget was this?
Big brother, stretch out your hand.
Lin Yi Douluo said to Thousand Waves in a coquettish manner. The latter, with a puzzled expression, extended his hand. The little one stirred the brush in the can of paint and then proficiently spread the paint over Thousand Waves' palm. To everyone's amazement, the paint, which was white at first, became transparent as soon as it touched Thousand Waves' hand, and not only that, but it even rendered his hand invisible. Thousand Waves was stunned as he looked at his own, severed right hand, examining it from front to back.
Is this?
Lin Yi Douluo nodded his head vigorously and cheerfully. And there were many more wonderful things in the pocket. He loved this pocket so much. Thousand Waves wanted to try smearing more paint to see the effect, but the golden crocodile had already put the can of paint away, the large can of paint fitting directly into the tiny pocket. Even though this little guy wasn't serious in his attacks, why did he always get rewards that made one envious?
All right, let's not delay the attacks that follow. Remember, to counter the damage rebound, you must meet it head-on, got it?
Thousand Waves gave his final instructions before heading off the stage. He touched the transparent paint on the invisible hand with a finger from his other hand and discovered that this finger, too, became invisible.
This is really magical.
Thousand Waves was left in awe. Now, only Lin Yi Douluo was left on the stage. He took off the white pocket on his chest and ran towards the third offerer.
Little brother, take care of my bag. Oh, sure thing, big bro.
The third offerer took good care of the four-dimensional pocket and suddenly noticed Thousand Waves' covetous gaze. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Big brother.
Martial soul, true body.
The robust golden crocodile phantom behind him continued to grow in size, bathing the platform in dazzling golden light, with grand golden scales showcasing the golden crocodile's extraordinary lineage and defense.
Golden scales blade.
A 10-meter-long cleaver once again formed in midair, with countless golden scales attached, resembling a layer upon layer of buffs. The massive golden crocodile phantom wielded the cleaver and charged forth. It was hard to imagine the pictorial absurdity of such a beast wielding a weapon, yet it conveyed a palpable sense of suppression. The sharp golden blade struck Lin Yi's body, once again causing a vigorous shock wave to ripple outwards. The wave extended and then quickly shrank back, concentrating into a formidable damage rebound. The golden light roared, charging at Lin Yi Douluo with an unyielding and frenzied momentum. The little one's mind echoed with Thousand Waves' reminder. The massive golden crocodile phantom once again slashed with the golden cleaver in a cross pattern, both horizontally and vertically.
Boom, boom.
The damage rebound was instantly split into 4 equal parts, scattering in all directions. The stray strands of hair on Lin Yi Douluo's forehead were lifted by the blast, revealing his bright, beaming smile completely.
Yay!
Chapter 254 Part 2, a reward for a 5-minute video call with Po Sissy Dajang. Random reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *1. Host reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *3. The damage didn't downgrade, which surprised Lin Yi a bit. It only increased by 2,000. One had to admit this little guy was really lucky. The reward is the same as before, so there's no need to read the description this time.
Damage 429,368, red advanced. The reward is the Eternal Weapon Roulette.
Having finished speaking, Lin Yi tossed the red light sphere into the air, and the huge roulette quickly suspended midair, ready for the draw. At this moment, Wang Qier was like Liu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, feeling curious about everything she saw. These were not the things she remembered could possibly exist 10,000 years ago.
This guy won't draw a divine artifact, will he?
Thousand Waves couldn't help but scoff. The third offerer raised an eyebrow and looked disdainfully.
Big brother, you already have one divine artifact.
This made Thousand Waves suddenly feel uncomfortable.
What do you mean, little brother? Can I even rob him of it?
The third offerer pursed his lips. Well, that's really uncertain. You just looked at that pocket like a starving wolf.
Do you know what weapon was drawn the first time this reward appeared? What?
The golden dragon spear.
Wang Qier's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had a golden dragon spear in her hands. Could it be?
It's the life-sharp knife.
What?
Wang Qier suddenly exclaimed from below the stage. The reason for her big reaction was because
this thing can devour the life force of any metal to sustain itself, and can also impart life force to any living being, serving as a carrier for transmitting life force.
After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the little golden crocodile had no reaction, but everyone else was incredibly shocked. If you used this thing to absorb life force and give it to the old and frail, wouldn't this indirectly extend their lifespans? Watching the little golden crocodile jump down from the stage, Thousand Waves couldn't resist the temptation and walked over. He squatted in front of the little golden crocodile and said with a smile,
Little brother, children shouldn't play with dangerous things like this. Let your big brother keep it for you.
The Lin Yi Douluo stared at him blankly, unresponsive. Thousand Waves promptly took out a lollipop and handed it over.
Good.
Only then did little golden crocodile cheerfully respond, one hand holding the lollipop and the other exchanging the life-sharp knife with Thousand Waves. Behind him, the guest elders all cast disdainful looks. At the beginning, it was Thousand Waves who instructed everyone not to let little golden crocodile be deceived by others. Yet in the end, it was he, the big brother, who most enjoyed tricking children. But just as Thousand Waves was about to take the life-sharp knife, a fair-skinned hand beat him to it. Wang Qior held the carving knife, examining it carefully in front of her eyes. After confirming it was the real deal, she then returned it to a stunned Thousand Waves. It was real. Wang Qior shot Lin Yi a deep and puzzled glance before heading back towards the Aquapea forest. That scene had Dai Tian break out in a cold sweat. He thought the auspicious beast would snatch someone else's reward right in front of Lin Yi. Scared to death, if Lin Yi were to hold the auspicious beast accountable, Dai Tian would not be able to protect it. After returning the four-dimensional pocket to Lin Yi Douluo, Third Offerer straightened his attire and walked onto the stage with great dignity. Now he was a level 98 Hyper Douluo, and he possessed true dragon bloodline.
Martial Soul True Body.
Third Offerer called out sternly. His recent attacks had all been under the augment of Martial Soul True Body. This time he used the skill he was confident in, as after the bloodline purification, the damage was absolutely increased.
Roar!
At that moment, the dragon's cry resonated through the entire venue. The roar of a true dragon was always resoundingly clear, declaring its dominance over its home ground at all times. The Silver Dragon King bloodline within Gu Yuina, including Dai Tian's golden-eyed Black Dragon King bloodline, Zai Jai's Hell Demon Dragon King bloodline, and even Wang Qior's Golden Dragon bloodline all responded to different extents. The huge figure of the white armor dragon gradually materialized, its true dragon scales gleaming with dazzling white light, while its light gold vertical pupils opened, revealing its majesty. The transformation of Third Offerer's martial soul brought great shock to the rest of the guest elders.
Third Soul Skill, Dragon Ascension to Heaven.
The colossal white armor dragon roared fiercely as the attacking force extended from the ground and instantly arrived right beneath Lin Yi. The fierce impact occurred, and two massive white dragon-shaped shadows encircled and rose around Lin Yi's body. This skill, which was supposed to send the attacked flying into the sky, had no effect whatsoever on Lin Yi. As the dragon's roar subsided, the damage rebound shattered, and the white armored dragon martial soul faded. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health loss, 334,786. Remaining health, 899,928,761,764. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, limited reward video call with Posisi * 5 minutes. Host reward, Ocean Affinity plus 10000, see God level. Third Offerer actually managed to get this reward, which was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Shouldn't it be Tang Chen or Thousand Waves who would receive such a reward? And so far, after so many attacks, surely there have been thousands, yet only twice has a limited reward appeared. The first time was a phone call card to speak with Posisi. This second time, it was a video call with Posisi. The system seemed to have a particular fondness for Posisi, designating all things related to Posisi as limited-level rewards. However, it seemed that the quality of the reward had indeed been upgraded. Last time, the black-level reward was for a voice call with only a minute duration, whereas this red-level reward was for a video call, with the time extended fivefold to 5 minutes. Clearly, this reward was not meant for Third Offerer, who had so earnestly attacked.
Damage 334,786, red intermediate, The reward you got is a one-time limited appearance.
Lin Yi deliberately teased them a little before continuing.
This reward is for a remote video exchange with Posisi from Sea God's Island, with a duration of 5 minutes.
If he mentioned
Video call.
they surely wouldn't understand. Upon hearing this reward, the three people on the scene were dumbfounded. Third offer dumbly looked at Lin Yi, while below the stage, Tang Chen and Thousand Waves, both ardent admirers, immediately widened their eyes in astonishment.
My lord in heaven.
Chapter 255, Posisi, who is he? How come he possesses such a formidable ocean affinity? Major chapter.
You guys.
Lin Yi held a red glowing orb in his hand, watching the scene before him with a peculiar expression. It was indeed just as he had imagined. The reward in his hand was like a bone, and Tang Chen and Thousand Waves looked on with eager anticipation and delight, like two big slobbering dogs sticking out their tongues and drooling. All that was missing were a couple of woofs.
Senior Lin Yi, I'll accept this reward on behalf of third brother. Believe me, he has no objections.
Thousand Waves excitedly said. The third offerer then revealed a look of disdain, but as soon as Thousand Waves turned his head back, he immediately nodded with a smile.
Big brother is right, I have no objections. Why would I object, as long as big brother is happy?
However, upon hearing this, Tang Chen frowned, then urgently said to Lin Yi with respect.
With all due respect, Senior Lin Yi, Posisi is my lover. We are deeply in love like fish to water, so please grant this reward to me. Lover my ass, Tang Chen, oh Tang Chen, you spew such nonsense. To win this reward you'd do anything, right? Eh?
Upon hearing this, Thousand Waves erupted in fury and grabbed Tang Chen's collar, spraying him in the face with spit.
What do you mean by any means necessary? Zai Zai chose me back then. Don't think I don't know that she only said that to tactfully reject me. She didn't choose either of us. Otherwise, how would you end up getting parasitized by bats in Slaughter City? You think I wanted to get parasitized? That damn thing happened when I was inheriting the powers of the gods and 6 double-crossed me. I don't care about your 6 or 8, let's fight it out.
The two of them immediately took a step back and in front of Lin Yi and the third offerer, each drew their weapons. The blood-colored giant hammer and golden longsword were raised at the same time, and they looked at each other with grave expressions as if this contention could be a matter of life or death. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth.
This reward is a remote communication screen, and it's quite big. Both of you can appear on it and talk to Posisi, so there's no need to fight.
Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the two old guys changed faces instantaneously, smiling joyously as they put down their weapons and walked towards Lin Yi.
All right then.
The two glared at each other angrily again. Kayan Rengsu awkwardly twitched her mouth, somewhat unable to watch the scene. But having seen Posisi herself, she could understand her grandfather's madness. The puppet-like appearance of that woman was breathtakingly beautiful, let alone in person. Tang Chen and Thousand Waves bickered endlessly on the platform, neither willing to give in when it came to Posisi. Perhaps it's because they were old, they realized that missing someone meant missing them for a lifetime. Looking back, they almost had the resolve to compromise for each other just to maintain their pride and integrity. Now what's the use of integrity? I want beauty. Lin Yi ignored them both and tossed the red glowing orb into the air. Thousand Waves and Tang Chen immediately stopped their quarrel and eagerly approached toward the direction the orb was floating. The red orb stopped midair, quickly morphing and expanding into a 10-meter-long, 5-meter-wide black screen. The screen was huge, a floating apparition in midair, but it looked incredibly solid as though it truly existed. To ensure the best viewing angle, Thousand Waves and Tang Chen hastily backed up several steps. At this moment, both were extremely nervous. Thousand Waves couldn't help but recall the recent scene when he had communicated with Posisi from afar, which ended after just a few words, causing him heartache for quite some time. Tang Chen, on the other hand, thought back on his many years of a zombie-like existence in Slaughter City, with a belly full of words to say to Posisi.
Are you ready?
Lin Yi asked, knowing that, at this moment, a giant screen also appeared on the far-off Sea God's Island. He reckoned that after this, Po Sissy might even doubt whether this was the sole land she knew.
Ready!
Chapter 255 Part 2, Po Sissy, who is he? How come he possesses such a formidable ocean affinity? Major chapter. She recognized him after a long while and tentatively began.
Tang Chen, Thousand Waves.
It's me!
The two excited old men replied in unison. Po Sissy was extremely surprised. She curiously examined the huge screen, then observed the images on the screen and the people within them.
What is this?
Thousand Waves immediately responded.
We're in Seoul City, Zai Zai. It's been a long time.
Po Sissy was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded.
Indeed, maybe because I'm used to being idle. You two, on the other hand, have let me almost not recognize you, looking like elderly men now.
Tang Chen's eyes were red, a surge of words caught in his heart, eager to be expressed, but when it came down to truly meeting her, his mind went blank.
Have you ascended to godhood?
Po Sissy looked at Tang Chen with a faint smile, her question half mocking, half curious. Tang Chen was taken aback and shook his head.
No!
Noticing the mood was off, Thousand Waves immediately interjected.
Zai Zai, could you come closer so I can take a proper, good look at you?
Po Sissy revealed a lovely smile upon hearing this. Indeed, she had always considered Thousand Waves a good older brother and promptly did as he asked. Tang Chen instantly looked up, determined to engrave the image of this woman in his mind since he had no chance to meet her in person.
How is it? Have I really not changed at all?
Po Sissy asked with a smile, even twirling around, her purple-gold long skirt's hem floating slightly, a scene that utterly enchanted the two brothers. But as soon as she completed a twirl, Po Sissy's gaze suddenly shifted to the space behind Thousand Waves. There sat a young man, shrouded in sea-blue radiance. Thousand Waves was still unaware of Po Sissy's unusual interest. He went on.
I really miss those days when we roamed proudly together. If time could flow backwards, I would wish it all froze in that era.
Tang Chen cleared his throat and similarly spoke.
Indeed, Zai Zai, let's leave bygones as bygones, the rights and wrongs of the past. Reunions should be joyful indeed.
However, Po Sissy seemed not to hear their words, her beautiful eyes fixed on the handsome young man in the background.
Who is that child?
Tang Chen and Thousand Waves simultaneously turned to look at Lin Yi, who, in their eyes, remained unchanged. Only Po Sissy could see his overwhelming ocean affinity.
That is Senior Lin Yi. It's thanks to him that we can meet you. Including the previous remote communication, it was all thanks to Senior Lin Yi.
Thousand Waves said immediately. Tang Chen's expression became solemn. They'd actually spoken through him. When had this happened?
Lin Yi, Senior.
Po Sissy was unfamiliar with the name, having never heard it before. But she understood that to be displayed so clearly across such a vast distance was no ordinary feat. Yet at this moment, what intrigued her more was the youth's incredible ocean affinity, which seemed incomprehensible and vast. She had seen such a degree of affinity only in the sea god.
Zai Zai, let me tell you, Senior Lin Yi is incredible. I am now wholly different from before, thanks to him. He's currently bestowing his benevolence throughout Seoul City. Hurry up and come over.
Thousand Waves said immediately. Tang Chen quickly nodded his head in agreement.
Yes, Zai Zai, come quickly. Just yesterday I was a dying man, all thanks to Senior Lin Yi who treated me and saved me from the sea of sorrow.
Po Sissy listened with a puzzling expression. What was with these two all of a sudden? Were they bewitched, to be so freely praising a young man? In Po Sissy's memory, the two of them were never like this.
2 more minutes.
Lin Yi's calm voice reminded from behind. Po Sissy furrowed her brow.
What did he say?
Thousand Waves became somewhat urgent.
He said there are 2 more minutes. We have 2 minutes of talking time left.
Po Sissy stepped forward a few more steps, her exquisite face magnifying and clarifying in front of the camera for a moment, entrancing everyone present. However, Po Sissy was not trying to let the people here see her face clearly. She extended her hand into the screen, only to find it pass right through to the other side. The image was an illusion. What kind of power was this? Po Sissy could not fathom. She then tried to release her soul power, enveloping the entire huge screen, but it suddenly felt as if it was rebounded by an incredibly powerful force. Po Sissy's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she took several steps back.
Zai Zai, are you okay, Zai Zai?
Zai Zai, you'd better not touch that. Senior Lin Yi is very powerful.
Zai Zai, can you come to Seoul City soon?
Po Sissy was no longer listening to the two men. Her beautiful eyes were deeply fixed on Lin Yi behind her. The handsome young man finally lifted his gaze, looking over calmly. The woman in the picture was none other than the real Po Sissy on Sea God's Island. Had Lin Yi grown tired of that beautiful face? Po Sissy was surprised as she locked eyes with Lin Yi. His gaze, how strange, it was as if he recognized me.
Who is he? Where does he come from?
Po Sissy continued to ask. Thousand Waves and Tang Chen hadn't expected that during this long-distance video communication, instead of focusing on them, Po Sissy seemed to be more interested in Lin Yi. But that was a good thing. The more interested Po Sissy was in Lin Yi, the more likely she would come to Seoul City. Thousand Waves enthusiastically praised Lin Yi.
You're talking about Senior Lin Yi. He's not simple at all, he's really extraordinary. Senior Lin Yi is the most incredible person I've ever seen. What person? Senior Lin Yi is clearly a god.
Tang Chen corrected Thousand Waves seriously. Like Thousand Waves, Tang Chen knew that if Po Sissy became deeply interested in Lin Yi, there was a high chance that she would come to Seoul City, then they could meet her easily. Splendid.
Right, Senior Lin Yi is a god.
Thousand Waves immediately corrected himself.
A god?
Could it be that he really was a god?
Zai Zai, did you suddenly feel your soul power disappear for a while ago?
This continent-wide zeroing of soul power, felt even in the far northern lands, Thousand Waves didn't believe Sea God's Island was unaffected. Upon hearing this, Po Sissy expressed her surprise with a slight opening of her mouth. The disappearance of soul power, no, it happened twice. She had too vivid a memory of it. At that time, the only reason Po Sissy could think of was that the sea god was angry, furious, and had sent down punishment. Thousand Waves continued seriously.
Also, a few days ago, we experienced a strong earthquake here, and I believe there must have been a tsunami on Sea God's Island as well, right?
What do you think?
Was it all?
The
Sea God?
she had in mind was this young man far away in Seoul City.
Yes, it was all Senior Lin Yi. Can you let that senior talk to me?
Po Sissy hadn't finished speaking when the image suddenly vanished. Thousand Waves and Tang Chen turned around immediately, only to see Lin Yi casually lowering his right hand, which was emitting a rainbow glow. He spoke calmly.
Time's up.
Chapter 256. Even if you like each other, do you need to express it in this way? Da Zhang. My angel god, 5 minutes has it ended so quickly. Thousand Waves was utterly devastated, feeling as if his heart was being sliced open. Tang Chen also let out a deep sigh. The events of these 5 minutes were enough to be etched into the latter half of his life, his only regret being that he didn't get to say a few more words. Is that all?
Still unsatisfied.
Lin Yi looked toward Thousand Waves and Tang Chen. The two guys immediately nodded, their hearts filled with anticipation. Could it be that Senior Lin Yi would kindly add another minute? But Lin Yi made no such offer. He just waved his hand, signaling them not to hinder the third offerer from continuing his attack. Seeing Lin Yi speak, the third offerer finally gained some confidence. He stepped forward impatiently, hurrying the two.
Big brother Eighth, hurry down, don't make Senior Lin Yi wait in anger. Yes.
The two reluctantly looked towards Lin Yi, only to be pushed off the stage by the third offerer, their faces filled with yearning and loss.
Do you think Zai Zai will listen to us and come to Seoul City?
Thousand Waves looked at Tang Chen with some concern.
She should, I believe she will. Didn't you see? Zai Zai is clearly interested in Senior Lin Yi. Indeed, Zai Zai looked at Senior Lin Yi with the same eyes as she looked at me. She is interested in Senior Lin Yi, as well as in who I am now.
Tang Chen's eyes immediately widened in disbelief.
What? Zai Zai is interested in you? You're really a peacock spreading its feathers so full of yourself. What's wrong? Could it be that Zai Zai would fancy a blacksmith? Who are you calling a blacksmith, you with your forked wings?
Kaiyan Rengsu then turned her head, shocked to find that Thousand Waves and Tang Chen had once again started fighting on the spot, rolling on the ground, pulling hair and biting arms like women. The third offerer stood on the stage, a rush of blood choking in his chest. What a misfortune!
Martial soul, real body.
The white armor dragon's shadow swiftly swelled, its dazzling white dragon scales flickering, reflecting the sunlight. Roar! It howled to the sky and then looked directly at Lin Yi with pale golden vertical pupils, displaying a majestic and fierce demeanor. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi having concealed the dragon god, including the golden dragon king's bloodline. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single dragon on the scene that would qualify to exchange a glance with Lin Yi. Even if they did, their bodies would go limp, rendering them powerless to attack.
Fourth soul skill, Earth Lance Thrust.
This was a group damage skill. The white armor earth dragon itself possessed the ability to control the earth element. Even if its bloodline was purified, it would not lose this ability. Instead, it would become even more formidable. The massive shadow of the white armor dragon raised its robust limbs, with the fourth soul ring circling up, emitting purple fluorescence. It forcefully pounded the ground, a surge of yellow elemental power piercing the earth beneath.
Boom, 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 boom.
There were continuous loud noises all around, as thick, sharp earth pillars kept stabbing toward Lin Yi from every direction, forming an impregnable earth prison. If it were an ordinary person, by now they would have been pierced into a mess of flesh and blood, with shattered bones. Even more so when the damage of a group attack skill is concentrated on a single person. But Lin Yi was different. Under the layers of earthen spikes, his body was unharmed, shrouded in a faint golden light. As Lin Yi lifted his calm eyes, the golden light ignited like a fuse, instantly exploding. All the earthen spears shattered, and damage rebound had already formed, a torrent of golden light roaring like a primordial beast striking towards him. The third offerer furrowed his eyebrows, releasing his fourth soul skill under the martial soul true body again. This time, the earth spears coming from all directions changed targets, meeting the damage rebound head-on without exception. After the tremendous noise, the earth spikes and damage rebound shattered simultaneously. The third offerer finally had a moment to catch his breath and took his time to retract his martial soul. Lin Yi, however, looked toward the panel. Blood loss, 349,764. Remaining blood, 899,928,423,643. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, future sight 3 seconds. Host reward. Host lacks corresponding critical hit reward, compensate with a full set of 100,000-year soul bone. Future sight no corresponding reward, compensate with soul bones. Lin Yi frowned. What kind of stunt was the system pulling now? Of course, if Lin Yi were to inquire, the system would surely explain that the reward for the third offerer was completely random, but that there was no corresponding critical hit reward.
Damage 349,764. Red intermediate level, your reward is future sight.
Chapter 256 Part 2. Even if you like each other, do you need to express it in this way? Da Zhang.
Future sight.
As soon as these 4 words were uttered, everyone present was shocked. Future sight, the kind of ability that's the stuff of legends, almost a divine skill, is actually a red intermediate reward. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly as he added,
Don't rush, it's the foresight of 3 seconds into the future.
The third offerer was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses.
Even so, this is still a very powerful ability. Elder, is this really the reward you're giving me?
He confirmed again. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. A lot can happen in 3 seconds. Often abilities are used in a blink of an eye. This is still a divine skill. After receiving Lin Yi's affirmation, the third offerer was ecstatic, almost jumping on the spot. They say fortune comes hand in hand with disaster. The last reward was monopolized by 2 sycophants, and the next one turned out to be a divine skill. Happiness came so suddenly, The third offerer almost felt an urge to cry. He bowed respectfully, while Lin Yi flicked the orb of light representing the reward towards him. After merging with the reward, a faint gold light covered the third offerer's eyes. Just then, almost without any warning, he turned around, coincidentally and naturally catching a stone that was thrown at him from behind. Thousand Waves' eyes bulged in astonishment. The stone he used to test the third offerer, which he deliberately cloaked with spiritual power, was actually caught by the third offerer. However, the third offerer on the platform was even more shocked because he indeed had a premonition of a stone that was about to hit him in the back of the head in 1 second, hard enough to draw blood.
Big brother, you.
The third offerer looked at Thousand Waves in disbelief.
Haha, I was testing your ability. I didn't expect you could really see into the future. Impressive indeed.
Thousand Waves twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled awkwardly.
Sorry, I might have not quite controlled the strength.
Shit, a divine skill.
Second brother, what's this prop of yours? It's the lucky gun. If you're hit by one of the red bullets, you'll be lucky for the whole day.
Jin Izio Douluo held his head high, speaking earnestly. But the third offerer clearly saw that the bullet that hit Ning Fengzhai was black. His expression suddenly turned odd. If red is for luck, then black must be.
Who's who?
Ning Fengzhai, covering the slightly reddened side of his cheek, frantically looked around in every direction, searching for the
Assailant.
Jin Izio Douluo, holding the gun, was about to own up, when the third offerer immediately panicked and crouched down, covering his mouth.
Second brother, not every time does one need to be an honest child.
Little Golden Crocodile furrowed his brows and spoke in a milky voice.
Big brother said, a child who doesn't know how to take responsibility is not a good child, Tilda.
Big brother.
It's okay, this is a white lie.
The guest elders and elders' attacks came one by one, and each time the group's attack and looting process was decisive and swift, especially the elders, who couldn't really deal any new damage. The same damage number seemed almost coded. Lin Yi watched with boredom. Soon it was Tiandu's turn. The four of them exchanged glances, and Ning Fengzhai, covering his cheek, said somewhat gloomily.
Forget it, I'll go first. All right, then Sect Master Ning will go first.
The young Emperor Zuai bowed slightly. The sunny and handsome him made a gentlemanly, inviting gesture. Ever since he became younger, he also gained a group of little fangirls in Seoul City thanks to his good looks. Of course, this was nothing compared to Lin Yi's female fan base. Bang! Unexpectedly, Ning Fengzhai stumbled right on the spot and face-planted. Chen Xin, who was standing beside him, stared with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. What's going on with the sect master? How can you fall over while standing still?
Oh, wait.
Ning Fengzhai got up. His left foot had somehow stepped on his right foot out of nowhere. Absurd. He didn't mind it and continued.
Let's go, Uncle Jian. Yes, Sect Master. Ouch, damn it.
Ning Fengzhai had barely taken a couple of steps when he suddenly hopped on his right foot.
Who the hell put a nail on the ground here?
Ning Fengzhai roared and then sat on the ground, his face collapsing as he pulled the nail from the sole of his shoe. Just as he lowered his hand, he heard a
snap,
followed by a pig slaughter-like howl.
I.
Ning Fengzhai brought his hand forward and discovered that a mouse trap had caught his finger.
Who's doing this? Where did the mouse come from and the need for a mouse trap?
Shaking, Ning Fengzhai removed the mouse trap, and Chen Xin hurried to help him up.
This is really weird. I didn't see a mouse trap here just now.
He expressed his confusion.
That is really strange. How could I suddenly become so unlucky?
Supported by Chen Xin, Ning Fengzhai walked towards the stage, eyeing his surroundings suspiciously. As he stepped onto the stairs, Ning Fengzhai lost his footing again, and both he and Chen Xin tumbled down together, nearly sharing a passionate kiss on the ground. Lin Yi was dumbstruck. What are you two doing? What kind of performance art is this? In the following 5 minutes, Lin Yi watched Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai roll down the stairs in each other's arms 5 times, until he was numb to it.
Even if you two like each other, you don't need to express it in this way, do you?
Lin Yi asked, puzzled. That's when Chen Xin truly got scared. He turned his head, his face filled with fear as he looked at Ning Fengzhai and hastily stepped several paces away. This is just ridiculous. Before the fourth fall, he even released his soul power to stabilize his body, yet he still ended up tumbling down with Ning Fengzhai.
Sect Master, what's happening? Are you cursed with bad luck or something? I don't know either.
Ning Fengzhai was so battered from the falls, his entire mind was numb. This time, they kept a distance from each other and tiptoed up the stairs. They finally, thank God, made it onto the stage. They breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking they would never make it up in their lifetime.
The
Ning Fengzhai said with a trembling voice, as if afraid that something else might happen. Lin Yi nodded. Chen Xin spoke uneasily.
Sect Master, it's better to be careful during the attack. It's best to apply a defensive soul skill on yourself. All right, Uncle Giant.
Chapter 257, Wish Grand Roulette includes all male wishes, draws to fulfill major chapter. Just a second ago, he was being extra cautious, yet in the next, he still couldn't escape the onset of bad luck. Ning Fengzhai sat on the ground, dumbfounded for quite some time. He quickly tilted his head back to stop the nosebleed, then hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. Chen Xin began to doubt his life, for he had just clearly seen that there was still a good distance between Ning Fengzhai and himself, the kind that should have been impossible to breach. After this incident, neither of them dared to get too close to each other anymore. Moving quickly to the side, Chen Xin took several steps away, and Ning Fengzhai also hastily got up and moved away from Chen Xin, their gazes towards each other now resembling the look one might give a ticking time bomb. Although the people below the stage were bursting with laughter at this scene, Lin Yi did not consider it merely a coincidence. He sensed something strange.
What's the situation with Ning Fengzhai?
Lin Yi asked the system in his mind. Lucky gun, black misfortune bullet. The luck value of the target hit is reduced to -1,000. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered from a previous attributes panel that a normal person's luck value was 100, a luck value of -1,000. How unlucky could one get? However, observing Ning Fengzhai holding his nose, Lin Yi had a clearer picture of the extent of that misfortune. Indeed, with a luck value of -1,000, even under the protection of a titled Douluo, he managed to fall down the stairs 5 times in a row. As for the lucky gun, Lin Yi didn't need to ask to know which imp was behind this masterpiece. He turned his gaze to the martial soul hall. Feeling as if targeted by some primordial beast, the third offerer tensed up all at once, even holding their breath. If I'm not mistaken,
Can it be removed?
Lin Yi asked the system again, as he could barely stand to watch Ning Fengzhai's misfortune further affecting the attack's progress. It can be removed after 24 hours. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi decided.
Ning Fengzhai.
Lin Yi spoke up. Raising his head, Ning Fengzhai immediately said,
Please enlighten me, senior. The luck value for a normal person is 100, while you, due to some accident, are now at -1,000. This state will last for 24 hours. Are you sure you want to continue the attack today?
As soon as he said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The third offerer suddenly widened their eyes. That black bullet could make someone so unlucky. Sure enough, as soon as Senior Lin Yi mentioned luck value, the concept instantly became clear. That brat's second brother, Sai. On the surface, Ning Fengzhai remained calm, but inside he was frantically panicking. What kind of accident was this? Why did it have to be me suffering the accident? After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said,
I will persist with the attack. Okay.
Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai stood far apart. In the last attack, through the cooperation of the Asura Sword Martial Soul's first and second soul skills, augmented by the power and soul power of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the two executed a massive 400,000 points of damage. Chen Xin felt how much time he had left with his Asura Sword experience, a mere 20 minutes. The experience card was only for an hour, so lasting this long was quite good. Sometimes he really envied Senior Lin Yi for owning so many divine artifacts, not to mention, all of them undoubtedly permanent. And even with a high-level sword spirit, the 7 kills sword's 4th soul skill's damage might not surpass the combination of the Asura sword's 1st and 2nd soul skill. Hence, after some consideration, Chen Xin chose to use the 7 kills sword's 5th soul skill directly. Raising his sword, the 7 kills sword floated in midair, and Chen Xin then glanced warily in Ning Fengzhai's direction.
7 treasures renowned, first for strength, third for soul, fourth for defense.
Strength and soul power amplification once again converged on Chen Xin, while the defensive enhancement was applied to himself, having no choice, as Ning Fengzhai was really scared. If he had this defensive enhancement just now, maybe the nosebleed wouldn't have squirted so high. This time's attack proceeded unusually harmoniously, and Ning Fengzhai was not affected by Chen Xin's assault. But when the damage rebound came, everyone was so shocked they almost dropped their jaws. The golden light of the damage rebound, aiming at Chen Xin, suddenly veered off and rapidly merged with the damage rebound heading towards Ning Fengzhai, and then together hurtled toward Ning Fengzhai.
Holy crap, Uncle Giant, save me!
Ning Fengzhai's eyes widened, and he cried out immediately. Is this the charm of a luck value at -1,000? Even Senior Lin Yi's damage rebound seems to have taken a liking to me, Ning Fengzhai.
Sect Master, fear not.
Chapter 257 Part 2, Wish Grand Roulette includes all male wishes, draws to fulfill major chapter. And Ning Fengzhai was sent flying off the stage by the blast of air. He lay on the ground, lifted his head, and said with a face full of relief.
Luckily, I had cast a defensive soul skill on myself beforehand. Otherwise, I would have absolutely been battered to a pulp.
But Ning Fengzhai suddenly frowned, feeling something sticky in the palm of his hand. He looked at his hand and was instantly petrified. Zhu Jian came over, pulling Little Snail with an embarrassed face.
I'm so sorry, Sect Master Ning. Little Snail couldn't hold it in today and relieved itself right here. What unfortunate timing.
Ning Fengzhai looked at the snail in front of him with a stiff expression. The snail lazily glanced at him.
Meow tilde.
It then lifted its tail and let out a fart towards Ning Fengzhai's cheek before slowly moving away.
I'm...
Zhu Jian apologized frantically once again. She no longer dared to take Little Snail for a walk, so she quickly fled with it in her arms. Ning Fengzhai and Chen Xin stood on the stage, waiting listlessly for their awards. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 401,363. Remaining blood, 899,928,023,763. Damage level, red mid-level downgraded. Random reward, no reward was randomly selected. Host award, no critical hit bonus, compensating the host with a 100,000-year complete set of soul bones. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. No way.
The damage is 401,363, and your last attack had a damage of exactly 401,364. So because this attack is 1 drop of blood less in damage, the reward quality was downgraded.
Ning Fengzhai twitched the corners of his mouth. He really was that unlucky.
Senior, just tell me what the reward is.
Ning Fengzhai asked indignantly.
There is no reward.
Ning Fengzhai.
To be precise, no reward was randomly selected. There are at least 10,000 rewards in the red intermediate reward pool, but there's also a 1 in a million chance of hitting an empty slot, which means no reward at all.
Ning Fengzhai took a few steps back, as if resigned to his fate. My God, 1 in a million, he actually encountered such odds. His misfortune was truly thorough. No, he refused to give up. Ning Fengzhai's gaze was resolute.
Senior, I request a second attack.
Another attack. Lin Yi was afraid he'd run out of fingers to count his 100,000-year soul bones. The system had gotten smart. Whenever it couldn't produce a critical hit reward, it learnt to appease the host with 100,000-year soul bones. Well, if Ning Fengzhai wanted a second go, then so be it. Lin Yi couldn't be more welcoming to someone wanting to be a lottery shield.
Sure.
Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai once again stood far apart from each other. Ning Fengzhai's blood surged, He refused to believe that today he couldn't even get a golden soul coin as a reward. The 7 kills sword was unsheathed, and Ning Fengzhai also summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, promptly casting a defensive boost on himself.
Oh,
Chen Xin suddenly let out a surprised gasp. Ning Fengzhai looked over and saw that no matter how Chen Xin tried to raise the sword, the 7 kills sword wouldn't come out of its sheath. What's going on? This is strange. This has never happened before, Chen Xin muttered to himself. Ning Fengzhai had already guessed the outcome. Good heavens, he was so unlucky that he couldn't even launch an attack. No, he didn't believe in curses. He must get a reward today, no matter what it was.
what's wrong, Uncle Jian?
Ning Fengzhai walked over to Chen Xin with a menacing air.
Sect Master, the 7 kills sword won't come out.
Chen Xin was panicking too. He simply grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled hard outward.
Let me have a look.
Ning Fengzhai leaned in, and suddenly there was a snap sound. Chen Xin easily pulled out the sword, but his elbow once again brutally hit Ning Fengzhai's recently injured nose. Clutching his nose, which had started bleeding again, Ning Fengzhai looked at Chen Xin in shock, stepping back incrementally.
Uncle Jian.
Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath.
7 treasures well known, 4 to command, 4 to command, 4 to command.
Without even thinking, one knew the upcoming damage rebound would be vicious, so it was best to stack up the defense as much as possible, Realizing the attack was over, Ning Fengzhai immediately tensed up, quickly turned, and dove towards the audience below to try dodging the pursuit of the damage rebound. He lay on the ground quivering for a while, but there was no movement behind him. Ning Fengzhai turned his head in confusion, only to find that Lin Yi on stage looked somewhat strange as well. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Nanny. I was so well prepared, and it turns out.
It was little Tai Tai who chose to pee here on its own, not me.
The little guy said seriously. This teddy dog was a pet he got from the pet blind box, obtained at the same time as Mosla.
Oh,
Ning Fengzhai collapsed. Left hand snail poop, right hand teddy pee. Can you people please take care of your pets? Don't you know not to relieve themselves anywhere? Ning Fengzhai stood on the stage, looking haggard, waiting together with Chen Xin for Lin Yi to draw prizes. Not okay, I must get a reward, as compensation for my mental damage.
the damage is 446,783. Red advanced injury, and the reward you get is a brand new big wheel reward.
Ning Fengzhai's expression changed. A person whose luck plunged to the core of the earth getting a reward that requires luck, what it implies must be self-evident already. Ning Fengzhai's face darkened, his heart void of any anticipation. Still, he went through the motions and asked,
Senior, what kind of big wheel is this? Wish Grand Roulette.
Lin Yi raised the red light orb in his hand, tossed it into the air, and it rapidly transformed into a huge big wheel suspended in midair.
Wishes. This big wheel contains all the beautiful wishes of the men present. Whichever person's wish you draw, it will come true for you.
Lin Yi explained. He thought this reward was quite good. The big wheel was even specially set to cater to Ning Fengzhai's gender, singularly including the wishes of men. The wishes of men, they are quite uniform, nothing but power, money, sex, strength. Ning Fengzhai obviously realized this too, and his expression immediately turned expectant. Wishes should of course be positive, there couldn't be any negative wishes, right? To reassure Ning Fengzhai, Lin Yi even added.
Don't worry, it's stipulated here that wishes like suicide, self-harm, and other perverted wishes are excluded. They are all about satisfying one's most basic happiness.
Chapter 258, Strength Sharing Fully, One Can Have 18 Soul Rings, Major Chapter. The most basic happiness.
I already mentioned it, right? For a man, the most basic happiness comes from 4 aspects. Power, money, women, strength.
Of course, for Ning Fengzhai, he had no interest in the first 3, but the incident today had made him lower his standards infinitely. As long as it's a positive reward, that'll do. He walked over to the Wish Grand Roulette, grabbed the edge and pulled hard, and the clack-clack sound of the spinning wheel lasted for a minute before finally coming to a stop. This time it shouldn't be affected by the negative 1,000 luck value, right? After all, Senior Lin Yi said that all the negative wishes had been filtered out. The pointer compartment flapped open, and Ning Fengzhai looked inside at the content.
I really want to become a woman, so I can openly like boys.
His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked down at the crowd below.
Whose wish is this? How can any man want to become a woman? And the purpose is...
Ning Fengzhai was astounded. At that moment, a golden light sphere flew out from the big wheel and quickly merged into Ning Fengzhai's body. The next moment, Ning Fengzhai's entire figure was covered in a faint light. Much like Lin Yi's transformation from the last time, his bones shrank, his clothes became loose and baggy, his facial contours softened, his features refined, and his skin turned pale and delicate. Most importantly, his chest swelled up significantly, a sight that even made Lin Yi gawk. He was perplexed. Why did Ning Fengzhai get such a sizable chest when transforming into a woman, while he was a flat-chested lowly?
What's happening to me?
Ning Fengzhai looked at the changes in his body with surprise, his voice taking on a feminine tone. And since his own appearance wasn't bad to begin with, Ning Fengzhai, now a woman, turned out to be surprisingly pretty. Despite the loose clothing, one could still make out her slender and spicy figure. Lin Yi believed that the man who owned this wish must be dying of envy at Ning Fengzhai right now. Because the current Ning Fengzhai had already attracted the gazes of many men present, wasn't this the exact effect the man who made the wish desired?
Senior, I don't want this reward.
Ning Fengzhai ran towards Lin Yi, and because her shoes were too big, she tripped and fell to the side.
Sect Master, be careful.
Chen Xin caught Ning Fengzhai's body, her expression a mix of oddity and seriousness. The atmosphere on the field became somewhat ambiguous. Thinking about now being a woman and the purpose of that wish, Ning Fengzhai couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart. She hurriedly got up and moved away from the men, then said to Lin Yi.
Senior, is it possible to cancel this reward? I really didn't expect any man to want such a wish. If Ning here finds out who that person is, I'll make sure he regrets it.
As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence in the entire venue.
Don't tell me, Sect Master Ning still manages to attract people when he's angry as a beautiful woman, truly charming. Yep, that pout, that chest, that butt.
Most people still whispered and chuckled in their discussions. However, a certain man in the crowd was already staring bitterly at Ning Fengzhai on the stage. Damn it, that was my wish, and you, Ning Fengzhai, you wretched thing, fulfilled it. It would have been fine if you had just fulfilled it, but to even detest it so. I wish I could become a girl and I can't even transform, humph, so annoying. The man lifted his orchid finger to dab away a tear from the corner of his eye. After listening to Ning Fengzhai's words, Lin Yi thought for a moment and said,
We can't cancel the reward, but we can certainly weaken it a bit. It's like when Gu Yuina wanted to weaken the wooden figure skill, you have to offer something with a higher damage in exchange.
Ning Fengzhai's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She remembered indeed such a thing was possible, so she quickly bowed and said,
Senior, I request to exchange tomorrow's attack opportunity to weaken this reward.
Sect Master Ning.
According to both of your strengths, you need to contribute a combined damage of over 700,000.
700,000. Ning Fengzhai and Chen Xin looked at each other, their expressions anxious. Their current damage was only in the 400,000 range, now they needed 700,000 all of a sudden.
Don't worry, Sect Master, it should be fine.
Chen Xin spoke up reassuringly.
Are you sure, Uncle Jian?
Yes.
All right, if Chen Xin is confident, then there's nothing more for Ning Fengzhai to say. She released the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, chanting the incantation in a slightly husky but pleasant female voice.
7th soul skill, martial soul true body.
Rainbow-colored light fell onto Ning Fengzhai's fair and lovely face, adding an extra touch of charm. She recited the incantation.
The glazed tower turns with 7 treasures. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul, the 5th is offense, the 6th is attribute.
5 useful amplifications landed on Chen Xin. And Chen Xin also took out his time-limited reward, the Asura sword. A cold aura spread out as Chen Xin placed the Shura broadsword in front of him, its blade flashing with a blinding red light.
Asura real body.
Chapter 258 Part 2, Strength Sharing Fully One Can Have 18 Soul Rings, Major Chapter.
Asura purgatory.
A dark red light appeared on the platform, surrounded by the wreckage of broken swords and stout chains. The wails of the undead echoed in the ears, and withered, ghastly severed hands emerged from the ground, as if to drag someone into hell. Chen Xin exhaled, and under the stage of his martial soul true body, a faint shadow of red armor seemed to surface on his body. In Tang Chen's eyes, it was as though the Asura god himself had descended. With the full five-fold amplification from the seven treasures glazed pagoda, Chen Xin at this moment could be said to be absolutely dazzling.
Sixth soul skill, Asura cross charge.
Holding the Asura sword in both hands, Chen Xin's entire blade radiated dazzling red light. He let out a low roar and crossed his swords, slashing out a deep red cross of sword energy that flew swiftly towards Lin Yi. A howling sound tore through the air, exceptionally sharp, severing the severed hands on the ground. Boom! The cross of sword energy struck Lin Yi, raising tumultuous ripples. Damage rebound quickly formed, and the golden storm shattered the Asura purgatory outright.
The seven treasures are famed, the fourth is imperial.
Ning Fengzhai released another defensive skill, applying it to both of them simultaneously. Chen Xin furrowed his brow, his Asura real body still maintained. The second Asura cross charge was ready. With a thunderous shout, Chen Xin swung the Shura broadsword in midair, making a ferocious noise. Whoosh! The damage rebound shattered. Out of breath, Chen Xin deactivated his martial soul true body. Ning Fengzhai immediately stepped forward, her delicate and fair hand resting on Chen Xin's shoulder, replenishing all the soul power he had just expended.
Thank you, Sect Master. No need for formalities, Uncle Giant.
Chen Xin looked down at Ning Fengzhai's enchanting face and was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Was it because they often saw each other, so he unexpectedly felt an intimacy and favor towards the sect master's feminine appearance? Chen Xin harbored doubts, feeling strange. So, sect master, please change back soon. This appearance really makes this old man feel out of sorts. Lin Yi looked at the panel. HP lost, 743,698. Remaining HP, 899,926,846,431. Damage level, Gold Novice. Lucky draw, no reward drawn. Host reward, compensation to the host of 2 sets of 100,000-year complete set of soul bones. Still,
No reward drawn.
that's outrageous. Ning Fengzhai wouldn't have been able to get the reward anyway, yet even this unclaimable reward didn't escape bad luck. Soul bones are really piling up in stock now, just the 100,000-year complete sets. Lin Yi has about 6 or 7 sets.
The damage is 743,698, which meets the criteria. Your current permanent female state reward is reduced to a 7-day time limit, after which you will be able to revert back to your original state.
Lin Yi said. Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai was ecstatic, crying tears of joy on the spot. Perhaps because she had become female, crying had become easier, and as soon as her emotions surged, the water came right out the tears. After stepping off the stage, Gu Rong went up to initiate the second attack. Chen Xin was no longer able. Not only had Ning Fengzhai's spirit been damaged just now, but he was also extremely exhausted and needed to rest. Below the stage, looking at Ning Fengzhai, whose clothes hung loose on her incredibly beautiful female figure, the young Emperor Zui couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder.
With Sect Master Ning's beauty this time, I can foresee a bit of what my beloved will look like in the future. Ning Rongrong will definitely possess a nation-toppling beauty.
He said. Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai finally showed a hint of a smile on her dispirited face.
Your Majesty flatters me. Rongrong actually looks more like her mother.
Emperor Zui saucily handed over a mirror he carried with him. Upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, Ning Fengzhai gasped. I'm actually this beautiful. Truth be told, Gu Rong had just been thinking about enjoying the sect master's beauty a bit longer. Then that rascal Chen Xin said he was not able and didn't have the strength to attack anymore. Gu Rong suspected that this old rogue, Chen Xin, thought of resting just to have a longer look at the sect master's beauty.
Greetings to Senior Lin Yi.
Gu Rong bowed to Lin Yi on the platform.
Who will begin the attack?
Gu Rong nodded and took a few steps back.
Martial Soul True Body.
A massive silver-white metallic body appeared behind Gu Rong like molten iron being poured into shape. The steel dragon roared towards the sky, pale infernal netherfire burst through the gaps in its bones, and within a few seconds, the steel dragon successfully transitioned into a steel fire dragon.
Third Soul Skill, Thorn's Tail Sting.
Gu Rong's martial soul continued to evolve, and his soul skill evolved alongside it. The steel fire dragon lifted its massive, thick tail, which started to transform. The once smooth tail suddenly sprouted sharp, pointed bone spurs, all of which were fused with adamantium. With a roar, the steel fire dragon stepped forward to close the distance with Lin Yi, then violently spun around and swung its enormous tail, lashing Lin Yi with the adamantium-laced bone spurs. The attack made a tremendous sound, but the steel fire dragon also felt a significant recoil. As soon as it finished lashing, Lin Yi stood unmoved, while its massive body nearly toppled over to one side. This spectacle did not escape Wang Qiu's eyes. For someone who had just witnessed all of this, every second of the scene unfolding on the platform was challenging Wang Qiu's preconceived notions. Just now, Ning Fengzhai turning into a woman even made her laugh outright. This Lin Yi, inexplicably strong, was confoundingly powerful beyond comprehension. Gu Rong was not afraid of the damage rebound produced by Lin Yi. All it took was for the steel fire dragon to block it with its body. After the attack ended, Lin Yi looked at the results on the panel. Blood loss, 224,678. Remaining health, 899,926,622,316. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, power sharing 1 person. Host reward, power sharing multiple people up to 5. Power sharing isn't the term.
Power.
Too general, it wasn't specified which type of power sharing.
The damage was 224,678, Red Junior level. Your reward is the ability to share power.
Gu Rong listened quietly, knowing that Lin Yi had more explanations about the reward to come.
This so-called power sharing is a full range of ability sharing, but you can only share with one person at a time.
Lin Yi explained.
The things you share include soul power, soul rings, that is, soul skills, as well as the skills attached to soul bones, some elemental control ability, but you cannot share the rewards you got from me.
Chen Xin was somewhat bewildered.
Soul power sharing.
Lin Yi continued his explanation.
Soul power sharing means that between you and your companion, whoever has higher soul power, that's who you'll both use.
Apparently feeling that explanations through words alone were inadequate, Lin Yi looked down at the audience and called out.
1,000 waves, come up.
Taken aback by the summons, 1,000 waves quickly complied, not daring to disobey Lin Yi.
Yes, Senior.
1,000 waves stood next to Gu Rong, and both men exchanged polite greetings. Lin Yi then tossed the red orb of light to Gu Rong. After integrating the reward, Gu Rong suddenly felt as if an interface was waiting to connect with someone else in his body.
Place your palm on 1,000 waves, and think in your mind that he is the one you want to share with.
Chapter 259, Double Swords Unity or Seven Swords Unity, Major Chapter. My God, what spectacle did they witness?
Look over there, he's got them too.
Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed, and everyone's gaze quickly moved to Gu Rong. Another series of differently colored lights flickered, and a full 18 soul rings floated around Gu Rong's body in midair. 1,000 waves was stupefied by the side, so this is what sharing meant.
The great priest actually possesses 6 soul bones.
Gu Rong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, which made Thousand Waves raise his eyebrows involuntarily.
How did you know?
He asked Gurong in surprise. Because of the six-winged angel martial soul, Thousand Waves possessed a complete set of soul bones, and each bone was 99,999 years old. But this was akin to a secret of the angel clan, and few knew about the soul bones. Gurong smiled at Thousand Waves and directed his soul power throughout his body. To Thousand Waves' astonishment, Gurong's limbs, torso, and head were all overlaid with a golden soul bone phantom. What else could this be but his angelic heritage soul bones? Thousand Waves was completely numb.
Ha ha ha, who would have thought that one day I could also perform an angel's martial soul possession?
Gurong laughed loudly, yet suddenly noticed that Thousand Waves' expression didn't look too good, so he coughed twice and said,
In this way, if I am fortunate enough to share power with the great priest in the future, I can also control a level 99 evil spirit dragon knight. How splendid.
Can this sharing be undone?
Thousand Waves asked Lin Yi, not wanting to share his strength with Gurong. It was obvious that Gurong was getting more out of it. Lin Yi nodded.
During the sharing process, either party can unshare at any time and place.
I can unshare proactively too? Thousand Waves was a bit surprised. He tried it in his mind, and the next second he really did unshare this state. Thousand Waves huffed a little proudly and turned to leave. Gurong, however, reluctantly watched his back. The feeling of sharing strength with a powerful big shot was truly exhilarating. He sighed, then as if something occurred to him, he turned to Lin Yi and asked,
Senior Lin Yi, can I share strength with you as well?
To Gurong's surprise, he actually got an affirmative answer from Lin Yi.
Yes.
Lin Yi looked at him with an even tone, as if discussing something utterly mundane.
Can't handle.
Gurong, as if realizing something, hastily waved his hands and said,
Then forget it, I still want to live a few more years.
He quickly declined. In his heart, Lin Yi was a very modest person, and for such a modest person to describe it, this way meant exploding bodies was the lightest of outcomes.
Senior, I request a second attack today. Ahem.
Having experienced the foundation of an ultimate Douluo, Gurong suddenly felt his level 95 soul power was somewhat insufficient. He released his martial soul true body again. The silvery white adamantium skeleton rapidly assembled into a dragon's framework, and high temperatures rose. With a whoosh, the pale infernal netherfire shot out from the skeleton gaps.
Roar!
The giant dragon reared and roared behind Gurong.
Fourth soul skill, Hellfire Meteor.
The pale flames on the steel fire dragon's body dimmed, then it raised its massive head, opened its silvery maw, and its body flames instantly radiated a brilliant white light. Lin Yi looked up and saw a dense shower of brilliant white flames falling like meteors, all of them centering on him alone.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.